And boom, we are live. What's going on, everybody? Welcome into a very special Cobra Cast 199. I am your host, Jeremy Prime Mage of the 199. And we got a debate tonight, ladies and gentlemen. We got a debate. We're going to be hanging out. We're going to be watching it. I see all of you in the chat. It's been a fun night. So this will be interesting, to say the least. We got Eric Guidewall with 5 gifted memberships already. Let's go. McCock says, hey, you handsome young straight man, are you going to make some good points tonight? I bet you are going to. I bet you are. You good job. I'm proud of you. You working so hard every day. God. The Under Armour Gamer with the member message. Thank you. We got the Eric Guywall with 5 get the memberships. Golden Nuggets with 10 says, Jeremy is in fact the perfect human being. The wise words of wisdom bring hope into the hearts of many. The love we all feel, the mass respect that adorns our souls. Bless this fine man. You guys stop. Don't make me uncomfortable before the stream even starts. What are we doing? What are we doing? Alan Tanasi says, face reveal number 2. I don't like you, Jeremy. I'm not a fig. Hail the IDOTS 199. Let's go. All right, here we go. There's Alan Tanasi right there. Alan Tanasi. There you go. Okay. So there's Alan Tanasi face reveal number 2 for all the people that were asking. There it is right there. You guys happy about that? Okay. So there we go. I still can't tell. Who knows what these memes are? I have no idea. Maximus BT says, where my breeds at? True Social has an app now? Really? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Great Tang with the gifted membership. Thank you. Let's see. All right. You're the best streamer I watch, Jeremy. I love the camera quality. What the fuck is happening? I don't even know if it's a troll. So now I can't tell if I ever get a compliment now, because now the compliments are clear troll compliments is all it is. Like, you're the best streamer I watch. I love the camera quality. There's literally never been a person to give me a compliment on the camera quality. It's never happened. It's never happened. Oh, man. Scotty, thank you for the member message. Greg Kirby, thank you for the member message. What? Call Jay? Jay's about to, I think Jay's going to play Fortnite. AOE 2 Freaks says, Jeremy, sorry my name is so awkward, but you're getting way better at saying it. Promise no degenerate shits involved. It's all good, brother. VJ the Vigilant says, at work, ready to watch the debate with the 199. I like watching with friends. Hail. That's what's up right there, man. That's what's up. Andre CR says, Jeremy, I love you, brother. You're an inspiration for people all over the world. I don't know how to respond to these things. I don't know how to respond to this. Star Wars and Stripes says, let the gay begin. LOL, you're the man, Jeremy 199. Thank you. Gerald Armstrong says, show that Tim Walls, Chris Farley clip again. That was hilarious. I don't have it saved. I didn't bookmark it, unfortunately. Stream Hero says, I picked up my IDOT shirt today. Let's have a great debate. Let's go Trump and this amazing strapping young man in the trucker hat. You're not a fig. Yes, the IDOT shirts are available until midnight tonight, midnight Eastern. All right. So if you're interested, please go over there. Let's see. Jessica is already on it. So let me pin hers right there. Thank you, Jessica. Appreciate that. Mad Cat says, I am not a fig, but GD buddies. Just kidding. Eric July is better. What? Lawless Enterprises says, enough of the brown nosing. Jeremy is gay and was late because he was helping Beardo put his bananas away. Let's get into this. Nandy says, damn, Alan Tanasi is what Jeremy would look like if they was a man. Did you just give me pronouns? Did you just give me pronouns? That is amazing. I don't even know if you meant to. Andy Plays Game says Jeremy is a handsome, wholesome, homegrown Alabama fig. Ozma says Jeremy's the nicest homosexual I know. Alan is a hottie. BT Wick says Jeremy is something that rhymes with lay. Big Rod says, love the audio quality. God. You guys just kill me, man. You guys just kill me. Love the audio quality, Jeremy. Let's see. Zihoni says it's going to be 3v1 again. The media will help Tim Porn win the debate. Hope JD knows his stuff. Trump 2024, the world for world peace. Listen, one thing about JD Vance is JD Vance does know his stuff. JD Vance is very, very articulate. And from what I understand, there's not going to be any media interference. There's not any turning off of the mics. So everybody's mic is turned on. Okay. And of course, that just kind of shows you how scared of Donald Trump they are, where they're always having to control the situation with Trump because he's so good at this that they're so terrified. So we're going to have to see how it all plays out. But apparently this isn't going to be as a controlled of an environment as it is with Trump. And that's because they're so scared of Donald Trump. They're terrified of Donald Trump. Icon Bearer says, yet another shameless recruitment plug for my Raid Shadow Legends clan called I.199. I love it. I love it. I love it. I have never played Raid Shadow Legends, but I certainly would take a sponsorship from them. Archer Blades with a member message says, Jeremy the Philosopher will guide us in this debate. Lay your wisdom unto us. In the future, you will be known as the YouTubers, as one of the YouTubers of all time. I don't know if that's sarcasm or not. Jeremy has the filter on today. No, I don't, but I can. I'm turning the filter on. Beauty filter is on. Give me money. Beauty filter's turned on. Give me money. Okay. Beauty filter's turned on. This is how it's done, right? On Instagram, you turn a beauty filter on. You're supposed to get money. That's what I was told. Beauty filter is turned on. Give me money. Magoo says, you don't look fat when you turn your head to the right. Adrian says, Jeremy and homosexual is the straightest gay man I know. I'm turning the filter off now. All right, filter is gone. Brady Crippen says, I made the mistake of watching you with my mom in the room, and now she makes me watch you all the time. For some reason, she loves you. Look at there. That's what's up. Hello to the mother of Brady. Thank you for tuning into Cobra Cast. This is a very respectable program, very educated takes from me, great audio quality, great video quality, and we never have any production issues at all. So that is awesome. That is awesome. All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Josh Johnson says, you're such a nice guy, Jeremy. It's nice to see the LGBT community have representation. Pork Chop expresses, the guy railing you probably likes it. Closest I can do to a compliment. Norm Al Man says, what is this co-brawl cast is, and what is 199? 199 of what? I need to know. Just kidding. Just saying hello, 199. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. Mr. Boombastic Biggie says that you earned this, you flamboyant fig pudding. All right, we are minutes away. We are minutes away from the debate. I'm going to switch over to this tab right here. So when it goes live, let's see, make sure we're good here. All right. And we got JMNZZ450. It's October. Biznitches, get ready for war. A false flag on Kamala and a possible presidential resignation to try and swing the election. Buckle up. Let's go. It is going to be a wild one, man. This month is going to be wild. I don't know what to expect right now. You've already got some October surprises dropping. They're trying to flirt with the idea of World War III. I don't know. This month is going to be absolutely insane. And I'm not sure I'm prepared for it. I don't think any of us can properly prepare for what we're about to see this month. So we're just going to have to see how it goes. But thank you, brother. I appreciate that. We got Dougie B in the house. Wow, Jeremy, is that a new camera angle and such quality? A truly professional streamer, the best on GayTube. Such great audio quality, Jeremy. Great video quality, Jeremy. You know it's sarcasm when that happens. You know it. What's up, Doug B? Good to see you here, brother. John Underwood, Stone Cold Underwood in the house with the 20 says, let's freaking go. I expect JD Vance to be fantastic tonight. I expect JD Vance to be on it. I expect him to be really, really sharp tonight. So I'm keeping an eye on other feeds just in case to make sure we're not missing anything right now. I can pull up YouTube TV, but I'm not going to do that. So we are 4 minutes away from the perceived start time. It's like a lot of people. So CBS News, I might just pull this one up since they kind of already have their feed right here. Is that Major Garrett? I think that's Major Garrett. Let's see here. Share that screen. Okay. All right. All right. So we are waiting.
An unwanted post-Trump era. What role does JD Vance play in that? A considerable amount of that decision.
No, I do not have the filter on. I'm just this beautiful. This is natural. I'm just this beautiful. Eric K says professionals don't try this at home. Force Geek says off topic. Would you play Phasmophobia with the crew? It will be entertaining. On topic, Vance is much better than I ever thought. Trump 2024. We played Phasmophobia several times. I guarantee you, Krista would love to bring that back. She loves Phasmophobia. So you got to let Beep know. Okay, you got to let Beep know, Krista Beep, that you guys want to see Phasmophobia. She loves that game. Paul says Jeremy is the world. Jeremy is the children. He is the one who makes a brighter day. So let's start giving. Good Lord. Oh, man. Madam Savvy's in the chat. What up, Madam Savvy? Alan Tennessi says, by the end of the night, we will know that Walls is gayer than Jeremy. Nah, we love you, buddy. I could watch this on Alex Jones, but I want to be here. Look at that. Alan Tennessi being awesome. That's what's up, man. I appreciate that. There's a lot of people covering this tonight, and I appreciate the fact that you're here watching it on my channel. You could be a lot of places, and you choose to be here listening to me. So thank you. Adam B says, love the Glade scent in your room, Jeremy. 199. Nandy says, all Vance has to do is say his points. Walls will do the rest. Tim Walls is one of the most awkward people. Okay. Where's Savvy at? I got to give her a wrench. Not that we need you. We don't need you doing any mod stuff. So don't even try it. Okay. Let's see. There. Just so we can see you when you show up. There we go. All right, Savvy, you're official. Don't screw this up, Savvy. Don't screw this up. Coop says, plucked eyebrows look great tonight, buddy. All right, here we go.
And they're looking for a viral moment. That's what they'll be looking for tonight.
No handshake.
No handshake, and there you have it. Governor Walz appears to be taking some notes. J.D. Vance doing the same as our colleagues.
And they were shaking hands before the cameras came.
That's right.
Oh, okay.
Well, we have the vice presidential debate coming up in a moment. It will be moderated by our own Nora O'Donnell and Margaret Brennan. Ohio Senator J.D. Vance and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz take the stage. Well, they've taken the stage, so stick with us here and join us also on our streaming channel, CBS News 24/7, for exclusive content you won't see anywhere else. Thank you.
Volume up. Well, let me see if I can check it on another channel then and see if we're having volume issues there. But that's as loud as I can make it. But let's see how it starts. Let's see how it sounds. I'll switch over if I need to another one. The reason I'm on CBS because it is a CBS debate, so I would be assuming we're going to get the best quality there, but who knows?
Tonight, with just over a month to go until Election Day, the first and only meeting between the two men who hope to become Vice President of the United States, Democratic Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota and Republican Senator J.D. Vance of Ohio.
Now, this is likely the final debate of this election cycle, and voting is already underway in 20 states. CBS News polling shows this remains a race either presidential candidate could win. The CBS News vice presidential debate starts now.
Fight for every single vote, and we're going to take this country back.
And we are ready to continue to build the future together.
We're going to turn this whole country red with President Donald J. Trump's leadership.
You know what's at the end of this little journey? Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States.
This is a CBS News special, live from CBS News headquarters in New York. America Decides, the vice presidential debate.
Good evening. I'm Nora O'Donnell, and thank you for joining us for tonight's CBS News vice presidential debate. We want to welcome our viewers on CBS, on other networks here in the U.S. and around the world. We have a consequential night ahead, and our focus is the issues that matter to you, the voter. Let's introduce the candidates. Minnesota's Democratic Governor Tim Walz and Ohio's Republican Senator J.D. Vance tonight meeting for the first time.
I'm Margaret Brennan. In order to have a thoughtful and civil debate,
That was awkward.
these are the rules that both campaigns have agreed to. Questions will be directed at one candidate who will have 2 minutes to respond. The other candidate will be allowed 2 minutes for rebuttal. Then each candidate will get another minute to make further points, with an additional 1 minute each at the discretion of the moderator. The primary role of the moderators is to facilitate the debate between the candidates, enforce the rules, and provide the candidates with the opportunity to fact-check claims made by each other.
CBS News reserves the right to mute the candidates' microphones to maintain decorum. We have not shared the questions or topics with the campaigns. The stage is set. Governor, Senator, thank you for joining us. Let's get started. Tonight, our country is facing several unfolding crises. The Middle East is on the brink of war. Americans are suffering from the catastrophic impact of Hurricane Helene. And now a labor strike as 25,000 dock workers from Maine to Texas are picketing. We're going to begin tonight with the Middle East. Margaret.
Thank you, Nora. Earlier today, Iran launched its largest attack yet on Israel, but that attack failed, thanks to joint U.S. and Israeli defensive action. President Biden has deployed more than 40,000 U.S. military personnel and assets to that region over the past year to try to prevent a regional war. Iran is weakened, but the U.S. still considers it the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world, and it has drastically reduced the time it would take to develop a nuclear weapon. It is down now to 1 or 2 weeks' time. Governor Walz, if you were the final voice in the Situation Room, would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you. And thank you for those joining at home tonight. Let's keep in mind where this started. October 7th, Hamas terrorists massacred over 1,400 Israelis and took prisoners. Israel's ability to be able to defend itself is absolutely fundamental.
He's already
Getting
stuttering.
its hostages back, fundamental, and ending the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. But the expansion of Israel and its proxies is an absolute fundamental necessity for the United States to have the steady leadership there. You saw it experienced today, where along with our Israeli partners and our coalition, able to stop the incoming attack. But what's fundamental here
You're
is
already rattled,
that steady
Walz.
leadership is going to matter. It's clear, and the world saw it on that debate stage a few weeks ago. A nearly 80-year-old Donald Trump talking about crowd sizes is not what we need in this moment. But it's not just that. It's those that were closest to Donald Trump that understand how dangerous he is when the world is this dangerous. His chief of staff, John Kelly, said that he was the most flawed human being he'd ever met. And both of his secretaries of defense and his national security advisors said he should be nowhere near the White House.
This is not the question.
Now, the person closest to them, Donald Trump, said he's unfit for the highest office. That was Senator Vance. What we've seen out of Vice President Harris is we've seen steady leadership. We've seen a calmness that is able to draw on the coalitions to bring them together, understanding that our allies matter. When our allies see Donald Trump
Thank you, Willie
turn
Will.
towards Vladimir Putin, turn towards North Korea, when we start to see that type of fickleness around holding the coalitions together, we will stay committed. And as the vice president said today we will protect our forces and our allied forces, and there will be consequences.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, the same question.
No
Would you
answer. No
support
answer.
Or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
So, Margaret, I want to answer the question. First of all, thanks, Governor. Thanks to CBS for hosting the debate. And thanks, most importantly, to the American people who are watching this evening and caring enough about this country to pay attention to this vice presidential debate. I want to answer the question, but I want to actually give an introduction to myself a little bit because I recognize a lot of Americans don't know who either one of us are. I was raised in a working class family. My mother required food assistance for periods of her life. My grandmother required Social Security help to raise me. And she raised me in part because my own mother struggled with addiction for a big chunk of my early life. I went to college on the GI Bill after I enlisted in the Marine Corps and served in Iraq. And so I stand here asking to be your vice president with extraordinary gratitude for this country, for the American dream that made it possible for me to live my dreams. And most importantly, I know that a lot of you are worried about the chaos in the world and the feeling that the American dream is unattainable. I want to try to convince you tonight over the next 90 minutes.
JD, I'm
going
to be honest, nobody cares about
in the
you
White
being
House.
raised.
If we get Donald Trump back in the White House, the American dream is going to be attainable once again. Now, to answer this particular question, we have to remember that as much as Governor Walz just accused Donald Trump of being an agent of chaos, Donald Trump actually delivered stability in the world, and he did it by establishing effective deterrence. People were afraid of stepping out of line. Iran, which launched this attack, has received over $100 billion in unfrozen assets thanks to the Kamala Harris administration. What do they use that money for? They use it to buy weapons that they're now launching against our allies, and God forbid, potentially launching against the United States as well. Donald Trump recognized that for people to fear the United States, you needed peace through strength. They needed to recognize that if they got out of line, the United States global leadership would put stability and peace back in the world. Now, you asked about a preemptive strike, Margaret, and I want to answer the question. Look, it is up to Israel what they think they need to do to keep their country safe, and we should support our allies wherever they are when they're fighting the bad guys. I think that's the right approach to take with the Israel question.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, do you care to respond to any of the allegations?
Well, look, Donald Trump was in office. We'll sometimes hear a revisionist
Orange
history,
man
but when
bad.
Donald Trump was in office, it was Donald Trump who we had a coalition of nations that had boxed Iran's nuclear program in, the inability to advance it. Donald Trump pulled that program and put nothing else in its place. So Iran is closer to a nuclear weapon than they were before because of Donald Trump's fickle leadership. And when Iran shot down an American aircraft in international airspace, Donald Trump tweeted, because that's the standard diplomacy of Donald Trump. And when Iranian missiles did fall near U.S. troops and they received traumatic brain injuries, Donald Trump wrote it off as headaches. Look, our allies understand that Donald Trump is fickle. He will go to whoever has the most flattery or where it makes sense to him. Steady leadership like you witnessed today, like you witnessed in April. Both Iranian attacks were repelled. Our coalition is strong, and we need the steady leadership that Kamala Harris is providing.
Senator Vance, the U.S. did have a diplomatic deal with Iran to temporarily pause parts of its nuclear program, and President Trump did exit that deal. He recently said, just 5 days ago, the U.S. must now make a diplomatic deal with Iran because the consequences are impossible. Did he make a mistake? You have 1 minute.
Well, first of all, Margaret, diplomacy is not a dirty word, but I think that's something that Governor Walz just said is quite extraordinary. You yourself just said Iran is as close to a nuclear weapon today as they have ever been. And Governor Walz, you blame Donald Trump. Who has been the vice president for the last 3.5 years? And the answer is your running mate, not mine.
Yeah!
Donald Trump consistently made the world more secure. Now, we talk about what the sequence of events that led us to where we are right now, and you can't ignore October the 7th, which I appreciate Governor Walz bringing up. But when did Iran and Hamas and their proxies attack Israel? It was during the administration of Kamala Harris. So Governor Walz can criticize Donald Trump's tweets, but effective, smart diplomacy and peace through strength is how you bring stability back to a very broken world. Donald Trump has already done it once before. Ask yourself at home, when was the last time, I'm 40 years old, when was the last time that an American president didn't have a major conflict break out? The only answer is during the 4 years that Donald Trump was president.
Gentlemen, we have a lot to get
Perfect
to.
answer.
Nora?
Margaret,
Perfect.
thank you.
JD is
Let's turn now
sharp.
to Hurricane Helene. The storm could become one of the deadliest on record. More than 160 people are dead and hundreds more are missing. Scientists say climate change makes these hurricanes larger, stronger, and more deadly because of the historic rainfall. Senator Vance, according to CBS News polling, 7 in 10 Americans and more than 60% of Republicans under the age of 45 favor the U.S. taking steps to try and reduce climate change. Senator, what responsibility would the Trump administration have to try and reduce the impact of climate change? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Sure. So first of all, let's start with the hurricane, because it's an unbelievable, unspeakable human tragedy. I just saw today actually a photograph of 2 grandparents on a roof with a 6-year-old child, and it was the last photograph ever taken of them because the roof collapsed and those innocent people lost their lives. And I'm sure Governor Walz joins me in saying our hearts go out to those innocent people, our prayers go out to them, and we want as robust and aggressive as a federal response as we can get to save as many lives as possible, and then of course afterwards to help the people in those communities rebuild. I mean, these are communities that I love. Some of them I know very personally in Appalachia, all across the Southeast. They need their government to do their job. And I commit that when Donald Trump is president again, the government will put the citizens of this country first when they suffer from a disaster. Now, Nora, you asked about climate change. I think this is a very important issue. Look, a lot of people are justifiably worried about all these crazy weather patterns. I think it's important for us, first of all, to say, Donald Trump and I support clean air, clean water. We want the environment to be cleaner and safer. But one of the things that I've noticed some of our Democratic friends talking a lot about is a concern about carbon emissions, this idea that carbon emissions drives all of the climate change. Well, let's just say that's true, just for the sake of argument, so we're not arguing about weird science. Let's just say that's true. Well, if you believe that, what would you want to do?
What is wrong with Walz? He's such a weird guy.
American manufacturing as possible, and you'd want to produce as much energy as possible in the United States of America, because we're the cleanest economy in the entire world. What have Kamala Harris's policies actually led to? More energy production in China, more manufacturing overseas, more doing business in some of the dirtiest parts of the entire world. And when I say that, I mean the amount of carbon emissions they're doing per unit of economic output. So if we actually care about getting cleaner air and cleaner water, the best thing to do is to double down and invest in American workers and the American people.
Hell
and
yeah.
unfortunately, Kamala Harris has done exactly the opposite.
JD's
Governor
crushing
Walz,
it,
you have
and
2 minutes to
Walz looks
respond.
like he's
We
got to take a
close to
shit.
an agreement because all those things are happening. Look, first
Walz
of
is
all,
weird.
it is a horrific tragedy with this hurricane, and my heart goes out to the folks that are down there in contact with the governors. I serve as co-chair of the Council of Governors as we work together on these emergency managements. Governors know no partisanship. They work together. So all of the governors and the emergency responders are on the ground. Those happen on the front end. The federal government comes in, makes sure they're there to that we recover, but we're still in that phase where we need to make sure that they're staying there, staying focused. Now, look, coming back to the climate change issue, there's no doubt this thing roared onto the scene faster and stronger than anything we've seen. Senator Vance has said that there's a climate problem in the past. Donald Trump called it a hoax and then joked that these things would make more beachfront property to be able to invest in. What we've seen out of the Harris administration now, the Biden-Harris administration, is we've seen this investment. We've seen massive investments, the biggest in global history that we've seen in the Inflation Reduction Act, has created jobs all across the country. 2,000 in Jeffersonville, Ohio, taking the EV technology that we invented and making it here. 200,000 jobs across the country. The largest solar manufacturing plant in North America sits in Minnesota. But my farmers know climate change is real. They've seen 500-year droughts, 500-year floods back to back. But what they're doing is adapting, and this has allowed them to tell me, look, I harvest corn, I harvest soybean, and I harvest wind. We are producing more natural gas and more oil at any time than we ever have. We're also producing more clean energy. So the solution for us is to continue to move forward, that climate change is real. Reducing our impact is absolutely critical, but this is not a false choice. You can do that at the same time you're creating the jobs that we're seeing all across the country. That's exactly what this administration has done. We are seeing us becoming an energy superpower for the future, not just the current. And that's what absolutely makes sense. And then we start thinking about how do we mitigate these disasters.
Thank you. Senator, I want to give you an opportunity to respond there. The governor mentioned that President Trump has called climate change a
What is
hoax.
Walz
Do you agree?
doing?
Well, look, what the president has said is that if the Democrats, in particular Kamala Harris and her leadership, if they really believe that climate change is serious, what they would be doing is more manufacturing and more energy production in the United States of America, and that's not what they're doing. So clearly, Kamala Harris herself doesn't believe her own rhetoric on this. If she did, she would actually agree with Donald Trump's energy policies. Now, something Governor Walz said I think is important to touch upon, because when we talk about clean energy, I think that's a slogan that often the Democrats will use here. I'm talking, of course, about the Democratic leadership. And the real issue is that if you're spending hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars of American taxpayer money on solar panels that are made in China, number one, you're going to make the economy dirtier. We should be making more of those solar panels here in the United States of America. Some of them are, Tim, but a lot of them are being made overseas in China, especially the components that go into those solar panels. So if you really want to make the environment cleaner, you've got to invest in more energy production. We haven't built a nuclear facility, I think, one in the past 40 years. Natural gas, we got to invest more in it. Kamala Harris has done the opposite. That's raised energy prices and also meant that we're doing worse by the climate.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, would you like to respond?
Well, look, we're producing more natural gas than we ever have. There's no moratorium on that. We're producing more oil, but the folks know, and like I said, again, these are not liberal folks. These are not folks that are Green New Deal folks. These are farmers that have been drought one year, massive flooding the next year. They understand that it makes sense. Look, our number one export cannot be topsoil from erosion from these massive storms. We saw it in Minnesota this summer. And thinking about how do we respond to that, we're thinking ahead on this. And what Kamala Harris has been able to do in Minnesota, we're starting to weatherproof some of these things. The infrastructure law that was passed allows us to think about mitigation in the future.
Walz seems to know what these questions are in advance.
How do we make sure that we're protecting lakefronts and things that we're seeing more and more of? But to call it a hoax and to take the oil company executives,
and he's still like all over the place.
Say, give me money for my campaign and I'll let you do whatever you want. We can be smarter about that. And an all above energy policy is exactly what she's doing, creating those jobs right here.
Governor, your time is up. The overwhelming consensus among scientists is that the Earth's climate is warming at an unprecedented rate. Margaret.
Thank you, Nora. We're going to turn now to immigration. The crisis at the U.S.-Mexico border consistently ranks as one of the top issues for American voters. Senator Vance, your campaign is pledging to carry out the largest mass deportation plan in American history.
Hell yeah.
And to use the U.S. military to do so. Could you be more specific about exactly how this will work? For example, would you deport parents who have entered the U.S. illegally and separate them from any of their children who were born on U.S. soil?
Such a terrible way to frame it.
So first of all, Margaret, before we talk about deportations, we have to stop the bleeding. We have a historic immigration crisis because Kamala Harris started and said that she wanted to undo all of Donald Trump's border policies. 94 executive orders suspending deportations, decriminalizing illegal aliens, massively increasing the asylum fraud that exists in our system. That has opened the floodgates. And what it's meant is that a lot of fentanyl is coming into our country. I had a mother who struggled with opioid addiction and has gotten clean. I don't want people who are struggling with addiction to be deprived of their second chance because Kamala Harris let in fentanyl into our communities at record levels. So you've got to stop the bleeding. You've got to re-implement Donald Trump's border policies, build the wall, re-implement deportations. And that gets me to your point, Margaret, about what do we actually do? So we've got 25 million illegal aliens who are here in the country. What do we do with them? I think the first thing that we do is we start with the criminal migrants. About 1 million of those people have committed some form of crime in addition to crossing the border illegally. I think you start with deportations on those folks. And then I think you make it harder for illegal aliens to undercut the wages of American workers. A lot of people will go home if they can't work for less than minimum wage in our own country. And by the way, that'll be really good for our workers who just want to earn a fair wage for doing a good day's work. And the final point, Margaret, is you ask about family separation. Right now in this country, Margaret, we have 320,000 children that the Department of Homeland Security has effectively lost. Some of them have been sex trafficked. Some of them hopefully are at homes with their families. Some of them have been used as drug trafficking mules. The real family separation policy in this country is unfortunately Kamala Harris's wide open southern border. And I'd ask my fellow Americans to remember when she came into office, she said she was going to do this. Real leadership would be saying, you know what, I screwed up. We're going to go back to Donald Trump's border policies. I wish that she would do that. It would be good for all of us.
JD is good
Governor,
at this. He's really
do you
good
care
at
to
this.
respond to any of those specific allegations?
By the way, I just want to say it's a bullshit way to frame that question of separating parents from their kids. Okay, it's such a bull. I know JD can't say that, but every criminal has been separated from their kids when they commit a fucking crime and they have to pay for the crime. It's such a bullshit way to frame it. Fuck the media. Let's continue.
Including that the vice president is, quote, letting in fentanyl and using kids as drug mules, among other things regarding children.
The drug mule is not true, but I will say about this, about the fentanyl, because this is a crisis of this, the opioid crisis. And the good news on this is the last 12 months saw the largest decrease in opioid deaths in our nation's history, 30% decrease in Ohio, but there's still more work to do. But let's go back to this on immigration. Kamala Harris was the attorney general of the largest state, a border state in California. She's the only person in this race who prosecuted transnational gangs for human trafficking and drug interventions. But look, we all want to solve this. Most of us want to solve this, and that is the United States Congress. That's the Border Patrol agents. That's the Chamber of Commerce. That's most Americans out here. That's why we had the fairest and the toughest bill on immigration that this nation's seen. It was crafted by a conservative senator from Oklahoma, James Lankford. I know him. He's super conservative, but he's a man of principle, wants to get it done. Democrats and Republicans worked on this piece of legislation. The Border Patrol said, this is what we need in here. These are the experts. And the Chamber of Commerce and the Wall Street Journal said, pass this thing. Kamala Harris helped get there. 1,500 new border agents, detection for drugs, DOJ money to speed up these the adjudications on this, just what America wants. But as soon as I was getting ready to pass and actually tackle this, Donald Trump said no, told them to vote against it because it gives him a campaign issue. It gives him to, what would Donald Trump talk about if we actually did some of these things? And they need to be done by the legislature. You can't just do this through the executive branch. So look, we have the options to do this. Donald Trump had 4 years. He had 4 years to do this. And he promised you, America, how easy it would be. I'll build you a big, beautiful wall, and Mexico will pay for it. Less than 2% of that wall got built, and Mexico didn't pay a dime. But here we are again, 9 years after he came down that escalator, dehumanizing people and telling them what he was going to do. As far as the deportation plan, at one point, Senator Vance said it was so unworkable to be laughable. So that's where we're at. Pass the bill, she'll sign it.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, the question was, will you separate parents from their children, even if their kids are U.S. citizens? You have 1 minute.
Margaret, my point is that we already have massive child separations thanks to Kamala Harris's open border. And I didn't accuse Kamala Harris of inviting drug mules. I said that she enabled the Mexican drug cartels to operate freely in this country. And we know that they use children as drug mules, and it is a disgrace, and it has to stop. Look, I think what Tim said just doesn't pass the smell test. For 3 years, Kamala Harris went out bragging that she was going to undo Donald Trump's border policy. She did exactly that. We had a record number of illegal crossings. We had a record number of fentanyl coming into our country. And now that she's running for president, or a few months before, she says that somehow she got religion and cared a lot about a piece of legislation. The only thing that she did when she became the vice president, when she became the appointed border czar, was to undo 94 Donald Trump executive actions that opened the border. This problem is leading to massive problems in the United States of America. Parents who can't afford health care, schools that are overwhelmed. It's got to stop, and it will when Donald Trump is president again.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, what about our CBS News polling, which does show that a majority of Americans, more than 50%, support mass deportations?
Look, we fix this issue with a bill that is necessary. But the issue on this is what happens when you don't want to solve it.
Here we go.
You demonize
Here we
it.
go.
And we saw this. And Senator Vance, and it surprises me on this, talking about and saying, I will create stories to bring attention to this. That vilified a large number of people who were here legally in the community of Springfield. The Republican governor said, it's not true. Don't do it. There's consequences for this. There's consequences. We could come together. Senator Lankford did it. We could come together and solve this if we didn't let Donald Trump continue to make it an issue. And the consequences in Springfield were the governor had to send state law enforcement to escort kindergartners to school. I believe Senator Vance wants to solve this, but by standing with Donald Trump and not working together to find a solution, it becomes a talking point. And when it becomes a talking point like this, we dehumanize and villainize other human beings.
Tim,
Governor, Governor, your time is up. Senator, I'll give you 1 minute, but let me just ask you the question first. The governor has made the point, and I think as a sitting lawmaker, you know that Congress controls the purse strings and any funding. So you have said repeatedly that Donald Trump would, through executive action, solve this. Do you disagree that Congress controls the purse strings and would need to support many of the changes that you would actually want to implement? You have 1 minute.
Look, Margaret, first of all, the gross majority of what we need to do at the southern border is just empowering law enforcement to do their job. I've been to the southern border more than our borders are. Kamala Harris has been. And it's actually heartbreaking because the Border Patrol agents, they just want to be empowered to do their job. Of course, additional resources would help, but most of this is about the president and the vice president empowering our law enforcement to say, if you try to come across the border illegally, you've got to stay in Mexico, you've got to go back through proper channels. Now, Governor Walz brought up the community of Springfield, and he's very worried about the things that I've said in Springfield. Look, in Springfield, Ohio, and in communities all across this country, you've got schools that are overwhelmed. You've got hospitals that are overwhelmed. You have got housing that is totally unaffordable because we brought in millions of illegal immigrants to compete with Americans for scarce homes. The people that I'm most worried about in Springfield, Ohio, are the American citizens who have had their lives destroyed by Kamala Harris's open border. It is a disgrace, Tim. And I actually think, I agree with you. I think you want to solve this problem, but I don't think that Kamala Harris does.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, you have 1 minute to respond.
Yeah, well, it is law enforcement that asked for the bill. They helped craft it. They're the ones that supported it. That's because they know we need to do this. Look, this issue of continuing to bring this up, of not dealing with it, of blaming migrants for everything. On housing, we could talk a little bit about Wall Street speculators buying up housing and making them less affordable, but it becomes a blame. Look, this bill also gives the money necessary to adjudicate. I agree. It should not take 7 years for an asylum claim to be done. This bill gets it done in 90 days. Then you start to make a difference in this, and you start to adhere to what we know, American principles. I don't talk about my faith a lot, but Matthew 25:40 talks about, to the least amongst us, you do unto me. I think that's true of most Americans. They simply want order.
Such a rehearsed line right there. That was
It's
such a
supported by the
rehearsed
people who do
line.
it, and it lets us keep our dignity about how we treat other people.
Thank you, Governor. And just to clarify for our viewers, Springfield, Ohio does have a large number of Haitian migrants who have legal status, temporary protected status.
Well, Margaret, but
thank you, Senator. We have so much to get to.
Margaret, I think it's important
We're
because
going to turn now to the economy. Thank
Margaret,
you.
the rules were that you guys weren't going to fact check, and since you're fact checking me, I think it's important to say what's actually going on.
Yeah!
So there's an application called
Let's
the CBP One app, where you can go on as an illegal migrant, apply for asylum or apply for parole, and be granted legal status at the wave of a Kamala Harris open border wand. That is not a person coming in, applying for a green card and waiting for 10 years. That is the facilitation of illegal immigration, Margaret, by
Thank you, Senator, for describing the legal process. We have so much to get to, Senator.
Those laws have been on the books since 1990.
Thank you, gentlemen.
The
we want to have.
One app has not been on the books.
It's called a debate. Let them debate.
Gentlemen, the audience can't hear you because your mics are cut.
Oh my
God! So much we want to get
it's
to.
supposed
Thank
to
you
be
for
a
explaining the
fucking
legal
debate.
process. Nora.
Thank you, Margaret. The economy is a top concern for voters. Each of your campaigns has released an economic plan. So let's talk about the specifics. Governor Walz, Vice President Harris unveiled a plan that includes billions in tax credits for manufacturing, housing, and a renewed child tax credit. The Wharton School says your proposals will increase the nation's deficit by $1.2 trillion. How would you pay for that without ballooning the deficit? Governor, I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. And Kamala Harris and I do believe in the middle class because that's where we come from. We both grew up in that. We understand. So those of you out there listening tonight, you're hearing a lot of stuff back and forth, and it's good. It's healthy. That's what this is supposed to happen. You should be listening. How's this going to impact me? The bold forward plan that Kamala Harris put out there is talking about this housing issue. The one thing is there's 3 million new houses proposed under this plan with down payment assistance on the front end to get you in a house. A house is much more than just an asset to be traded somewhere. It's foundational to where you're at. And then making sure that the things you buy every day, whether they be prescription drugs or other things, that there's fairness in that. Look, the $35 insulin is a good thing, but it costs $5 to make insulin. They were charging $800 before this law went into effect. As far as the housing goes, I've seen it in Minnesota. 12% more houses in Minneapolis, prices went down on rent 4%. It's working. And then making sure tax cuts go to the middle class. $6,000 child tax credit, we have one in Minnesota, reduces childhood poverty by 1/3. We save money in the long run, and we do the right thing for families. And then getting businesses off the ground. The law as it stands right now is $5,000 tax credit for small business, increasing that to $50,000. Now, this is a philosophical difference between us. Donald Trump made a promise, and I'll give you this. He kept it. He took folks to Mar-a-Lago, said, you're rich as hell, I'm gonna give you a tax cut. He gave the tax cuts that predominantly went to the top class. What happened there was an $8 trillion increase in the national debt, the largest ever. Now he's proposing a 20% consumption or sales tax on everything we bring in. Everyone agrees, including businesses, it would be destabilizing it, it would increase inflation and potentially lead to a recession. Look, this is simple for you. Where are we going? Kamala Harris has said to do the things she wants to do, we'll just ask the wealthiest to pay their fair share. When you do that, our system works best, more people are participating in it, and folks have the things that they need.
Senator, I want to give you a moment to respond on that. But similarly, the Wharton School has done an analysis of the Trump plan and says it would increase the nation's deficit by $5.8 trillion. My question is the same for you. How do you pay for all that without ballooning the deficit? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, you're going to hear a lot from Tim Walz this evening, and you just heard it in the answer. A lot of what Kamala Harris proposes to do, and some of it, I'll be honest with you, it even sounds pretty good. Here's what you won't hear, is that Kamala Harris has already done it. Because she's been the vice president for 3.5 years. She had the opportunity to enact all of these great policies. And what she's actually done instead is drive the cost of food higher by 25%, drive the cost of housing higher by about 60%. Open the American southern border and make middle-class life unaffordable for a large number of Americans. If Kamala Harris has such great plans for how to address middle-class problems, then she ought to do them now. Not when asking for a promotion, but in the job the American people gave her 3.5 years ago. And the fact that she isn't tells you a lot about how much you can trust her actual plans. Now, Donald Trump's economic plan is not just a plan, but it's also a record. A lot of those same economists attack Donald Trump's plans, and they have PhDs, but they don't have common sense and they don't have wisdom, because Donald Trump's economic policies delivered the highest take-home pay in a generation in this country, 1.5% inflation, and to boot, peace and security all over the world. So when people say that Donald Trump's economic plan doesn't make sense, I say, look at the record. He delivered rising take-home pay for American workers. Now, Tim admirably admits that they want to undo the Trump tax cuts. But if you look at what was so different about Donald Trump's tax cuts, even from previous Republican tax cut plans, is that a lot of those resources
JD Vance is on
giving
point,
more
man.
take-home pay to middle class and working class Americans. It was passed in 2017, and you saw an American economic boom unlike we've seen in a generation in this country. That is a record that I'm proud to run on, and we're going to get back to that common sense wisdom so that you can afford to live the American dream again. I know a lot of you are struggling. I know a lot of you are worried about paying the bills. It's going to stop when Donald Trump brings back common sense to this country.
He
Governor,
is
do you want to
on
respond to that?
point.
What has Kamala Harris done for the middle class?
Tim Walz is like he has to take
day one
a
was
shit
Donald
is what
Trump's
happened.
failure on COVID that led to the collapse of our economy. We were already before COVID in a manufacturing recession, but 10 million people out of work, largest percentage since the Great Depression. 9 million jobs closed on that. That was day one. Whether it was the Infrastructure Act or other things we moved. Now, you made a question about experts, said this. I've made a note of this. Economists can't be trusted. Science can't be trusted. National security folks can't be trusted. Look, if you're going to be president, you don't have all the answers. Donald Trump believes he does. My pro tip of the day is this. If you need heart surgery, listen to the people at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota, not Donald Trump. And the same thing goes with this. And I ask you out there, teachers, nurses, truck drivers, or whatever. How is it fair that you're paying your taxes every year and Donald Trump hasn't paid any federal tax in the last 15 years?
Get the fuck out of here. Y'all
That's what's
tried
wrong with
that
the
so
system.
many times.
There's a way around it, and he's bragged about that. We're just asking for fairness in it, and that's all you want.
You have a minute.
Governor, you say trust the experts. But those
Go,
same
JD.
experts
Go,
for
JD.
40 years said that if we shipped our manufacturing base off to China, we'd get cheaper goods. They lied about that. They said if we shipped our industrial base off to other countries, to Mexico and elsewhere, it would make the middle class stronger. They were wrong about that. They were wrong about the idea that if we made America less self-reliant, less productive in our own nation, that it would somehow make us better off, and they were wrong about it. And for the first time in a generation, Donald Trump had the wisdom and the courage to say to that bipartisan consensus, we're not doing it anymore. We're bringing American manufacturing back. We're unleashing American energy. We're going to make more of our own stuff. And this isn't just an economic issue. I mean, I've got 3 beautiful little kids at home, 7, 4, and 2, and I love them very much, and I hope they're in bed right now. But look, so many of the drugs, the pharmaceuticals that we put in the bodies of our children are manufactured by nations that hate us. This has to stop. And we're not going to stop it by listening to experts. We're going to stop it by listening to common sense wisdom, which is what Donald Trump governed on.
Senator Governor Walz, can you address that? I mean, voters say they trust Donald Trump on the economy more. Why?
Well, if you're listening tonight and you want billionaires to get tax cuts, you heard what the numbers were. Look, I'm a union guy on this. I'm not a guy who wanted to ship things overseas, but I understand that, look, we produce soybeans and corn. We need to have fair trading partners. That's something that we believe in. I think the thing that most concerns me on this is Donald Trump was the guy who created the largest trade deficit in American history with China. So the rhetoric is good. Much of what the senator said right there, I'm in agreement with him on this. I watched it happen too. I watched it to my communities, and we talked about that. But we had people undercutting the right to collectively bargain. We had right to work states made it more difficult. We had companies that were willing to ship it over, and we saw people profit. Folks that are venture capital in some cases, putting money into companies that were overseas. We're in agreement that we bring those home. The issue is Donald Trump is talking about it. Kamala Harris has a record, 250,000 more manufacturing jobs just out of the IRA.
This guy's triggered.
Yes.
So appreciate that. So if you notice, what Governor Walz just did is he said, first of all, Donald Trump has to listen to the experts. And then when he acknowledged that the experts screwed up, he said, well, Donald Trump didn't do nearly as good of a job as the statistics
that's a gross generalization.
that he did. So what Tim Walz is doing, and I
Come on,
honestly,
JD.
Tim, I think you got a tough job here because you've got to play whack-a-mole. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver rising take-home pay, which of course he did. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver lower inflation, which of course he did. And then you've simultaneously got to defend Kamala Harris's atrocious economic record, which has made gas, groceries, and housing unaffordable for American citizens. I was raised by a woman who would sometimes go into medical debt so that she could put food on the table in our household. I know what it's like to not be able to afford the things that you need to afford. We can do so much better. To all of you watching, we can get back to an America that's affordable again.
Beautiful.
We just got to get back to common sense economic principles.
I hope we have a conversation on healthcare then.
Senator, Governor.
Please.
Thank you, Margaret.
We have a lot to get to ahead, gentlemen, on many topics. But right now, I want to talk about personal qualifications.
This is a
The vice president is
destruction
often the
of what-
last voice the president hears before making consequential decisions. We want to ask you about your leadership qualities. Governor Walz, you said you were in Hong Kong during the deadly Tiananmen Square protests in the spring of 1989. But Minnesota Public Radio and other media outlets are reporting that you actually didn't travel to Asia until August of that year. Can you explain that discrepancy?
Let's go.
Yeah, well, and to the folks out there who didn't get at the top of this, look, I grew up in small rural Nebraska, town of 400, town that you rode your bike with your buddies till the streetlights come on, and I'm proud of that service. I joined the National Guard at 17, worked on family farms, and then I used the GI Bill to become a teacher, passionate, a young teacher. My first year out, I got the opportunity in the summer of '89 to travel to China. 35 years ago, be able to do that. I came back home and then started a program to take young people there. We would take basketball teams, we would take baseball teams, we would take dancers, and we would go back and forth to China. The issue for that was to try and learn. Now, look, my community knows who I am. They saw where I was at. Look, I will be the first to tell you, I have poured my heart into my community. I've tried to do the best I can, but I've not been perfect. And I'm a knucklehead at times, but it's always been about that. Those same people elected me to Congress.
You're running for vice
12
president.
years.
You're not
And
supposed
in
to
Congress,
say that.
I was one of the most bipartisan people, working on things like farm bills that we got done, working on veterans benefits. And then the people of Minnesota were able to elect me to governor twice. So look, my commitment has been from the beginning to make sure that I'm there for the people, to make sure that I get this right. I will say more than anything, many times I will talk a lot. I will get caught up in the rhetoric. But being there, the impact it made, the difference it made in my life, I learned a lot about China. I hear the critiques of this. I would make the case that Donald Trump should have come on one of those trips with us. I guarantee you he wouldn't be praising Xi Jinping about COVID. And I
Oh my
guarantee you he
God,
wouldn't
this is
start
a
a trade war that he
terrible
ends up losing.
answer.
So this is about trying to understand the world. It's about trying to
JD wants
do
to
the
laugh.
best you can for your community. And then it's putting yourself out there and letting your folks understand what it
Holy
is.
shit.
My commitment, whether it be through teaching, which I was good at, or whether it was being a good soldier or was being a good member of Congress, those are the things that I think are the values that people care about.
Governor, just
What?
to follow up on that, the question was, can you explain the
No, just-
discrepancy?
All I said on this was I got there that summer and misspoke on this. So I will just, that's what I've said. So I was in Hong Kong and China during the democracy protests. And from that, I learned a lot of what needed to be in governance.
What?
Thank you, Governor. Senator Vance, in 2016,
JD
you called
didn't
your
even
running
say
mate,
anything
Donald
because
Trump,
he knew he didn't need
unfit
to.
for the nation's highest
JD
office,
is
and you said
so
he
good at
could
this.
be America's Hitler. I know you've been asked many times. and you've
JD
said
is
you
on
regret
point.
those comments and explained you then voted for Donald Trump in 2020. But the Washington Post reported new messages last week in which you also disparaged Trump's economic record while he was president, writing to someone in 2020, quote, Trump thoroughly failed to deliver his economic populism. You're now his running mate, and you've shifted many of your policy stances to align with his. If you become vice president, why should Americans trust that you will give Donald Trump the advice he needs to hear and not just the advice he wants to hear?
Knock it out of the park,
You have 2
JD.
minutes.
Go for
Well,
it.
first of all, Margaret, because I've always been open. And sometimes, of course, I've disagreed with the president, but I've also been extremely open about the fact that I was wrong about Donald Trump. I was wrong, first of all, because I believed some of the media stories that turned out to be dishonest fabrications of his record. But most importantly, Donald Trump delivered for the American people. Rising wages, rising take-home pay, an economy that worked for normal Americans, a secure southern border, a lot of things, frankly, that I didn't think he'd be able to deliver on. And yeah, when you screw up, when you misspeak, when you get something wrong and you change your mind, you ought to be honest with the American people about it. It's one of the reasons, Margaret, why I've done so many interviews is because I think it's important to actually explain to the American people where I come down on the issues and what changed. Now, you pointed out the messages from 2020. Margaret, I've been extremely consistent that I think there were a lot of things that we could have done better in the Trump administration the first round if Congress was doing its job. I strongly believe, and I've been a United States senator, that Congress is not just a high-class debating society. It's not just a forum for senators and congressmen to whine about problems. It's a forum to govern. So there were a lot of things on the border, on tariffs, for example, where I think that we could have done so much more if the Republican Congress and the Democrats in Congress had been a little bit better about how they govern the country. They were so obsessed with impeaching Donald Trump, they couldn't actually govern. And I want to talk about this tariff issue in particular, Margaret, because Tim just accused this of being a national sales tax. Look, the one thing, and you're probably surprised to hear me praising Joe Biden, but the one thing that Joe Biden did is he continued some of the Trump tariffs that protected American manufacturing jobs. And it's the one issue, the most pro-worker part of the Biden administration, it's the one issue where Kamala Harris has run away from Joe Biden's record. Think about this. If you're trying to employ slave laborers in China at $3 a day, you're going to do that and undercut the wages of American workers unless our country stands up for itself and says you're not accessing our markets unless you're paying middle-class Americans a fair wage.
Senator, your time is up.
You notice how he
Thank
answered the
you.
question?
Now to the issue
Amazing.
of reproductive rights. Governor
It's
Walz,
over.
after Roe versus
Walz
Wade
is
was
done.
overturned, you signed a bill into law that made Minnesota one of the least restrictive states in the nation when it comes to abortion. Former President Trump said in the last debate that you believe abortion, quote, in the 9th month is absolutely fine. Yes or no? Is that what you support? I'll give you 2 minutes.
That's not what the bill says, but look, this issue is what's on everyone's mind. Donald Trump put this all into motion. He brags about how great it was that he put the judges in and overturned Roe versus Wade. 52 years.
Man, this dude is rattled.
And then he tells us, oh, we send it to the states.
This
It's a
dude is
beautiful thing.
rattled.
Amanda Zaworski would disagree with you on it's a beautiful thing. A young bride in Texas waiting for their child at 18 weeks. She has a complication, a tear in the membrane. She needs to go in. The medical care at that point needs to be decided by the doctor. And that would have been an abortion. But in Texas, that would have put them in legal jeopardy. She went home, got sepsis, nearly dies, and now she may have difficulty having children. Or in Kentucky, Hadley Duvall, a 12-year-old child raped and impregnated by her stepfather. Those are horrific. Now, when God asked about that, Senator Vance said 2 wrongs don't make a right. There is no right in this. So in Minnesota, what we did was restore Roe versus Wade. We made sure that we put women in charge of their health care. But look, this is not where, if you don't know Amanda or a Hadley, you soon will. Their Project 2025 is going to have a register of pregnancies. It's going to make it more difficult, if not impossible, to get contraception.
Holy shit.
And limit access, if not eliminate access to infertility treatments. For so many of you out there listening, me included, infertility treatments are why I have a child. That's nobody else's business, but those things are being proposed. And the catch-all on this is, well, the states will decide what's right for Texas might not be right for Washington. That's not how this works. This is basic human right. We have seen maternal mortality skyrocket in Texas, outpacing many other countries in the world. This is about healthcare. In Minnesota, we are ranked first in healthcare for a reason. We trust women, we trust doctors.
Senator, do you want to respond to the governor's claim? Will you create a federal pregnancy monitoring agency?
No, Nora, certainly we won't. And I want to talk about this issue because I know a lot of Americans care about it, and I know a lot of Americans don't agree with everything that I've ever said on this topic. And, you know, I grew up in a working class family in a neighborhood where I knew a lot of young women who had unplanned pregnancies and decided to terminate those pregnancies because they feel like they didn't have any other options. And, you know, one of them is actually very dear to me. And I know she's watching tonight, and I love you. And she told me something a couple years ago that she felt like if she hadn't had that abortion, that it would have destroyed her life because she was in an abusive relationship. And I think that what I take from that as a Republican who proudly wants to protect innocent life in this country, who proudly wants to protect the vulnerable, is that my party, we've got to do so much better of a job at earning the American people's trust back on this issue where they frankly just don't trust us. And I think that's one of the things that Donald Trump and I are endeavoring to do. I want us as a Republican Party to be pro-family in the fullest sense of the word. I want us to support fertility treatments. I want us to make it easier for moms to afford to have babies. I want it to make it easier for young families to afford a home so they can afford a place to raise that family. And I think there's so much that we can do on the public policy front just to give women more options. Now, of course, Donald Trump has been very clear that on the abortion policy specifically, that we have a big country and it's diverse. And California has a different viewpoint on this than Georgia. Georgia has a different viewpoint from Arizona. And the proper way to handle this, as messy as democracy sometimes is to let voters make these decisions, let the individual states make their abortion policy. And I think that's what makes the most sense in a very big, a very diverse, and let's be honest, sometimes a very, very messy and divided country.
Tim Walz is getting cooked on social media right now. It's bad.
The question got asked.
It's
Donald
bad.
Trump made the accusation that wasn't true about Minnesota. Well, let me tell you about this idea that there's diverse states. There's a young woman named Amber Thurman. She happened to be in Georgia, a restrictive state. Because of that, she had to travel a long distance to North Carolina to try and get her care. Amber Thurman died in that journey back and forth. The fact of the matter is, how can we as a nation say that your life and your rights, as basic as the right to control your own body, is determined on geography? There's a very real chance had Amber Thurman lived in Minnesota, she would be alive today. That's why the restoration of Roe versus Wade. When you listen to Vice President Harris talk about this subject and you hear me talk about it, you hear us talking exactly the same. Donald Trump is trying to figure out how to get the political right of this. I agree with a lot of what Senator Vance said about what's happening. His running mate, though, does not, and that's the problem.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, let me ask you about that. He
Sure.
mentioned, it was, I think, referring to a national ban. In the past, you have supported a federal ban on abortion after 15 weeks. In fact, you said if someone can't support legislation like that, quote, you are making the United States the most barbaric pro-abortion regime anywhere in the entire world. My question is, why have you changed your position?
Well, Nora, first of all, I never supported a national ban. I did when I was running for Senate in 2022 talk about setting some minimum national standard. For example, we have a partial birth abortion ban in place in this country at the federal level. I don't think anybody's trying to get rid of that, or at least I hope not, though I know that Democrats have taken a very radical pro-abortion stance. But Nora, one of the things that changed is in the state of Ohio, we had a referendum in 2023, and the people of Ohio voted overwhelmingly, by the way, against my position. And I think that what I learned from that, Nora, is that we've got to do a better job at winning back people's trust. So many young women would love to have families. So many young women also see an unplanned pregnancy as something that's going to destroy their livelihood, destroy their education, destroy their relationships. And we have got to earn people's trust back. And that's why Donald Trump and I are committed to pursuing pro-family policies, making childcare more accessible, making fertility treatments more accessible, because we've got to do a better job at that. And that's what real leadership is.
Governor, your response.
I'm going to respond on the pro-abortion piece of that. No, we're not. We're pro-women. We're pro-freedom to make your own choice.
What is a woman?
We know what the implications are to not be that. Women having miscarriages, women not getting the care, physicians feeling like they may be prosecuted for providing that care. And as far as making sure that we're educating our children and giving them options, Minnesota's a state with one of the lowest teen pregnancy rates. We understand that too. We know that the options need to be available, and we make that true. We also make it, we're a top 3 state for the best place to raise children. But these two things, to try and say that we're pro-children, but we don't like this, or you guys are pro-abortion, that's not the case at all. We are pro-freedoms for women to make their choices, and we're going, and Kamala Harris is making the case, to make options for children more affordable, a $6,000 child tax credit, but we're not going to base that on the backs of making someone like Amber Thurman drive 600 miles to try and get health care.
Senator.
May I respond to that? First of all, Governor, I agree with you. Amber Thurman should still be alive, and there are a lot of people who should still be alive, and I certainly wish that she was. And maybe you're free to disagree with me on this and explain this to me, but as I read the Minnesota law that you signed into law, the statute that you signed into law, it says that a doctor who presides over an abortion where the baby survives, the doctor is under no obligation to provide life-saving care to a baby who survives a botched late-term abortion. That is, I think,
That's
whether
not
you're
true.
pro-choice or pro-abortion, that is fundamentally barbaric. And that's why I use that word, Nora, is because some of what we've seen, do you want to force Catholic hospitals to perform abortions against their will? Because Kamala Harris has supported suing Catholic nuns to violate their freedom of conscience. We can be a big and diverse country where we respect people's freedom of conscience and make the country more pro-baby and pro-family. But please.
Yes, Governor, please respond.
Look, this is one where there's always something there. This is a very simple proposition. These are women's decisions to make about their healthcare decisions, and the physicians who know best when they need to do this. Trying to distort the way a law is written to try and make a point, that's not it at all.
What was I wrong about, Governor? Please tell me, what was I wrong about?
That is not the way the law is written.
Come on, JD, get him.
I've given this advice on a lot of things, that getting involved, that's been misread, and it was fact-checked at the last debate. But the point on this is there's a continuation of these guys to try and tell women or to get involved. I use this line on this, just mind your own business on this. Things worked best when Roe versus Wade was in place. When we do a restoration of Roe, that works best. That doesn't preclude us from increasing funding for children. It doesn't increase us from making sure that once that child's born, like in Minnesota, they get meals, they get early childhood education, they get health care. So the hiding behind we're going to do all these other things when you're not proposing them in your budget, Kamala Harris is proposing them. She's proposing all those things to make life easier for families.
I asked a specific question, Governor. You gave me a slogan as a response.
It's not the case. It's not true. That's not what the law says. So they fact-checked it with President Trump.
Gentlemen, there's a lot to discuss. We have to move on, and we're going to be right back with much more of the CBS News vice presidential debate in just a moment.
JD Vance is absolutely crushing it right now. I mean, he is crushing it. This is a beatdown beyond belief that I'm witnessing right now. And this is a clinic. This is a clinic that he's putting on. And I've just got a couple of things I'm going to show you guys while we're at a commercial break, because social media is going crazy right now. So we've got this right here. This is how the debate's going.
Governor Walz, you blame Donald Trump. Who has been the vice president for the last 3.5 years? And the answer is you're running mate, not mine. Governor Walz, you blame.
It's so good. It's so good. Here's the debate summed up right here. And then this was my favorite one. This is my favorite one. I'm Tim Walz. I'm nervously shaking on live television. That has got to be my favorite one right there. That is absolutely fantastic. That's the best one. Holy crap. And then we got this one right here. Right here. Hodge Twin says JD Vance is the redneck Vivek. Oh my goodness. Tim Walz is getting absolutely crushed right now on social media. It is glorious to see. It is glorious to witness. I am loving every bit of the reaction right now. Hayden Wade for 50 says Vance is killing it, and Timmy Boy looks like an absolute moron to anyone who knows anything. They are trying to get the buzzwords, and the people who don't pay attention to fall into the Harris camp. They're doing a terrible job. Most of the time, and I 100% agree with you, Hayden, most of the time the vice presidential debate really doesn't matter. It absolutely matters right now. It matters so much. And you know, I had my doubts. Thank you, Harley Dave. Trust JD. I had my doubts about JD Vance, mainly because of a lot of the stuff that, you know, that he had said previously about Donald Trump. I didn't know much about JD Vance. Thank you, No One, for the 5 gifted memberships. But one thing that has been absolutely certain is that JD Vance, and I obviously I don't mean this as a negative towards Donald Trump, because there's nobody that can out-Trump Trump, because he is a special individual. He's got a charisma that is second to none. But JD Vance is able to articulate Donald Trump's positions to people that might not like Donald Trump and the way that he delivers his messaging. JD Vance delivers Donald Trump's messaging better than Donald Trump to people that might be turned off by Donald Trump. Does that make sense? He's fantastic at it. The dude is sharp. He's smart. He's articulate. He's calm. He's cool. He's collected, and he is on point. And he is showing you right here in front of Tim Walz, who just looks. Tim Walz have you ever been in that situation where you're like, I've got to be at work, but my stomach is rumbling, man. I got to take a big poop, but I got to hang. That's what Tim Walz looks like all the time. Tim Walz always looks like he has to take a giant shit, and he's in a very uncomfortable position. That's what he looks like here during the debate. It's very awkward. It's very strange. And you've got JD Vance sitting there looking like a dude in charge and ready to make decisions and not, knocked off by anything. He just handles everything. This is a bad night for the Harris campaign. This is a very bad night for them. So here we go.
Welcome back to the CBS News Vice Presidential Debate. We want to turn now to America's gun violence epidemic. The leading cause of death for children and teens in America is by firearms. Senator Vance, you oppose most gun legislation that Democrats claim would curb gun violence. You oppose red flag gun laws and legislation to ban certain semi-automatic rifles, including AR-15s. So let me ask you, earlier this year, for the first time, the parents of a school shooter were convicted of involuntary manslaughter and sentenced to 10 years in prison. Do you think holding parents responsible could curb mass shootings? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, Nora, on that particular case, I don't know the full details, but I certainly trust local law enforcement and local authorities to make those decisions. I think in some cases the answer is going to be yes, and in some cases the answer is going to be no. And the details really matter here, of course. For example, if a kid steals a gun, that's going to be different than if a parent hands over a gun knowing that their kid is potentially dangerous. But look, I want to just sort of speak as a father of 3 beautiful little kids, and our oldest is now in 2nd grade. And like a lot of parents, we send our kids to school with such hope and such joy and such pride at their little faces on the first day of school. And we know, unfortunately, that a lot of kids are going to experience this terrible epidemic of gun violence. And of course, our hearts go out to the families that are affected by this terrible stuff. And we do have to do better. And I think that Governor Walz and I actually probably agree that we need to do better on this. The question is just, how do we actually do it? Now, here's something that really bothers me and worries me about this epidemic of violence. The gross majority, close to 90% in some of the statistics I've seen, of the gun violence in this country is committed with illegally obtained firearms. And while we're on that topic, we know that thanks to Kamala Harris's open border, we've seen a massive influx in the number of illegal guns run by the Mexican drug cartels. So that number, the amount of illegal guns in our country is higher today than it was 3.5 years ago. But what do we do about the schools? What do we do to protect our kids? And I think the answer is, and I say this not loving the answer, because I don't want my kids to go to school in a school that feels unsafe or where there are visible signs of security. But I unfortunately think that we have to increase security in our schools. We have to make the doors lock better. We have to make the doors stronger. We've got to make the windows stronger. And of course, we've got to increase school resource officers, because the idea that we can magically wave a wand and take guns out of the hands of bad guys, it just doesn't fit with recent experience. So we've got to make our schools safer. And I think we've got to have some common sense bipartisan solutions for how to do that.
Governor, you have 2 minutes.
Well, I think all the parents watching tonight, this is your biggest nightmare. Look, I got a 17-year-old, and he witnessed a shooting at a community center playing volleyball. Those things don't leave you. As a member of Congress, I sat in my office surrounded by dozens of the Sandy Hook parents, and they were looking at my 7-year-old picture on the wall. Their 7-year-old were dead, and they were asking us to do something. And look, I'm a hunter. I own firearms. The vice president is. We understand that the Second Amendment is there, but our first responsibility is to our kids to figure this out. In Minnesota, we've enacted enhanced red flag laws, enhanced background checks, and we can start to get data. But here's the problem. If we really want to solve this, we've got folks that won't allow research to be even done on gun violence. And this idea that we should just live with it, and here's what I do think, that this is a good start to the conversation. I 100% believe that Senator Vance hates it when these kids, it's abhorrent and it breaks your heart. I agree with that. But that's not far enough when we know there are things that work. I've spent time in Finland and seen some Finnish schools. They don't have this happen, even though they have a high gun ownership rate in the country. There are reasonable things that we can do to make a difference. It's not infringing on your Second Amendment. And the idea to have some of these weapons out there, it just doesn't make any sense. Kamala Harris, as an attorney general, worked on this issue. She knows that it's there. No one's trying to
I was wondering if I'd heard that right. Was that him making that goal
out there?
That was weird.
Do you want your schools hardened to look like a fort? Is that what we have to go? When we know there's countries around the world that their children aren't practicing these types of drills. They're being kids. We owe it to them to get a fix. These are things that shouldn't be that difficult. You can still keep your firearms, and we can make a difference. We have to. If you're listening tonight, this breaks your heart.
Senator.
Tim, first of all, I didn't know that your 17-year-old witnessed a shooting. I'm sorry about that, and I hope that he's doing okay. Christ have mercy. It is awful. And I appreciate what Tim said actually about Finland, because I do think it illustrates some of the frankly weird differences between our own country's gun violence problem and Finland. Is okay, first of all, we have way higher rates of mental health abuse or mental health substance abuse. We have way higher rates of depression, way higher rates of anxiety. We unfortunately have a mental health crisis in this country that I really do think that we need to get to the root causes of, because I don't think it's the whole reason why we have such a bad gun violence problem, but I do think it's a big piece of it. Another driver of the gun violence epidemic, especially that affecting our kids, it doesn't earn as many headlines, but is the terrible gun violence problem in a lot of our big cities. And this is why we have to empower law enforcement to arrest the bad guys, put them away, and take take gun offenders off the streets. I think there's a whole host of things that we can do here, but I do think at our schools, we've got to talk about more security.
Senator, thank you. Governor, you previously opposed an assault weapons ban, but only later in your political career did you change your position. Why?
Yeah, I sat in that office with those Sandy Hook parents. I've become friends with school shooters. I've seen it. Look, the NRA, I was an NRA guy for a long time. They used to teach gun safety.
It was.
I'm of an age where my shotgun was in my car so I could pheasant hunt after football practice. That's not where we live today. And several things I want to mention on this is talking about cities and where it's at. The number one where the most firearm deaths happen in Minnesota are rural suicides. And we have an epidemic of children getting guns and shooting themselves. And so we have, and we should look at all of the issues, making sure folks have health care and all that, but I want to be very careful. This idea of stigmatizing mental health, just because you have a mental health issue doesn't mean you're violent. And I think what we end up doing is we start looking for a scapegoat. Sometimes it just is the guns. It's just the guns, and there are things that you can do about it. But I do think that this is one, and I think this is a healthy conversation. I think there's a capacity to find solutions on this that work, protect Second Amendment, protect our children. That's our
What a
priority.
fucking
Gentlemen, thank you,
terrible thing to
Thank you,
say. Oh my God.
Let's turn now to the top contributor to inflation, the high cost of housing and rent. There's a shortage of more than 4 million homes in the United States, and that contributes to the high housing prices. Governor Walz, the Harris campaign promises a $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers and a $10,000 tax credit. They also promise to build 3 million new homes. Where are you building these homes, and won't handing out that kind of money just drive up prices higher?
No, it's not handing out. We have, first, let me say this issue of housing, and I think those of you listening on this, the problem we've had is that we've got a lot of folks that see housing as another commodity. It can be bought up, it can be shifted, it can be moved around. Those are not folks living in those houses. Those of you listening tonight, that house is a big deal. I bought and owned one house in my life. My mom still lives in the house where I was. And when I think of a house, I'm thinking of Christmas services after midnight mass where you go with your family. We need to make it more affordable. And one of the things, as I said, this program that the vice president is pushing forward and bringing a new way of approaching this is something we're doing in Minnesota from that lead. We in the state invested in making sure our housing was the biggest investment that we'd ever made in housing. It starts to make it easier. We cut some of the red tape. Local folks, look, we can't do it at the federal level, but local folks make it easier to build those homes. And then that down payment assistance. I can tell all of you out there, certainly for me, using the GI Bill was one thing, but a veteran's home loan, the big thing about a veteran's home loan is you don't have to pay the down payment. Those are things that make it there. Now, look, you're going to pay it back and you're going to pay your mortgage. Those are things that we know in the long run, the appreciated value, the generational wealth that's created from it. And I will give Minneapolis an example. Minneapolis is the one city where we've seen the lowest inflation rates. We've seen a 12% increase in stock because we've put some of these things in, and we're implementing a state program to make sure we give some of that down payment assistance. We get it back from people because here's what we know. People with stable housing end up with stable jobs. People with stable housing have their kids able to get to school. All of those things in the long run end up saving our money. And that's the thing that I think we should be able to find some common ground in, but we can't blame immigrants for the only reason. That's not the case that's happening in many cities. The fact of the matter is that we don't have enough naturally affordable housing, but we can make sure that the government's there to help kickstart it, create that base.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, as far as your campaign's position, the promise is to seize federal lands to build homes, remove regulation, provide tax breaks, and cut back on immigration, which you say pushes up prices. Where are you going to build all the new homes you're promising? And what part of any of this plan will provide immediate relief? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Tim just said something that I agree with. We don't want to blame immigrants for higher housing prices, but we do want to blame Kamala Harris for letting in millions of illegal aliens into this country, which does drive up costs, Tim. 25 million illegal aliens competing with Americans for scarce homes is one of the most significant drivers of home prices in the country. It's why we have massive increases in home prices that have happened right alongside massive increases in illegal alien populations under Kamala Harris's leadership. Now, Tim just mentioned a bunch of ideas. Now, some of those ideas I actually think are halfway decent, and some of them I disagree with. But the most important thing here is Kamala Harris is not running as a newcomer to politics. She is the sitting vice president. If she wants to enact all of these policies to make housing more affordable, I invite her to use the office that the American people already gave her, not sit around and campaign and do nothing while Americans find the American dream of homeownership completely unaffordable. Now, you asked, Margaret, what would immediately change the equation for American citizens? If you lower energy prices, as Donald Trump says, drill, baby, drill, one of the biggest drivers of housing costs aside from illegal immigration is, think about it. If a truck driver is paying 40% more for diesel, then the lumber he's delivering to the job site to build the house is also going to become a lot more expensive. If we open up American energy, you will get immediate pricing relief for American citizens, not, by the way, just in housing, but in a whole host of other economic goods too.
Senator Vance, you still have
This man is
23
way too
seconds
good.
there. Do you want to answer?
Can I have it?
Where, yeah, Governor, we will get to you in a moment. But Senator,
He is too
where are you
good
going to
at
seize the
this.
federal lands? Can you clarify?
Well, what Donald Trump has said is we have a lot of federal lands that aren't being used for anything. They're not being used for national park. They're not being used, and they could be places where we build a lot of housing. And I do think that we should be opening up building in this country. We have a lot of land that could be used. We have a lot of Americans that need homes. We should be kicking out illegal immigrants who are competing for those homes, and we should be building more homes for the American citizens who deserve to be here.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, I do want to let you respond to the allegation that the vice president is letting in.
Thank you, Harley Dave.
Of course, that's not
migrants,
true. And again,
that
you
it's
have the
affecting
facts. I
housing
guess we
prices.
agreed not to fact check. I'll check it. That, look, crossings are down compared to when Donald Trump left office. But it's, again, blaming and not trying to find the solution. I was going to ask
look
you
at
on
your
this
note?
question, are we going to drill and build houses in the same federal land? And I think when people hear federal lands, these are really important pieces of land. Now, Minnesota doesn't have a lot of federal lands. I know in the western part of the country we do. There's not a lot of federal lands in and around Minneapolis, for example. So the issue is I don't understand the federal lands issue unless we see this, and I worry about this as someone who cares deeply about our national parks and our federal lands. Look, Minnesota, we protect these things. We've got about 20% of the world's fresh water. These lands protect. They're there for a reason. They belong to all of us. But again, this is when you view housing and you view these things as commodities. Like, there's a chance to make money here. Let's take this federal land and let's sell it to people for that. I think there's better ways to do this. We've seen it in Minnesota. We're able to refurbish some of these houses. We're able to make some investments. That gets people in. And I'm still on the fact on this. Economists, Senator Vance, you said you don't like the economists. Which economists are saying that it is immigrants that's adding to the cost?
Governor,
Where's the
your
study?
time is up. But Senator, on that point, I'd like for you to clarify. There are many contributing factors to high housing costs. What evidence do you have that migrants are part of this problem?
Well, there's a Federal Reserve study that we're happy to share after the debate. We'll put it up on social media, actually, that really drills down on the connection between increased levels of migration,
This man
especially
is so
illegal
good.
immigration,
He's
and
so
higher
good.
housing prices. Now, of course, Margaret, that's not the entire driver of higher housing prices. It's also the regulatory regime of Kamala Harris. Look, we are a country of builders. We're a country of doers. We're a country of explorers. But we increasingly have a federal administration that makes it harder to develop our resources, makes it harder to build things, and wants to throw people in jail for not doing everything exactly as Kamala Harris says they have to do. And what that means is that you have a lot of people who would love to build homes who aren't able to build homes. I actually agree with Tim Walz. We should get out of this idea of housing as a commodity. But the thing that has most turned housing into a commodity is giving it away to millions upon millions of people who have no legal right to be here.
What are the federal regulations? I deal with this as a governor.
You can very quickly reply.
I'm sorry. I get this as a governor, and I don't necessarily disagree with that in some cases, many of those are local. Many of them are state. I don't know which ones are federal, but I think whenever we talk regulations, people think they can get rid of them. I think you want to be able to get out of your house in a fire. I think you want to make sure that it's fireproof and those types of things. So which are the regulations? Because the vice president's not responsible for those. Congress writes those.
Governor, thank you. Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to. You're passionate about the housing crisis, I can tell. But Nora?
Thank you. One of the top problems facing Americans is the high cost of health care. Senator Vance, at the last presidential debate, former President Trump was asked about replacing the Affordable Care Act. In response, he said, I have concepts of a plan. Since then, Senator, you've talked about changing how chronically ill Americans get health insurance. Can you explain how that would work? And can you guarantee that Americans with pre-existing conditions won't pay more? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, of course, we're going to cover Americans with pre-existing conditions. In fact, a lot of my family members have gotten health care. I believe, members of my family actually got private health insurance, at least for the first time, switched off of Medicaid onto private insurance for the first time under Donald Trump's leadership. And I think that, a lot of people have criticized this concepts of a plan remark. I think it's very simple common sense. I think as Tim Walz knows from 12 years in Congress, you're not going to propose a 900-page bill standing on a debate stage. It would bore everybody to tears, and it wouldn't actually mean anything because part of this is the give and take of bipartisan negotiation. Now, when Donald Trump was actually president, and again, he has a record to be proud of, prescription drugs fell in 2018 for the first time in a very long time. Under Kamala Harris's leadership, prescription drugs are up about 7%. Under Donald Trump's entire 4 years, they were up about 1.5%. He introduced pricing transparency. Think about healthcare. You go into a hospital, you try to buy something, and nobody knows what it actually costs. That price transparency will actually give American consumers a little bit more choice and will also drive down costs. And we talked about, the reinsurance regulations is what I was talking about. Look, Donald Trump has said that if we allow states to experiment a little bit on how to cover both the chronically ill but the non-chronically ill, it's not just a plan. He actually implemented some of these regulations when he was president of the United States. And I think you can make a really good argument that it salvaged Obamacare, which was doing disastrously until Donald Trump came along. And I think it's an important point about President Trump. Of course, you don't have to agree with everything that President Trump has ever said or ever done. But when Obamacare was crushing under the weight of its own regulatory burden and healthcare costs, Donald Trump could have destroyed the program. Instead, he worked in a bipartisan way to ensure that Americans had access to affordable care. It's not perfect, of course, and there's so much more that we can do, but I think that Donald Trump has earned the right to put in place some better healthcare policies. He's earned it because he did it successfully the first time.
Governor?
All right, here's where being an old guy gives you some history. I was there at the creation of the ACA. And the reason it was so important is I come from a major healthcare state, home of the Mayo Clinic, home to Medical Alley, 3M, Medtronic, all of those. We understand healthcare. It's why we're ranked first on affordability and accessibility and quality of healthcare. And so what I know is under Kamala Harris, more people are covered than they have before. And those of you listening, this is critical to you. Now, Donald Trump all of a sudden wants to go back and remember this. He ran on the first thing he was going to do on day one was to repeal Obamacare. On day one, he tried to sign an executive order to repeal the ACA. He signed on to a lawsuit to repeal the ACA, but lost at the Supreme Court. And he would have repealed the ACA had it not been for the courage of John McCain to save that bill. Now, fast forward, what that means to you is you lose your pre-existing conditions. If you're sitting at home and you got asthma, too bad. If you're a woman, probably not. Broke your foot during football, might kick you out. Your kids get kicked out when they're 26. Kamala Harris negotiated drug prices for the first time with Medicare.
Kamala Harris?
Drugs that will come online, the most common ones that'll be there. But look, this issue, and when Donald Trump said, I've got a concept of a plan, it cracked me up as a fourth grade teacher because my kids would have never given me that. But what Senator Vance just explained might be worse than a concept, because what he explained is pre-Obamacare. And I'll make this as simple as possible because I have done this for a long time. What they're saying is, if you're healthy, why should you be paying more? So what they're going to do is let insurance companies pick who they insure, because guess what happens? You pay your premium, it's not much. They figure they're not going to have to pay out to you. But those of you a little older, gray, got cancer, you're going to get kicked out of it. That's why the system didn't work. Kamala Harris will protect and enhance the ACA.
Governor, thank you. Senator, you have not yet explained how you would protect people with pre-existing conditions or laid out that plan.
Well, look, we currently have laws and regulations in place right now that protect people with pre-existing conditions. We want to keep those regulations in place, but we also want to make the health insurance marketplace function a little bit better. Now, what Governor Walz just said is actually not true. A lot of what happened, and the reason that Obamacare was crushing under its own weight, is that a lot of young and healthy people were leaving the exchanges. Donald Trump actually helped address that problem. And he did so in a way that preserved people's access to coverage who had pre-existing conditions. But again, something that these guys do is they make a lot of claims about if Donald Trump becomes president, all of these terrible consequences are going to ensue. But in reality, Donald Trump was president. Inflation was low. Take-home pay was higher, and he saved the very program from a Democratic administration that was collapsing and would have collapsed absent his leadership. He did his job, which is govern in a bipartisan way and get results, not just complain about problems, but actually solve them.
Governor, did enrollment under the Affordable Care Act go up under the Trump administration?
It's higher now that we've seen it go up. Look, people are using it. The system works. And the question about this of young people or whatever, that's the individual mandate piece of this. And Republicans fought tooth and nail saying, well, Americans should be free to do this. Well, then what happens is— So you
think the individual mandate's a good idea?
You shrink. I think the idea of making sure the risk pool is broad enough to cover everyone, that's the only way insurance works. When it doesn't, it collapses. You are asking pre-ACA where we get people out. Look, people know that they need to be on health care. People expect it to be there. And when we are able to make it, and we are making it this way, when we incentivize people to be in the market, when we help people who might not be able to afford it get there, and we make sure then when you get sick and old, it's there for you. Because I heard people say, well, I don't want to buy into Medicare or whatever. Good luck buying health care once you get past 70. So look, the ACA works. We can continue to do better. Kamala Harris did that. The way she made everything better was negotiating those 10 drugs on Medicare for the first time in American history.
Thank you. Margaret.
Can I address that?
I apologize. We're out of time. We have a number of subjects to discuss. Margaret.
Let's talk about families in America. There is a child care crisis in this country, and the United States is one of the very few developed countries in the world without a national paid leave program for new parents. Governor Walz, you said that if Democrats win both the White House and Congress, this is a day one priority for you. How long should employers be required to pay workers while they are home taking care of their newborns? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, that's negotiable, and that's what Congress worked. But here's what the deal is. Americans sitting out there right now, you may work for a big company. Look, we're home in Minnesota to some of the largest Fortune 500 companies. Kamala Harris knows that in California. Those companies provide paid family medical leave. One is, I think they're moral and they think it's a good thing, but it also keeps their employees healthy. We in Minnesota passed a paid family medical leave. You have a child, and I had to go back to work 5 days after my kids were born. This allows you to stay home a certain amount of time. What we know is that gets the child off to a better start. The family works better. We stay in their employers. We get more consistency in that. So Kamala Harris has made it a priority. We implemented it in Minnesota and we see growth. That's how you become a pro-business state. But the negotiations on it, and here's the issue. Those big companies are able to offer it. Those of you out there who don't have it, just imagine what happens if you get cancer or your child gets sick. We know what happens. You end up staying home. In some cases, that means no paycheck because you've got no protection on that. This is the case of an economy that Donald Trump has set for the wealthiest amongst us. He's willing to give those tax breaks to the wealthiest. He's willing to say, bust those unions up, do whatever. What we're saying is the economy works best when it works for all of us. And so a paid family medical leave program, and I will tell you, go to the families or go to the businesses and ask them. As far as childcare on this, you have to take it at both the supply and the demand side. You can't expect the most important people in our lives to take either our children or our parents to get paid the least amount of money. And we have to make it easier for folks to be able to get into that business and then to make sure that folks are able to pay for that. We were able to do it in Minnesota, and I'm still telling you this. We were listed as the best state. We're still in crisis on this. A federal program of paid family medical leave and help with this will enhance our workforce, enhance our families, and make it easier to have the children that you want.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, do you support a national paid leave program? And if so, for how long should employers be mandated to pay their employees while they are home taking care of their newborn? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, first of all, Margaret, a number of my Republican colleagues and some Democrats, too, have worked on this issue. And I think there is a bipartisan solution here because a lot of us care about this issue. I mean, look, I speak from this very personally because I'm married to a beautiful woman who is an incredible mother to our 3 beautiful kids, but is also a very, very brilliant corporate litigator. And I'm so proud of her. But being a working mom, even for somebody with all of the advantages of my wife, is extraordinarily difficult. And it's not just difficult from a policy perspective. She actually had access to paid family leave because she worked for a bigger company, but the cultural pressure on young families and especially young women, I think makes it really hard for people to choose the family model they want. A lot of young women would like to go back to work immediately. Some would like to spend a little time home with the kids. Some would like to spend longer at home with the kids. We should have a family care model that makes choice possible. And I think this is a very important substantive difference between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's approach. I mean, look, if you look at the federal programs that we have that support paid family leave right now, the Community Development Block Grant, and there's another block grant program that spends a lot of money from the federal government. These programs only go to one kind of childcare model. Let's say you'd like your church maybe to help you out with childcare. Maybe you live in a rural area or an urban area and you'd like to get together with families in your neighborhood to provide childcare in the way that makes the most sense. You don't get access to any of these federal monies. We want to promote choice in how we deliver family care and how we promote childcare, because look, it is unacceptable. And, you know, of course, Tim and I have been on the campaign trail a lot the past 7 or 8 weeks. And one of the biggest complaints I hear from young families is people who feel like they don't have options, like they're choosing between going to work or taking care for their kids. That is an incredible burden to put on American families. We're the only country that does it. I think we could do a heck of a lot better.
Senator, thank you. You have also said, Senator Vance, many things about the American family. The Federal Reserve says parents will spend nearly as much on childcare as they do on housing each month. So I want to get your thoughts on this. President Trump recently said, as much as childcare is talked about as being expensive, it's relatively speaking not very expensive compared to the kinds of numbers we'll be taking in. Is President Trump committed to the $5,000 per child tax credit that you have described? You have 1 minute.
Well, what President Trump said, Margaret, I just want to defend my running mate here a little bit, is that we're going to be taking in a lot of money by penalizing companies for shipping jobs overseas and penalizing countries who employ slave laborers and then ship their products back into our country and undercut the wages of American workers. It's the heart of the Donald Trump economic plan. Cut taxes for American workers and American families, cut taxes for businesses that are hiring and building companies in the United States of America, but penalize companies and countries that are shipping jobs overseas. That's the heart of the economic proposal. And I think what President Trump is saying is that when we bring in this additional revenue with higher economic growth, we're going to be able to provide paid family leave, childcare options that are viable and workable for a lot of American families.
Can you clarify how that will solve the childcare shortage?
Well, because as Tim said, a lot of the childcare shortage is we just don't have enough
The fact that
resources
they're
going into
making
the
him
multiple
answer this is
people who
bullshit.
could be providing family care options. And we're going to have to, unfortunately, look, we're going to have to spend more money. We're going to have to induce more people to want to provide childcare options for American families, because the reason it's so expensive right now is because you've got way too few people providing this very essential service.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, your ticket also has some child care tax credit proposals. Do you think Congress will agree to the $6,000 credit for newborns and $3,000
Harley,
credit
Dave,
for
you
children
still
over
here?
the age of 6, as your campaign has promised? Is that realistic?
Well, if these members of Congress are listening to anybody, I can tell you, and this is the biggest issue. Everybody listening tonight knows. I mean, I'm sure they were shocked to hear it's not that expensive. And let's be clear, whether it's 5,000 or 6,000, that pays you about 3 or 4 months. Let's be clear of where we're at on this. It's because we got out of an imbalance on this. We thought we were going to get by not paying people. I don't think Senator Vance and I are that far apart. I'm not opposed to what he's talking about on options. We've done scholarship types of things. I think we need to be open to making the case. But the issue here is, the question you asked is, you're not going to pay for it with these tariffs. That's just adding another $4,000 on the family and taking less. So not only do they not get the money to pay for that, they're $4,000 in the hole. That's Wharton School. That's his alma mater. And so I think the issue here is, if those members of Congress, I can't believe they're not. When I go to businesses, sure, they'll talk about taxes sometime, but they will lead with childcare and they will lead with housing, because we know the problem is, especially in a state like Minnesota, we need more workers because our economy is growing, but we need the workforce.
Governor, thank you. We need to move on. Nora?
Let's talk about the state of democracy, the top issue for Americans after the economy and inflation. After the 2020 election, President Trump's campaign and others filed 62 lawsuits contesting the results. Judges, including those appointed by President Trump and other Republican presidents, looked at the evidence and said
Here
there
we
was
go.
no
Here we
widespread fraud.
fucking go.
The governors of every state in the nation, Republicans and Democrats, certified the 2020 election results and sent a legal slate of electors to Congress for January 6th. Senator Vance, you have said you would not have certified the last presidential election and would have asked the states to submit alternative electors. That has been called unconstitutional and illegal. Would you again seek to challenge this year's election results, even if
This is a
every
trap. I see you,
governor
Valiant. I'll get you in
certifies
just a
the
minute, brother.
results? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, Nora, first of all, I think that we're focused on the future. We need to figure out how to solve the inflation crisis caused by Kamala Harris's policies,
Perfect.
make housing affordable, make groceries affordable, and that's what we're focused on. But I want to answer your question because you did ask it. Look, what President Trump has said is that there were problems in 2020, and my own belief is that we should fight about those issues, debate those issues peacefully in the public square, and that's all I've said, and that's all that Donald Trump has said. Remember, he said that on January the 6th, the protesters ought to protest peacefully. And on January the 20th, what happened? Joe Biden became the president. Donald Trump left the White House. And now, of course, unfortunately, we have all of the negative policies that have come from the Harris-Biden administration. I believe that we actually do have a threat to democracy in this country, but unfortunately, it's not the threat to democracy that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz want to talk about. It is the threat of censorship. It's Americans casting aside lifelong friendships because of disagreements over politics. It's big technology companies silencing their fellow citizens. And it's Kamala Harris saying that rather than debate and persuade her fellow Americans, she'd like to censor people who engage in misinformation. I think that is a much bigger threat to democracy than anything that we've seen in this country in the last 4 years, in the last 40 years. Now, I'm really proud, especially given that I was raised by two lifelong blue-collar Democrats, to have the endorsement of Bobby Kennedy Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard, lifelong leaders in the Democratic coalition. And of course, they don't agree with me and Donald Trump on every issue. We don't have to agree on every issue, but we're united behind a basic American First Amendment principle that we ought to debate our differences. We ought to argue about them. We ought to try to persuade our fellow Americans. Kamala Harris is engaged in censorship at an industrial scale. She did it during COVID. She's done it over a number of other issues. And that, to me, is a much bigger threat to democracy than what Donald Trump said when he said that protesters should peacefully protest on January the 6th.
Governor?
This man is next level.
Well, I've enjoyed tonight's debate, and I think there was a lot of commonality here. And I'm sympathetic to misspeaking on things, and I think I might have with the senator.
Thank you, Valiant. Thank you, Valiant.
One, though, that this one is troubling to me, and I say that because I think we need to tell the story. Donald Trump refused to acknowledge this. And the fact is that I don't think we can be the frog in the pot and let the boiling water go up. He was very clear. I mean, he lost this election, and he said he didn't. 140 police officers were beaten at the Capitol that day, some with the American flag, several later died. And it wasn't just in there. In Minnesota, a group gathered on the state capitol grounds in St. Paul and said, we're marching to the governor's residence and there may be casualties. The only person there was my son and his dog, who was rushed out crying by state police. That issue and Mike Pence standing there as they were chanting, hang Mike Pence. Mike Pence made the right decision. So, Senator, it was adjudicated over and over and over. I worked with kids long enough to know, and I said as a football coach, sometimes you really want to win, but the democracy is bigger than winning an election. You shake hands, and then you try and do everything you can to help the other side win. That's what was at stake here. Now, the thing I'm most concerned about is the idea that imprisoning your political opponents, already laying the groundwork for people not accepting this. And a president's words matter. A president's words matter. People hear that. So I think this issue of settling our differences at the ballot box, shaking hands when we lose, being honest about it, but to deny what happened on January 6th, the first time in American history that a president or anyone tried to overturn a fair election and the peaceful transfer of power. And here we are 4 years later in the same boat. I will tell you this, that when this is over, we need to shake hands this election, and the winner needs to be the winner. This has got to stop. It's tearing our country apart.
Margaret?
Senator Vance, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, well, look, Tim, first of all, it's really rich for Democratic leaders to say that Donald Trump is a unique threat to democracy when he peacefully gave over power on January the 20th, as we have done for 250 years in this country. We're going to shake hands after this debate and after this election. And of course, I hope that we win, and I think we're going to win. But if Tim Walz is the next vice president, he'll have my prayers, he'll have my best wishes, and he'll have my help whenever he wants it. But we have to remember that for years in this country, Democrats protested the results of elections. Hillary Clinton in 2016 said that Donald Trump had the election stolen by Vladimir Putin because the Russians bought like $500,000 worth of Facebook ads. This has been going on for a long time. And if we want to say that we need to respect the results of the election, I'm on board. But if we want to say, as Tim Walz is saying, that this is just a problem that Republicans have had, I don't buy that.
Boom. Go ahead, Tim.
January 6th was not Facebook ads. And I think a revisionist history on this. Look, I don't understand how we got to this point. But the issue was that happened. Donald Trump can do it. And all of us say there's no place for this. It has massive repercussions. This idea that there's censorship to stop people from threatening to kill someone, threatening to do something, that's not censorship. Censorship is book banning. We've seen that. We've seen that brought up. I just think for everyone tonight, and I'm going to thank Senator Vance, I think this is the conversation they want to hear. And I think there's a lot of agreement. But this is one that we are miles apart on. This was a threat to our democracy in a way that we had not seen. And it manifested itself because of Donald Trump's inability to say. He is still saying he didn't lose the election. I would just ask that. Did he lose the 2020 election?
Tim, I'm focused on the future. Did Kamala Harris censor Americans from speaking their mind in the wake of the 2020 COVID situation?
That is a damning non-answer.
It's a damning non-answer for you to not talk about censorship. Obviously, Donald Trump and I think that there were problems in 2020. We've talked about it. I'm happy to talk about it further. But you guys attack us for not believing in democracy. The most sacred right under the United States democracy is the First Amendment. You yourself have said there's no First Amendment right to misinformation. Kamala Harris wants to use the power of government and big tech to silence people from speaking their minds. That is a threat to democracy that will long outlive this present political moment. I would like Democrats and Republicans to both reject censorship. Let's persuade one another. Let's argue about ideas, and then let's come together afterwards.
You can't yell fire in a crowded theater.
He's too good.
That's the test. That's the Supreme Court test.
Tim, fire in a crowded theater. You guys wanted to kick people off of Facebook for saying that toddlers shouldn't wear masks.
Senator, the governor does have the floor.
Fire in a crowded theater. That is criticizing the policies of the government, which is the right of every American.
Senator, the governor does have the floor for 1 minute to respond to you.
Yeah. Well, I don't run Facebook. What I do know is I see a candidate out there who refused, and now again, and this, I'm pretty shocked by this. He lost the election. This is not a debate. It's not anything anywhere other than in Donald Trump's world. Because look, when Mike Pence made that decision to certify that election, that's why Mike Pence isn't on this stage. What I'm concerned about is, where is the firewall with Donald Trump?
Thank you for reminding us how much of an upgrade we have. Thank you.
He could do anything, including taking an election, and his vice president's not going to stand to it. That's what we're asking you, America. Will you stand up? Will you keep your oath of office, even if the president doesn't? And I think Kamala Harris would agree. She wouldn't have picked me if she didn't think I would do that, because of course that's what we would do. So America, I think you've got a really clear choice on this election of who's going to honor that democracy and who's going to honor Donald Trump.
Governor, your time is up. Thank you, gentlemen. We will be right back with both of our candidates.
So thank you. Thank you, Tim Walz. Thank you for making us realize that Donald Trump has clearly improved upon his decision making, because last time around he picked Mike Pence. This time, JD Vance is incredible. Like, this right here is an absolutely amazing performance by JD Vance. I am blown away. I can't believe it. And also, I missed this earlier, but I did tweet this out, but I missed this earlier. This is Tim Walz right here. Here we go.
So I've become friends with school shooters. I've seen it. Look, the NRA, I was an NRA guy for a long time. They used to, so I've become friends with school shooters.
What? I didn't catch that earlier. And then Trump tweeted out on True Social, did Tampon Tim just say that he's become friends with school shooters? He isn't even qualified to be governor, let alone vice president. Walz and Kamala do not have what it takes. So yes, that is over on my Twitter right there. So if you guys want to go check that out, you can. But going back to the live feed. So listen, JD Vance, I'll say this, and JD Vance is on point, 100%. This dude is about as good and smooth of a debater as I have ever seen. The fact is it does kind of make you realize how much of a bull in a china shop Donald Trump is, because when Donald Trump is involved in these things, he just creates so much chaos, and that's why we love him, because Trump is an unstoppable force that he's like a hurricane, man. When Trump is in there, he just creates so much havoc. It's so awesome, dude. Trump is such a freaking mad lad, and I love it. But yes, in terms of like JD Vance and what he's doing tonight, JD Vance is absolutely phenomenal. This is one of the best debate performances I've ever seen. This has been absolutely awesome. This has been crazy. And Walz looks like a complete idiot. It looks like a complete idiot. But yes, somebody just said it, a great pairing. Yeah, like the pairing of Trump and JD Vance is perfect. Because yeah, I mean, when Trump is on a debate stage, dude, it's just, he commands so much attention. Like he just, no, everything is about Donald Trump. I mean, even tonight, all Tim Walz has talked about is Donald Trump. That's the only thing he's talked about is Trump. They're all obsessed with him. Thank you, Harley Day, for the 50 gifted memberships. You guys have been insane tonight with the support. Valiant Renegade with the big hundy. If the left was as competitive as the fake news gaslights and polls want you to believe, then why are the left corrupted entertainment and gaming failing at epic levels? Some argue they can manipulate vote counts. It seems they can't manipulate the free market. Hail Valiant Renegade, doing fantastic work over there on his channel. So thank you, Valiant. Good to see you, brother. And yeah, man, this has been a clinic. This has been an absolute clinic from JD Vance. I am very impressed. Very impressed with JD Vance. This has been amazing. So yeah, clearly, listen, I think that's the thing that you could take away from this more than anything is if this is where Donald Trump's decision making has evolved to, because clearly when it comes to the political side of things in 2016, if you want to criticize anything about Donald Trump, the people he surrounded himself with were not good in 2016. If JD Vance, if everything around Trump is going to go from Mike Pence to JD Vance, boys, we are so back. We are so back. And I think that kind of speaks for itself, because if you do look at the Trump administration in 2016 versus what Trump has now, Trump, the people he surrounded himself with, JD Vance, Vivek, RFK, Elon Musk, Tulsi Gabbard, like Trump is surrounding himself with the MAGA Avengers. Is pretty much what he's done.
Welcome back to the CBS News Vice Presidential Debate. It is now time for the closing statement. Senator Vance won the virtual coin toss and elected to go last. So Governor Walz, you are first. You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, Senator Vance. Thank you to CBS News. And most importantly, thank you to all of you. If you're still up and the folks who miss Dancing with Our Stars, I appreciate it. But look, the support of the democracy matters. It matters that you're here. And I'm as surprised as anybody of this coalition that Kamala Harris has built, from Bernie Sanders to Dick Cheney to Taylor Swift, and a whole bunch of folks in between there. And they don't all agree on everything, but they are truly optimistic people. They believe in a positive future of this country, and one where our politics can be better than it is. And I have to tell you that that better than it is the sense of optimism that there can be an opportunity economy that works for everyone, not just to get by, but to get ahead. And the idea that freedom really means something, not the freedom of government to be in your bedroom or exam room, but the freedom for you to make choices about yourself. Now, look, we all know who Donald Trump is. He's told us, and as Maya Angelou said, believe him when he told you that. His first inaugural address talked about American carnage. And then he spent 4 years trying to maybe do that. Senator Vance tonight made it clear he will stand with Donald Trump's agenda. He will continue to push down that road. Excuse me. Kamala Harris gives us a different option. Now, I'll have to tell you, I'm going to be careful about the quotes, but there's one that Senator Vance said that does resonate with me. He said, Donald Trump makes the people I care about afraid. A lot of America feels that way. We don't need to be afraid. Franklin Roosevelt was right. All we have to fear is fear itself. Kamala Harris is bringing us a new way forward. She's bringing us a politics of joy. She's bringing real solutions for the middle class, and she's centering you at the heart of that. All the while asking everyone, join this movement, make your voices heard. Let's look for a new day where everybody gets that opportunity and everybody gets a chance to thrive. I humbly ask for your vote on November 5th for Kamala Harris.
Governor Walz, thank you. Senator Vance, your closing statement.
Well, I want to thank Governor Walz, you folks at CBS, and of course the American people for tuning in this evening. And one of the issues we didn't talk about was energy. And I remember when I was being raised by my grandmother, when she didn't have enough money to turn on the heat some nights because Ohio gets pretty cold at night and because money was often very tight. And I believe, as a person who wants to be your next vice president, that we are a rich and prosperous enough country where every American, whether they're rich or poor, ought to be able to turn on their heat in the middle of a cold winter night. That's gotten more difficult thanks to Kamala Harris's energy policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford a nice meal for your family. That's gotten harder because of Kamala Harris's policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford to buy a house. You ought to be able to live in safe neighborhoods. You ought to not have your communities flooded with fentanyl. And that too has gotten harder with Kamala because of Kamala Harris's policies. Now, I've been in politics long enough to do what Kamala Harris does when she stands before the American people and says that on day one, she's going to work on all these challenges I just listed. She's been the vice president for 3.5 years. Day one was 1,400 days ago, and her policies have made these problems worse. Now, I believe that we have the most beautiful country in the world. I meet people on the campaign trail who can't afford food, but have the grace and generosity to ask me how I'm doing and to tell me they're praying for my family. What that has taught me is that we have the greatest country, the most beautiful country, the most incredible people anywhere in the world. But they're not going to be able to achieve their full dreams with the broken leadership that we have in Washington. They're not going to be able to live their American dream if we do the same thing that we've been doing for the last 3.5 years. We need change. We need a new direction. We need a president who has already done this once before and did it well. Please vote for Donald Trump. And whether you vote for me or vote for Tim Walz, I just want to say I'm so proud to be doing this, and I'm rooting for you. God bless you, and good night.
Senator Vance, thank you. And thank you both. The only vice presidential debate of this election cycle. I'm Margaret Brennan.
And I'm Nora O'Donnell. And a reminder, there are just 35 days until Election Day.
So there you go. Wow. What a crazy, crazy night that was absolutely dominated by JD Vance. I mean, there is no rational person that's going to tell you that JD Vance didn't just wipe the floor. That's exactly what he did. That was an absolute destruction, man. Holy crap. Harley Dave for 50 says, first of all you figs of IDOT, let this message be known. There is either Trump or nothing. Look at what they are doing to us in the mountains of North Carolina. Screw Swifties and to hell with anyone who stops you from being amazing. Vote for freedom. 1,000%. Want that. Thank you, Harley David. I'm sorry about the North Carolina situation, brother. Let's hear what they're saying.
Of the top of the news today, which is the Middle East and the kinds of foreign policy surprises that hit any president.
I want to hear the spin.
Tim Walz made
I want to hear the
case that Donald
spin.
Trump's temperament is unfit for any kind of surprise, cited the members of the Trump administration who have attested to that. Vance came back and said there were no wars during the Trump administration. On the economy, I'll make a political point, which is that what Vance did was something Donald Trump was incapable of doing during his presidential debate, which is repeatedly saying, if Kamala Harris was going to do these things, why didn't she in office? Now, whether voters
Well, that's because Trump was facing a 3 versus 1.
act and a variety of other items under Biden, but returning to that political point has worked in the past for Donald Trump against Hillary Clinton. We'll see if it works this time. I'd like to make a final point on tone. The J.D. Vance on that stage was very different than what people may have seen in podcasts. But then there was an air of unreality about it. He talked about bipartisan solutions with nuance of a kind we never saw during the Trump administration. He talked about Donald Trump almost as the defender of the Affordable Care Act. Donald Trump tried to kill the Affordable Care Act. And then I think at the very end of the debate, we saw something extraordinary. Tim Walz asked J.D. Vance if Donald Trump lost the election. He was incapable of answering.
Nobody gives a fuck about that answer.
Can only get so far from the man at the top of the ticket. And that was on display in that one moment, although J.D. Vance was a different kind of person than we've seen in many instances.
John, I think what you're saying is so important when we
All right, well, we don't care about what these clowns have to say. As a matter of fact, I do want to switch it over. I do have my YouTube TV. Let me see if I can pull up YouTube TV really quick. I do want to hear kind of like what some of the reaction is, because like I said, it's clear that this was an absolute beatdown beyond belief for J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance dominated. Absolutely dominated beyond belief. So let's see. Let me know if you guys can hear this.
Childcare, and yet Vance seemed to take it all in stride. And he really, I think, with most questions, really showed his humanity and also his knowledge of the issues. I don't think he could have done better under the circumstances, and I think that is very reassuring to the public who thought he was perhaps an ogre or anti-woman or didn't like kids or some strange concoction of the stereotype that they were selling.
Harold, I don't disagree with anything that's been said. As I was listening to some of the issues and really what I was looking for at the very beginning, was he likable? Were the candidates likable and optimistic? I think they both were. I think
that is bullshit. Tim Walz was weird. Tim Walz was flustered. He was awkward. He was looking at notes, and he said that he's friends with school shooters. No, Tim Walz was not likable at all, Harold. Quit lying.
Senator Vance probably had a little better edge there because all the things that have been said about him. Were they smart and knowledgeable? There's no doubt both were, but at the beginning it seemed that Governor Walz was a little rattled. And Senator Vance came out stronger and certainly sure of himself, which helped him well. Were they relatable? I thought both of them. One of the more remarkable things is they seemed to like each other. They shook hands. They talked about things they agreed on child care and other things. I agree with you. Abortion was where he really got his stride going. And finally, can you see both of them as president? I think, Senator Vance said himself.
There ain't a chance in hell you can see Tim Walz as president. There is not a chance in hell. No rational thinking person is going to say that I can see Tim Walz as president. There's not a single person that can say that. You 100% could see J.D. Vance as president. You could see J.D. Vance as president 100%.
A good job, man. He's a young guy. Walz is a little older. And both of them seem to had some confidence in them. But there's no question on the economy and on immigration. I think that the Republicans still have their advantage. And on January 6th and abortion.
Tim Walz looks like that. Tim Walz looks like that older guy that's been through way too many divorces, and he has to work a part-time job that he hates, but that's the only thing that he's got at his point in life, that because he screwed up his life so much. So he's that guy that, I don't know, you see working overnight at a convenience store or something because he's had 3 or 4 divorces, and he keeps screwing up everything in life, and he's just really awkward and he's really unhinged. That's Tim Walz.
In healthcare. Republicans have it on the other, and Democrats have it on that.
Dana, obviously the Trump-Vance side is trying to reach out to improve those numbers with women. On the other side, for Harris and Walz, they need to improve their numbers with men. And you could feel both of them trying to do that at times tonight. Did they succeed?
Well, Vance did and Walz did not. You can understand why the Democrats spent the entire week trying to lower expectations for.
Hey, no disrespect to the part-time workers. I was a retail working man, okay? I worked retail for a long time, so I respect the retail working man, okay? There was some people I worked with that reminded me of Tim Walz, okay? I'm like, did we just hire this guy? This guy's clearly struck out in life a lot, and now he's basically working with us, and we're all sitting around talking about video games and sports, and this old man's like, "Hey, how you doing, fellow co-workers?" We're like, "You're weird. Get away from us."
For Walz, the only problem is for Democrats, they underperformed because the expectations should have been even lower than that. For any Republican or independent who is concerned about Vance, I actually think on the other side, it's so many Democrats tonight saying, why did Kamala Harris not pick Governor Josh Shapiro of Pennsylvania? Because I think that might have been a different debate. Vance made a concerted effort to talk directly to swing voters. And I don't think it was just women, but certainly men who might have been on the fence. I don't know what Waltz did on that point for men. I do think that you're going to see a lot of the media say, why can't Vance just say Trump didn't win in 2020?
Right.
And they're going to try to hang that on him. And I think there will not be another debate, but I wouldn't be surprised if Kamala Harris doesn't want that to be the last word on a national stage.
35 days left, and that could have been the last debate. We'll see. That's what they're saying right now. Jesse, your thoughts?
Vance made 0 mistakes, and Walz made 2. Said he was friends with school shooters, and then couldn't.
That's such a bad line, dude. You can't recover from that. You can't recover from that.
Explain why he was in China or wasn't in China. That was very strange.
All right, let's just play that soundbite. I think it's X4. Let's just play that moment where he gets fact checked.
Are they going to play
X4, the Waltz questioning the
Hey,
discrepancy.
if you guys need some help on like
Governor, just to follow up on that, the question was, can you explain the discrepancy?
All I said on this was I got there that summer and misspoke on this. So I will just, that's what I've said. So I was in Hong Kong and China during the democracy protests went in. And from that, I learned a lot of what needed to be in governance.
He said he was in China during Tiananmen Square. I wasn't in China. That's pretty bad. JD Vance, everybody thought this guy was a bad guy. They were saying he was a creep. He looked beautiful tonight. He looked humble. He looked earnest, sharp, 20 years younger than Walz, new generation. I thought he was very polished. And then Walz didn't do what Walz was supposed to do. He didn't help with men tonight. He really never explained what Kamala's policies are. Did you guys get that? I still don't know what she wants to do. And then he talked about Minnesota more than he talked about her.
I'm just going to be honest. Because I do think Jesse Waters is a very likable guy. Literally any other newscaster that would have just called another man beautiful would have got memed to hell. Jesse Waters, because he's so likable, can get away with it.
JD's best times were when he said, well, housing costs are up now. Groceries up now. Borders open now. She's in power now. Why doesn't she fix it? She can do it right now, and she hasn't. The best line is when he said, Trump doesn't have just a plan. He has a record. And you can look at the record. And then he said, we're going to restore the American dream. CBS was terrible. Second question on climate change. You guys should have been doing this debate. That would not have been the second question.
I mean, ultimately, and I am going to have to pause this and talk and everything like that because I am reacting to this. But there is the Democrats can try to spin this all they want. And I think that if there's anything that they're going to be able to hang on to desperately, it's going to be the JD Vance answer about the 2020 election. The problem is nobody gives a fuck about that. Okay. That's just the reality of the situation. Nobody gives a shit about the 2020 election. Everybody understands what happened and everybody has made up their mind on that. So no one's going to look at what JD Vance did or didn't say, and that's not going to sway them. That's not going to sway anybody's opinion. Nobody gives a shit about this. It's over and it's done. You guys have tried to use that against President Trump, and guess what happened? Nothing. He's had historic voting numbers all through this process. You're not going to make any of that stick on him. No one actually cares. So it doesn't matter.
I think it's interesting just listening to you talking, Jesse. I'm thinking about that we saw JD Vance as the writer of Hillbilly Elegy tonight. He spoke about fentanyl. He spoke about his mother's inability to pay her medical bills and leaving those on the back burner in order to put food on the table. And I think that he brought that person back. And I know you've spoken about this before as that's how many people identified with him. And we saw that man again tonight.
Yeah, and I also think that if he and Walz were serving together in Congress, you'd probably see a lot of bipartisan bills. But the top of the ticket is Trump and Harris. So Vance was able to make Trump's case better sometimes than even Trump can. And for those who have tuned out Trump, because it's a long time to listen to somebody for 8 years, right? Some people love it, some people can't take it anymore. But if you have a different voice and you think, oh, this guy, he's not an
That is what I've said about JD Vance. And when I say that he makes Trump's points better than Trump, I don't mean that he's a better Trump than Trump, because somebody said it earlier in the chat. I can't remember who said it. But Donald Trump is an absolute force. Like, he is a force. The man is just like, his presence just dominates everything. But there are certain people in the middle that still need to be convinced. I'm not sure who these people are in the middle that need to be convinced. At this point in time, 35 days out from this election, I don't know who is still on the fence about Donald Trump, but there are people apparently. And those people don't like Trump's rhetoric. Okay. It turns people off. So they tend to not listen to what Donald Trump says, because just how aggressive he is and how forceful he is, it turns him off. When JD Vance says the same things that Trump says, he says it more articulately. It's easier to understand. It's a lot more calming, and it's a lot easier for them to process it. And that's what JD Vance is. That's the best thing he brings to the table right now for Donald Trump, is he can articulate Donald Trump's points better than Donald Trump to the people that most need to hear it right now. That's the best way I can look at it.
I think that people would have probably paid a lot more attention to him, because he could, as Laura was pointing out, he defanged all of the arguments and then answered them with a substantive policy that you could understand and grab a hold of.
There weren't
So does he move the needle?
Didn't go personal, really, right? Tonight it wasn't a personal. And
Not
I
at
think,
each other.
I think JD Vance was actually made more human by Tim Walz. Tim Walz effectively conceded that JD Vance is a serious person, and we agree on some issues. But you said this about Trump in the past, and but that was kind of nicked him. It really didn't go deep. And so to Harold's point, I think there actually was
for them to bring up that JD Vance said these things about Trump in the past. Again, we have to understand. I want to qualify all of the points that I'm trying to make have nothing to do with people like me and the people that watch this channel, because we know what we're doing in terms of, we know who we're voting for. We know who we're supporting. We know that Trump is the easiestly the best choice imaginable to save this country. All right. So what I'm talking about with JD Vance is being able to reach across the aisle. So you've had them, the left and the Democrats have been painting this narrative of JD Vance, that he's a weird guy, that he's weird, he's strange, he's all of this. Tonight, we learned that JD Vance is relatable, that he's smooth under pressure, that he's articulate, and that years ago, and the left tried to do this, years ago, JD Vance said all of these horrible things about Donald Trump. Well, the people that need to be convinced most probably have similar views of Donald Trump. So to hear that JD Vance had those same opinions of Trump until he actually did the research, and now he's gotten to the point where not only is he an advocate for Trump, he's the vice presidential nominee with Donald Trump, and that he has been able to look past those things that he thought were the case because he did research. That only helps Donald Trump. That only helps Donald Trump. These idiots, these leftists don't know what they're doing. They just help Trump every step of the way.
It was kind of a discussion. The moderators were completely biased, but I think JD kind of maneuvered that pretty well.
We'll say this,
we
I
talk
didn't
about
hear anything
this-
from Republicans tonight, as I did at the Trump-Harris debate, when I got a lot of Republican friends saying that was wish this thing went in. Republicans were pleased. My friends tonight were pleased with what.
And you think about this race and how close it is, and you look at this. I mean, listen, is this going to move the needle? Probably not. Could have, maybe, but it probably isn't going to move the needle that much in the big picture of the race. But both men come out of there. Is one stronger than the other? Are we coming to the conclusion that JD Vance performed better, Harold?
I think so. I think the expectation, I disagree from the outset about more pressure was on Walz. I thought more pressure was on JD, on Senator Vance, to say to women and to say to other, and he really didn't even get questioned. He got it was not a lot of gloves laying on him tonight, not a lot of punches thrown at him tonight. And I thought he presented well. Now, I don't agree with him on a lot of things, but I got to tell you, he was more likable than I thought he was going to be.
And that's exactly what he needed to accomplish, right? I mean, that is to sort of put some of these issues aside. That's what he needed to do. And the question is, because it is so tight, does this debate have the potential to move the needle even a little bit? Because a little bit's going to be.
When you say it moves the needle, and again, this is the media trying to maybe frame it in the wrong way. Again, I don't know who's still on the fence, but there's a very small group of people that are still on the fence, and they still can be swayed one way or the other. I don't know who they are, but they still exist. Those are the people, like, does it turn the needle in terms of noticing anything? No. But yes, at the last second, it will absolutely have a difference. And JD Vance 1000% won tonight and 1000% convinced people, those few people in the middle, that he is not only the right man for the job, but so is Donald Trump. Walz did nothing but confirm that he is a fucking weirdo tonight.
That's going to be the deciding factor between the winner and the loser.
I think if you watch this tonight, you saw Kamala Harris pick this guy because she thought he was going to help with the Midwest, Rust Belt, Minnesota. Yep. And I think Dana's right. I don't think it moved the needle at all for men. I think JD Vance moved the needle a little bit for women.
Jesse? What restaurant are you in? What restaurant are you in?
Back to the restaurant.
I'm going to eat at Trump's. I'm not a woman, so I don't know how women are going to receive this. I saw JD Vance in a completely different light. I was very impressed by his presentation. Walz didn't have a terrible night.
Right. Yes, he did.
He didn't screw up that badly at a few moments, but
yes,
I'm sure the Democrats are kind of pleased with it. No blood drawn, but in a tight race like that, I think JD performed well.
I don't think the Democrats are happy tonight at all. I think they wanted him. I want JD out of their misery.
But the last question that was asked about do you accept the results, Democrats wanted that question asked. I think Dana's right. To not be able to answer that question, that would be my one knock against JD tonight. And I think you showed the clip. I just wish Governor Walz just said, hey, at the beginning.
All right, shut up, Harold. We don't care about you. But I got to show you guys this really quick from Lady Erin D right here. That is so accurate, dude. The memes right now of Tim Walz are just out of control right now. It really is something else to see these memes. And social media is kind of crazy right now. Everybody's roasting this guy. Everybody. Look at this. Look at this one right here. The memes are glorious. My entire timeline. Oh God, look at this one. Like right here. Look at this. Tim. How do you say that during a national debate? And then also, how do you say, oh my God, look at this. Anna Paulina Luna just tweeted this out. Anna Paulina Luna just tweeted this out. Holy shit. Dude is cooked. Dude is cooked. It's over, bro. Holy shit. I like this one right here. Look at this. Nora O'Donnell with her fact check. JD Vance, boom, here's a fact. And that's essentially how it went tonight. JD Vance was a machine, dude. This is still my favorite one, though. That's really good. I'm still looking through to see more. There's like there's nobody on the left is even trying to claim victory. Let me see here. I'm looking. There's just so much to look over. I don't know why that's showing up. Megyn Kelly was very complimentary of JD Vance. I saw she had some tweets right there. No way. Did Trump tweet this out? I got to confirm with this. There's no way. There's no way. Hang on. I got to confirm first. I got to go to my True Social app that I do have, by the way. Oh my God, he did. This is from Trump. Trump put this on True Social. Oh no. Holy crap. Oh no. It's over. I can't wait to hear him have to explain that. He is going to have to explain that. He's going to have to. All right, here we go. We got this one right here. Here we go.
Sling plant, I believe. Very about to get wet. Sling plant, I believe. Very about to get wet.
Social media is on fire right now for JD Vance. Holy shit. Oh boy. This is crazy. Oh, look at here. Breaking: CNN admits Tim Walz lost the debate. Okay, let's hear this one right here. Here we go.
I think there was a clear lack of preparation and execution here on Walz's part.
I think actually it's the opposite. I think he had too much preparation.
Maybe.
He had so many lines that he was clearly trying to say that he didn't listen and said when JD Vance said one of the many things he really hit Kamala Harris on, not Tim Walz, but Kamala Harris, he didn't respond because he clearly had things in his mind. I think the lack of interviews that he has done with national media, with local media, it showed. He needed more reps.
All right, so JD Vance is on Fox right now. I've got it pulled up. Here we go, right here.
Yes, now the man of the hour, Senator J.D. Vance is with us. Senator,
Good to see you, man.
You know, I was funny. When I first interviewed you at the RNC, we knew each other, but we didn't know each other well. Of course. And I was supposed to have you for like a 10-minute interview. I think I kept you there like 30 minutes. That's right. By the way, I hope you're not doing anything for the next half hour. You're welcome to stay.
I don't know if I can stay that long tonight.
And as I was watching you tonight, I felt like you really got a chance to introduce yourself to the American people. And I felt it was extraordinarily effective because now that I've gotten to know you, that's the person that I know.
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, I just wanted to talk about issues, right? I saw this as an opportunity to get 90 minutes with the American people. It's an unbelievable opportunity for a person who wants to be the next vice president. And you should just make it as much as possible about substance. And, you know, one of the things I tried to do, Sean, obviously is criticize Kamala Harris's record, but also remind the American people that Donald Trump is not the caricature that Kamala Harris and the media have made them out to be, that he was an incredibly effective president for 4 years in the Oval Office.
100%.
And he actually solved problems, right? I think most Americans, Democrats, Republicans, people in the middle, they're sick of Congress being like a high-class debating society. They actually want their elected leaders to do something to solve the country's problem.
And I am going to have to pause this because I am reacting to network television. So, yes, I don't know if I've said it yet, but drinking game, how many times I'm going to mention that I don't like Sean Hannity? Because I do not like Sean Hannity. I don't like Sean Hannity at all. But with that said, I don't really care. I can put aside my dislike of Sean Hannity because he is going to be on the front lines with, you know, Trump and Vance and Vivek and everyone else involved, because ultimately it's not about who I like or dislike. It's who's going to be supporting President Trump for the next 35 days. That's all I care about right now.
Donald Trump did that more than any person I've sort of observed in my 40 years of being on this earth. And it was such a good opportunity for me to just make that point to the American people. We had low inflation. Things were going well. The world was more peaceful. And actually, Sean, it's an easier argument to make tonight. I hate to say it, because of the incredible tragedy unfolding in Israel, which looks increasingly like it could become a broader regional conflict. Like when the world is going to crap and it looks increasingly more violent, you want steady, proven leadership. That's Donald Trump, not Kamala Harris, the person who has sort of broken the entire world. And I just tried to make that point as much as possible, man. Just make it about substance and let the American people make up their mind.
One of the things is I was watching the 181 ballistic missiles being fired from Iran into Israel, and I'm so thankful they got most of them down, but they're now really fighting.
Someone said, Hannity might be a neocon, is that what you said? Or a rhino or whatever, but at least he's been loyal to Trump. And that is true. Hannity has been loyal to Trump. But you know who else he was loyal to? George W. Bush. And I remember watching Fox News all of those years with George W. Bush and watching Hannity. And Hannity was literally taking up for everything that George W. Bush did. He would never criticize George W. Bush. And the whole thing is, I don't think Hannity is loyal to Trump. I think Hannity is loyal to whoever the most influential and powerful person in the Republican Party is. And he's willing to be loyal to whoever that person is. So I don't necessarily think it's Trump that he's loyal to. He's loyal to whoever is the Republican nominee or the Republican front runner or whatever. I really can't stand Hannity from that perspective.
Fighting a forefront war. And I just know in the back of my mind that there is this radical anti-Israel, anti-Semitic even wing within the Democratic Party that I just believe that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz don't want to alienate. And unfortunately, evil is evil. And Iran, Hezbollah, Hamas, they have in their charter, they've stated over and over, they want to wipe Israel off the map. We hear it in the halls of Congress, college campuses. This is a serious, their very existence is at risk here.
No, that's exactly right. And of course, not just their existence, but America's national security here. I mean, if Iran becomes a regional hegemon, it will have a nuclear weapon the next week. That will seriously endanger the United States of America because the Iranians have shown they're clearly not rational. But you think about this happened, Sean, because of confused policy, American leadership. We ask ourselves, like, how did it get to the point where Iran is launching 200 ICBMs at America's most important regional ally? And the answer is because they don't actually know where Kamala Harris stands. Now, you talk about how they've cozied up to sort of this weird pro-Hamas wing within their own party. Well, they're doing that, of course, because of political reasons, but it shows that confusion that comes out of that policy invites a lot of aggression, invites a lot of bad guys doing terrible things, and it also, Sean, motivates a lot of really stupid policy. 200 ICBMs, that's not cheap. Iran has a lot of other weapons. How did they fund it? Two reasons, Sean. Number one, Kamala Harris went to war against the American energy sector that radically increased the amount of oil revenue the Iranian regime was benefiting from. Number two, they unfroze $100 billion of
I want to show this really quick. Thank you to Madam Savvy for sending this to me. But the Border Patrol Union says the border experts want Donald Trump to be president so that the border can be secured without compromise. Only the drug cartels and Democrats want an open border. And that's what Border Czar Harris has given them and will continue to do in the future. Boom. Another absolute banger. Everybody wants Donald Trump back in office.
Iranian assets. They're effectively handing these guys pallets of cash. The Iranians are buying weapons, and real leadership would be to say, we screwed up. We got something wrong. Let's go in another. Let's do what Donald Trump did, but they just can't do that because of the political
But they turned a blind eye to the sanctions. The sanctions made they literally made Iran rich, and that allows them to fund these proxy wars. That's Hamas, Hezbollah, Islamic Jihad, the Houthi rebels, and now Iran directly firing into Israel. And what should America's response be here?
Well, look, I think it's tough.
I saw End Wokeness put out a tweet that said Tim Walz is the first white male DEI hire in history, and it shows. Holy shit. That is one of the best tweets of the night. I'll repeat it one more time. End Wokeness. Tim Walz was the first white male DEI hire in history, and it shows. Oh my God.
Tough, Sean, because we don't have a president that we can actually trust. I don't even know who the president of the United States is. And that's one thing we didn't actually get into the debate that I really wanted to hammer Kamala Harris on, is that for 3.5 years, America has been saddled with a president of the United States who can't do the job. And the reason is because Kamala Harris lied and said he was up to the job of president, and of course he wasn't. And now we're in this, we've got this terrible crisis in Appalachia, these terrible floods, a lot of people affected. We've got this regional war breaking out in the Middle East, and we don't have effective American leadership. Look, I think what our response is fundamentally, this is Israel's security, and they have to make the decision about how they're best going to protect their own security. And they need the support of their American allies, not Joe Biden, as confused as he is, standing behind them effectively basically promising that he's going to punish them if they dare defend their own sovereignty and their own security. Israel is actually very good at this stuff. It's one of the great things about Israel as an ally, unlike, frankly, a lot of so-called American allies, is they have a viable military. They have a viable intelligence service. They're going to make their own decision about how to protect their sovereignty. I think our role here, support our friends and also get back to some common sense foreign and economic policies.
This is a good answer.
So that we can be strong enough
This is
to
a very
respond
good
to
answer.
the next national security challenge.
Very
Let
good
me ask
answer.
You kept bringing up a point that I felt was very effective in this debate, and that is she's been vice president nearly 4 years.
Yeah.
And, you know, on day one, I'm going to fix inflation. On day one, I'm going to fix the border. On day one, I'm going to do this and that. And, you know, and Walls kept bringing up the issue of immigration.
Yes.
You brought up the 90 some odd executive orders that they bragged about.
That's right.
But also for 3 years, they said the border is secure. And Harris wants to decriminalize illegal immigration, offer free food, housing, healthcare, education, sex change operations, amnesty on top of it. And we have all these unvetted illegal immigrants. Now, dozens of Americans have been murdered. I had the parents of two of them on last night, Rachel Morin's
Such a
mom
scandal. Yeah.
and Jocelyn Nungary. Many Americans have been raped, including children.
Yep.
We have.
That's a very good super chat right there. Yesterday, I was voting for Trump. Today, I'm proud to be voting for Trump Vance. It's time to finish this. It's no longer Make America Great Again. It's Make America Great Forever. Trump Vance 2024. I think that's the biggest thing tonight is that JD Vance showed MAGA that he absolutely was the right man for the job. A lot of us, me included, were very skeptical of the choice of JD Vance. Questioned it, wondered where Trump was going with this. Why is he making this decision? This makes no sense. I'm not excited. This doesn't galvanize the base. All the shit that people like me were whining about. JD Vance came out tonight and he showed that this is not 2016 Donald Trump in terms of him surrounding himself with the wrong people. This is a new Donald Trump that's going to surround himself with the right people in order to make America great again. That right there is what happened tonight. And that's the best thing I can say about it.
Other victims of violent crime, unvetted Harris Biden illegals.
Awful. It's
Okay.
atrocious.
The cost is through the roof. And I think America understands it, but you also brought up other aspects, how it impacts education and the economy and housing and the high cost of housing.
Look, man, so much of our problem is actually due to Kamala Harris's open border. You take 25 million illegal aliens. So take a small community. Let's say you've got a school district of 4,000 or 5,000 kids. Now, all of a sudden, you add 1,000 kids who can't speak English through no fault of their own, of course. Yeah. But of course, the American education system, the education for our kids suffers in the process. Hospital wait times. A point I actually didn't get to make this evening, but hospital wait times have gotten longer and longer. Why? Because a lot of illegal aliens go to the hospital emergency room to get medical care. Well, that means American citizens aren't able to be seen by a doctor quickly. Housing is, I think, actually the biggest issue. A major driver of housing costs is that you have millions of foreigners who are illegally in the country who are competing with Americans for scarce homes. That's supply and demand and shoots the cost of housing through the roof. And this is why I talk about substance. My goal was to talk about substance tonight because I think a lot of Americans.
I just want to pause this just for a minute. So we've got a couple of things I want to show you right here. So right there. And then Gina Carano tweets out, I didn't know who JD Vance was before his name was brought up to be the running mate with Donald Trump. But I sure know his name now. Great debater, incredibly composed and well-spoken, classy, strong, precise, someone we can all be proud of to call Mr. Vice President. Real Donald Trump made a great pick on this one. He's chosen a loyal man who will stand next to him instead of betray him. Let's go, JD Vance. Trump has also picked so many others who have joined his A-list team. You couldn't imagine a better group of people to fix the country. I'm so excited to vote. Tonight was a grand freaking slam, dude. Like, tonight was a grand slam for JD Vance.
Can sort of intuitively get this country's leadership has failed it. And I just try to explain as much as possible. Here's why Kamala Harris has been a failure. Here's why Donald Trump has been a success. And here's how we're going to clean up the mess that she created.
Let me ask one question as you were on the stage. Tim Walz seemed very nervous tonight. Now, I kind of walked away with the impression, I guess maybe I felt, maybe this is the reason he doesn't do interviews. He seemed, did it come across as nervous to you?
Honestly, I didn't notice fairness, man, adrenaline's going so much. I was nervous. I mean, hell, like I do a lot of these interviews, Sean, but I was nervous. It's the biggest stage of my life. So I didn't focus so much on his demeanor. I just tried to focus on what he was saying. And look, to be fair to Tim Walz, he had a very tough job. And that is to defend the policies of Kamala Harris.
This is a great
that have
moment for you to
driven.
bring that up. Yeah, which he did have a tough job.
He does.
See, dude, I'm telling you, man, JD just continues to prove like he is not here to try to be another Donald Trump. That's the sign of a confident person, a person that can be comfortable in his own skin. He's not trying to be like a combative person like Trump. He's his own man. He's going to act classy. He's going to act respectful. He's not going to take cheap shots. That's just not who he is. So it shows that he's his own man and he's very confident in who he is. He doesn't have to be like Donald Trump. Donald Trump is Donald Trump, and there's only one Donald Trump. Don't try to be Donald Trump because you can't be Donald Trump. Be your own man, and that's exactly who he is.
And look, it's Kamala Harris.
But fuck Tim Walz.
Has done this. Her policy failures have made food, housing, energy unaffordable. We just need a change in this country. We need to get back to the common sense leadership of Donald Trump. I'm not surprised that Tim couldn't defend that record. Who could? If you put me on that debate stage, I mean, you clearly think I did a good job. I hope that I did a good job. But if you asked me to defend Kamala Harris's record, I'd melt into a puddle because there is no defending what she's done the last 3.5 years.
Let's talk about the number one issue in just about every poll for most Americans is the economy.
Yeah.
I mean, we have record high inflation. When Donald Trump left office, it was 1.4%. It's up 20+% higher.
That's right.
Everybody knows because I go shopping every week myself. Every store we go to, every item we buy costs more. If you want to buy a house, maybe if you want to change homes, you're not going to give up your 2.9 or 3 or 3.5 or 4% mortgage for a 7% 30-year fixed rate mortgage.
Yeah.
These are the bread and butter issues of peace and prosperity. Drive elections. Well, we got war in Europe, war in the Middle East, and we've got an economy that is struggling and wide open borders that has made our country not safe.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Sean. I mean, look, you know, I grew up in a working class family. Sometimes we did okay. Sometimes times were really tough. And I can't help but think about this through the eyes of a family that's struggling to make ends meet, where people are sort of looking at the credit card bills, they're looking at the groceries, they're looking at the medical expenses, and they're saying, we can maybe afford 2 of these 3 things, but we can't afford all 3. Right. And I just want Americans, I want, you know, if you're struggling in this country and you're looking to the future, I
got to keep positive, but like, there's never been a more accurate representation of than the Democratic Party right now. Like, Kamala and Tim Walz is the worst. These 2 idiots cannot stop fucking up. Democratic Party is freaking out right now. All right. I'm going to tell you right now, I will not be surprised if Tim Walz is off the ticket in the next couple weeks. I would not be surprised if they get Tim Walz out and they bring Shapiro in. I'm saying it right now. I would not be surprised. Okay? Because that's how bad things are, and they are so desperate. I think that they're going to try to get Shapiro in. I 100% think they're going to try to get Shapiro in. No, I don't. And somebody said it won't help. I don't think it's necessarily going to help either. But tonight was a bad night, dude. Tonight was an awful night. It was an awful night because JD Vance showed that he is not the person that they've tried to say he is. And Tim Walz proved that he is the person that they tried to say JD Vance was. You know,
I want you to look to the future from a place of hope and optimism. I want you to believe the American dream is still possible, because I really do believe it's still possible, Sean. But man, only if we get the policies that actually make sense for the American people. I mean, the thing that I've learned most the last 8 weeks, man, I've had such an insight into this country, and it's so amazing. People come up.
Yeah, I understand, like, from the conventional way of doing things, it's too late. Let me remind you that Joe Biden, the sitting president of the United States of America, after being voted in as the nominee, is no longer the nominee. And Kamala Harris is the nominee, even though she didn't receive one single vote. I would also like to remind you that Joe Biden was the most popular president of all time, according to the Democrats. More popular than Obama, more popular than Trump, more popular than any president. That was Joe Biden. So we're talking about the Democrats, okay? I mean, this is the same Democrats that have tried to arrest their political opponent multiple times now. Where are all of these lawsuits at? Where are all of these arrests at? Where are all these indictments at? They're all gone. So they are desperate. And when something becomes desperate, it does desperate things. And the Democrats have shown that the conventional, way of doing things, they'll do whatever they want.
But ask me how I'm doing. And sometimes I'm talking about people who are struggling in a very big way. And it's sort of like, I kind of had this like eureka moment of, if all of these American citizens are so concerned about the guy running for vice president when they themselves can't afford groceries, there is a generosity of spirit in this country that is so amazing. We need a leader who actually matches up with that generosity of spirit, a leader who's fit to lead the greatest nation in the world. We don't have it now. I think we're about to have it starting on November 5th.
It was interesting because I remember Kamala had said about the high price of energy. Now, I would think it matters to the people of Pennsylvania and your state of Ohio on the issue of fracking.
Of course.
And she doesn't want offshore drilling. One of the things that I feel with 35 days left and early voting starting, she has not answered why she co-sponsored the Green New Deal, $93 trillion, right? That to me is Marxism.
Yeah.
Why she co-sponsored government-run health care, Medicare for all, no private health insurance.
Right.
How do you justify sex change operations paid for by taxpayers, amnesty when
These tweets are just worse and worse, man. Right here, Tim Walz was asked why he lied about being in Hong Kong. He says he grew up in a small town in Nebraska where he rode his bikes with his buddies. God. This is so bad, dude. We have to listen to it one more time.
You said you were in Hong Kong during the deadly Tiananmen Square protests in the spring of 1989. But Minnesota Public Radio and other media outlets are reporting that you actually didn't travel to Asia until August of that year. Can you explain that discrepancy?
Yeah, well, and to the folks out there who didn't get at the top of this, look, I grew up in small rural Nebraska, town of 400, town that you rode your bike with your buddies till the streetlights come on, and I'm.
This is so bad. This is so bad. Oh my God, I can't believe how bad this is. Holy shit, man.
people don't respect our laws, border sovereignty, or defund, dismantle the police. Or I did wish you brought this up at the end. She tweeted out a bail fund 4 days after a police precinct was burned to the ground, and then said they're not going to stop rioting, shouldn't stop rioting, and we're not going to stop rioting.
In my defense, Sean, there's so much to whack Kamala Harris about with her record that you only had 90 minutes. I didn't have 4 hours.
Yeah.
But no, you're absolutely right here that her policies, it's not just that she did these things. She, in some cases, went out and bragged about opening the border. She bragged about how she wanted to divert resources away from police officers. She bragged about the Green New Scam, which, of course, is one of the main drivers of energy and food prices. She bragged about this stuff. It happened, and Americans have suffered from it. Now, you made a good point. She hasn't answered for any of this. Well, Sean, in her defense, she hasn't answered for anything because she refuses to sit down for interviews.
They don't do press conferences or interviews for crying out loud.
Okay, look, honestly.
By the way, I will offer Kamala and Tim Walz a whole week's worth of shows if they'd come.
No, Sean, I legitimately believe, no kidding, that you would be a much more fair interviewer of Kamala Harris than, for example, like Dana Bash was with me.
Right.
But you go on Dana Bash's show, you go on Sean Hannity, you go wherever you can, because if you want to be the vice president of the United States, you ought to earn it. You ought to get out there and talk to the American people. And I think it's the most scandalous part of her entire campaign is that she's running from a basement, hiding from the very people that she wants to lead, while you have a contrast of Donald Trump, who not only was a successful president once, but is so eager to get out there and make his case to the American people that he's doing multiple rallies a day, multiple interviews with news leaders. That is the kind of guy with.
All right, I got another clip to show you guys from our boy Drew Hernandez. So right here, JD Vance literally broke MSNBC. Here we go.
It's the audacity. I agree with you that we're in year 9 and no one knows how to cover the audacity. The audacity is that someone should have said, stop it, stop. Are you effing kidding me? And they should have dropped that F-bomb, right? I mean, they should have just, this is a debate. This may be the only chance people have to see the difference.
Dude, they are struggling. They are struggling.
Audacity. I agree with you that we're in year 9 and no one knows how to cover the audacity. The audacity is that someone should have said, stop it, stop. Are you effing kidding me? And they should have dropped that F-bomb, right? I mean, they should have just, this is a debate. This may be the only chance people have to see the difference.
Holy crap. Oh, man.
With the energy that you need to actually run this country.
You know, one of the things I think you look for in a debate is tone, pitch, cadence, intelligence. Does that person have the ability to step in, God forbid, if you have to become the president of the United States? At the end of the day, I felt this was maybe for people that had a caricature of you. You mentioned one of Donald Trump. I think that came across tonight. You had a good time?
I had a lot of fun, man. And yeah,
on a scale of 1 to 10, how nervous were you?
Like an 11.
By the way, it is a big moment. There's only, 70 million people or so watching.
Exactly. It's a very big moment. And yeah, I saw it as an opportunity to look directly at the American people and communicate the ways in which I thought we could do better.
Yale, right? There was one person ahead of you, if I'm not mistaken.
No, there were a lot of people ahead of me, including my wife. I think she was number one. Yeah,
she was number one.
She was way ahead of me.
Yeah.
But no, man, it's such a cool opportunity to get to talk to the American people, to get to make your case to them, to get to remind them like Kamala Harris's policies have been a failure. And I tried as much as possible to make it about policy, because I think that's where Donald Trump is such a better candidate, but most importantly, a much better president than these guys.
Look at the record low unemployment for every demographic: African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, women in the
rising
workplace.
Take-home pay. In the biggest and most significant acceleration in 40 years in this country. I mean, you go back, there's a chart, Sean, that I was obsessed with in college, where you look at the wages of working class people, black, brown, white, whatever their skin color, and it basically kind of stagnates for like 30 years. And then all of a sudden this thing happens where it shoots right up. And that's the presidency of Donald J. Trump. It's an amazing record to run on. And not only were there wages of all these working people of every skin color going up, but then inflation was between 1.5% and 2% the entire time that he was president. It's the best economic record of any president, at least since World War II. And man, it's not just like, look, I'm running with a guy. I love to brag on Donald Trump's economic record. People were happier and healthier. Families like mine could afford the essentials because he was a good president. We got to get back to it.
Last question, and I now read the book and watched the movie, because when I first
you had read the book,
I got to show you guys this too. And like, this is a guy that we don't mention a lot, but like Byron Donalds is an absolute massive piece of the puzzle, and Trump is just surrounded by absolute chads. This happened right here. Byron Donalds on The Breakfast Club.
I would argue we're not really thriving right now. This inflation, which by the way was brought to us by Kamala Harris, has really slowed down people from being able to excel.
By Kamala?
Yes.
Vice president.
Oh, Charlemagne.
It's still the president.
Charlemagne, listen, man. When Joe Biden wanted to do his American Rescue Plan, Kamala Harris was the tie-breaking vote in the United States Senate. She broke the tie that started this inflation that has hurt so many people in our country. Everybody listening to your show, it's not true?
First of all, it's
you sure you want to go there?
Tie-breaking vote.
You sure you want to go there?
Go outside, Congressman, you go outside.
You sure you want to go there? Okay, let's go there.
You had it.
You got notes. You got notes, Angela, right?
That's fine. I have notes.
I'm gonna give it to Charlemagne.
I have today
I'm gonna give it to Charlemagne.
is that on every question I've asked,
because Angela, hold on now.
For every infrastructure project in your community,
you can go to
should
third
go
page,
out
just to
and
highlight
thank
a portion.
Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and the Congress that voted for the American Rescue Plan.
Angela,
that's what should be happening.
Larry Summers wrote an op-ed back in 2021. Larry Summers was the Treasury Secretary for Bill Clinton. He was an economic advisor to Barack Obama. He said that the American Rescue Plan that Joe Biden wanted, that Kamala Harris was the tie-breaking vote in the United States Senate, would create a massive inflation that we have not seen in a generation. Well, guess what? Larry Summers was correct. You know who also was correct, Angela? I was, because I was in the budget committee when they brought the bill. And I said in that committee, it's going to cause massive inflation. That's what happened. So the problem we have in our economy today is that prices have gone up massively. Wages adjusted for inflation is down. People's pocketbooks are hurting.
Byron Donalds, man, just absolutely destroyed. Just destroyed him.
Read the book. I only had watched the movie. And when you think of where you came from, and I thought, you know, my 4 grandparents came from Ireland legally, and they were poor. My parents both grew up very poor. Yeah. And my mom was a prison guard. She worked 16 hours her whole life. My dad, a family court probation guy, waiter. I learned to work and be financially independent when I was young.
Yep.
Nothing compared nothing compared to your life. And I saw at the convention, and your mom was there, and what that meant to you, that she had turned her life around.
Yeah.
And I just think it's a redemption story that America really can appreciate. But
yeah.
So dude, now you came from there to here. Not a bad story. You just we need to get to the final chapter.
That's exactly right, man.
35 days. Can you believe it?
35 days. I can't believe it, but I think we're in a sprint. We're going to work as hard as we
How do
can
you
for
feel
every
about the
single
polls?
vote. Look, man, I feel amazing about the polls.
Yeah.
If you look at the pollsters who've been most accurate, actually we're in a better place than we were in 2016. And of course, Donald Trump won the election in 2016. Yeah. I mean, look, I feel very good about it. I think the energy is great. You mentioned my mom. She's probably watching now. I love you, Mom. I'm proud of you. She's been clean and sober, by the way, for almost 10 years now.
Yeah.
And
Thank God.
it's shown. Man, the American dream is an American dream of second chances, right? If people, they fall off the horse, but they keep on getting back on. And I think that we need leadership that makes those second chances possible. That is what the presidency of Donald Trump represents. It's not just about red team versus blue team. Like, I want to beat the Democrats, and it'll be fun on November 5th to beat the Democrats. If Donald Trump is the next president, the people that I care most about are going to have better lives. And that is what this is all about.
2016 was about the forgotten men and women.
Yes.
You know, I mentioned my grandparents and my parents, and I feel I stand on their shoulders. And
Hey, Sean, nobody cares. Just as a spoiler alert.
I know you feel you stand on the shoulders. And that's the dream of every American, in my view. And that's the shining city on a hill that Reagan talked about, right?
And my mama is smiling from heaven. I'm running for vice president. The greatest.
Thank you, Harley.
What an incredible story about it.
Harley Dave, did you get affected by the storm? Personally, I know you said North Carolina is a mess, in which we've kind of seen some reports of that. But did you personally get affected by that? I hope not, bro.
Incredible woman.
And what a great testament to our country.
It's great to see you. Thank you for stopping by.
Yeah, thanks.
Great job tonight.
Take care.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right, now.
Yeah, I mean, this is a huge upgrade. We're not going to listen to Ted Cruz. We're not going to but didn't wasn't Don Jr. on? Okay, we'll skip to Don Jr. At some point, let's see. All right, where's Jr.? Let's see. All right, there we go. All right, Don Jr.
Oh, wait, it's freezing in this room.
It's really
Do
cold.
they not have heat? They don't have heat at
Especially now that I'm
CBS?
a Florida guy. It's
Yeah, exactly. I think our blood got thinner.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not why skip? I'm not a fan of Ted Cruz, but I can't, I have to be strategic on how I'm reacting to this live TV right now. I've got to make it transformative, and I can't just sit through all of it right now. And Don Jr. is just more important than Ted Cruz.
All right, I'm going to tell a true story. We've known each other since a long time. I knew you long before your dad ever got into politics. He'd always bring me into your office, your brother's office, and Ivanka's office.
I don't hate Ted Cruz at all, but he just annoys me because he tends to talk a really good game, and he doesn't actually like to follow through with it for the most part.
And it was funny because all of a sudden, J.D. Vance's name comes up again and again, and I didn't know him as well as you. And I called you. I said, okay, I know you really want J.D. Vance.
Yeah.
And I said, I don't know him as well as you. Tell me why. I guess we learned a big lesson tonight because he was spectacular on that stage.
It was a masterclass. I mean, it was just a spectacular performance. I mean, he understood the facts. He steamrolled the moderators when they tried to fact check him with nonsense, right? He was 100% right. Notice they didn't do that again. He had just such a command. It was interesting. I tweeted during the thing, I'm watching Tim Walz going like this as JD saw every time. I mean, the optics of it was terrible. I think Tim Walz is voting for Trump Vance.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
It was just an incredible performance. JD he gets
he's not
it.
Gonna because
Celebrity
you're
Jeremy
not
had
gonna
put
have
that
feminine
in.
hygiene products in boys' bathrooms or gender-affirming care without parental consent.
No, we're worried about policies that actually matter for Americans, not tampons in boys' bathrooms. And that's the reality, Sean. We've seen that today. We see it not just with the longshoremen's strike, but you see it with literally Iran, not through proxies, but actually directly striking Israel itself today. Notice how that didn't happen under Trump? We went from a time of peace to a time of war, right? This is the Kamala Harris Biden administration, right? It's the same thing. They've had power. They're trying to pretend as though she magically started her political career 3 weeks ago when they, shoved her into that role. We went from a time of
just remember now, this is the standard for the Democratic Party. Okay. So this is the standard right here. So in reality, I guess Tim Walz actually won. Okay, here we go right here. This is the standard for the Dems.
Joe, you did such a great job. You answered every question. You knew all the. And let me ask the crowd, what did Trump do? Why? Yes.
God damn it. That is so fucking bad. Holy shit.
Keys to a time of war. We went from a time of prosperity to a time of poverty. Everyone feels it. The world has been watching, and it has gone to hell in a handbasket, and it's because of the policies. Again, we've had 4 years under Trump. You know exactly what my father can do. Our enemies weren't attacking our allies. We weren't broke.
No inflation, no high interest rates, no war in the Middle East. By the way, it feels to me we're on the verge of an all-out war in the Middle East.
We can have peace again, and we can have prosperity again, but we're not going to have it with weak and feckless leaders like Kamala Harris. And again, I understand the media is going to media, right? They're going to spin it. She's a moderate because they'll do anything. They're the marketing department of the left.
I expect tomorrow. I expect some crazy attacks, crazy level attacks on JD Vance from the media. I think it's going to get crazy because I don't think that they expected that it was going to be this bad. I think that they probably expected a little bit, like even the mainstream media, a lot of the mainstream talking heads, even they can't justify what we saw tonight. They can't even spin this. I expect that there's going to be a lot of attacks on JD Vance. A lot. Holy crap.
Of course, they're spinning her as though she's a moderate. I mean, I'm seeing these. I'm looking at her policies over a 25-plus year career, the most radical person in the United States Senate, left of Bernie Sanders, and now they're saying, no, she wants the wall. I'm saying, almost like Joe Biden putting on a MAGA hat. I'm saying, what is going on here? But they'll tell you whatever you need to hear to get your vote, and then they'll do whatever they want.
Maybe I sound like a broken record, but no fracking, no offshore drilling, defund, dismantle, no bail laws,
open borders,
open borders, free housing, food, healthcare, education, sex change, amnesty, and they have allowed in murderers, they have allowed in rapists, they have allowed in other violent criminals, people with terror ties. We have Iranian hit squads looking to assassinate your father after two
members
assassinations.
of my family, including myself.
Okay, and your whole family.
I got that call too.
By the way, I am sorry that you did get the call. I'm sorry.
I got the call, and I've also, in the last 2 months, had to explain to my 5 children twice that someone tried to assassinate their grandfather, who they love a lot. We've dealt with some stuff, but it's.
By the way, your daughter
it's
Kai,
important.
who I interviewed at the RNC, she's a special kid.
She is,
She's
and and again, she wasn't apolitical. She's a 17-year-old girl, but she's been watching the attacks. She knows the measure of the man. She knows my father. She plays golf with him every weekend. She's probably spent more time with my father than any of the other Trumps combined. He may be watching, so I got to be a little careful. It could be close. He's a very good golfer, Sean. I got to be very careful. I'll never be seen on television ever again. No, she's great, and they have such a good relationship. But she was with me when that happened, and she went through it. And that Monday morning, 2 days later, she calls me like, "I want to speak at the RNC." I'm like, "Whoa!" That's a big speech for a 17-year-old. When I was 17, I probably had a hard time getting up in front of my classroom. And she was just so sick of it. And
I'll
honestly,
check that out.
I think the American people are so sick of it. They're sick of what's going on.
I was entertained by this tonight, but nothing has entertained me more than being here with you guys tonight. Look at there. I appreciate it. I'm glad you guys this has been a great stream. If you are new to this channel, I'm going to be covering pretty much all things politics and election coverage, Trump speeches, very much a pro-Trump channel for the rest of the month, all the way until November. And then after Trump wins, I've made the prediction that after Trump wins, from November to January, I think that it's going to be absolutely downright scary what they're going to try to do to this country, because they are going to try to destroy the country, because they're going to be panicking over Donald Trump. That's what my prediction is right there.
With immigration, they're sick of what's going on with fentanyl. They're sick of the wars and the never-ending funding for wars. No one's articulated what victory even looks like. We can fund that, but we can't take care of people in their own hometowns.
She
It's
gave
disgusting.
$8 billion to Ukraine. We now have given nearly $200 billion. Yeah, total. And
Well, how about $8
North
billion
Carolina?
to Iran, who is just sending missiles into Israel today?
How about we just send it to North Carolina, Georgia? We send it to Tennessee
They
and
can't
Florida.
even be bothered, Sean. They haven't even shown up. My father's doing more for North Carolina and Georgia by getting Elon to bring in Starlink and supplies
Isn't
to
that
be able to
amazing?
create communications. Honestly, what Kamala Harris and Joe Biden should do is Donald, please take over the disaster response, because we're too busy taking care of our enemies around the world and making sure that Iran feels comfortable and is well-funded to keep attacking our enemies. I mean, that's what they should do. If they wanted to actually solve something for the American people, put him in charge now.
All right. When did you first focus in on JD? Because we had a long conversation. I called you about it.
Oh yeah, no. Early on, before this, before the Senate run, and 2 years before that, started getting to know each other. And again, there were some differences and otherwise. But he was the first guy to sort of come around and be like, you know what, I actually got it wrong. I mean, whether he bought into some of the media spin or otherwise, and him and I are just sort of getting to know each other. And some of his consultants were good friends of mine, and they're like, hey, do you think I can? Yeah, man, go ahead, talk to and we just started becoming friends. I'm listening to this guy, and I had read Hillbilly Elegy. I'm like, we actually need someone with that background, someone who came from Appalachia, who battled the vicious cycle of poverty and addiction in his family, and broke through, got to live the American dream, created a successful
just talking
business,
about that.
Did it in the real world, and then got into politics. Just like he didn't use the military to get into school, or he went to the military before he went to law school and before he started a business,
Actually
not
went
as a
to the military,
checkbox candidate.
and he didn't lie about it,
And not
or
lie
lie about
about
his rank, or lie about the abortion bill, or lie. He told a lot of lies, were told on that stage by Tim Walsh today.
Well, and
I've got to
for
run.
weeks.
But, great to see you. And I heard congratulations to Kai on her college. thing.
Yeah,
All right, so we're gonna end that there, and we're gonna get into super chats. I got a lot of super chats to read, so we're gonna get into those. I'm gonna give the chat their opportunity to do chat is takeover. I'm gonna go to the BRB screen here for just a minute, so the chat can do their chat is takeover like they love to do. Because let me see right here. So, and then we're going to read super chats, and we're going to get to all of them because we read all the super chats. We read all the super chats. So chat is going to be takeover here for just a minute, because that's what the chat always does. Takes over. If you're new to this channel, we're a very different breed around here. It's a little weird in a good way. We talk a lot of crap. There's a lot of inside jokes. And before we do chat is takeover really quickly, I would like to say that we are like almost there. The end of the IDOT campaign is about to be here. So if you have not, go over to 221B Tactical, and we are closing out the campaign on our IDOT t-shirt for Geeks and Gamers. IDOT t-shirt. You've only got a few minutes, whether you want the t-shirt or the hoodie. That's the Halloween edition. If you're new to our little corner of the internet, there's a lot of inside jokes. This is our mascot for Geeks and Gamers. His name is IDOT. There's a lot of lore with that. There's way too much to explain at this point in time. So anyway, if you're interested, please go over there. Okay. Get your mother effing IDOT shirt, says Harley Dave. Absolutely. So, yeah, you only got a little bit longer to go over there, and then that campaign is going to be shut down here very, very soon. So we're going to go to the BRB screen, and I'll see you guys here in just a few minutes. Chat is takeover right now. Here we Okay. So what have you guys been doing? Let's see. What have you guys been doing while I'm away? We're back. I just put out this tweet really quickly right here as I was getting more drink. Make October great again. Holy shit. What? Laughing man? Laughing man. What? Laughing man? Holy shit. Wow. What is happening right now? This is insane. Holy crap. Laughing man. Well, you know what that means. You know what that means. You know what that means. Laughing man, you get the clip. All right? You get the clip. Roll it. Here we go.
And this is how much it was. $500 donation! You know what he says? Nothing. Drops $500 on the table. Looks over at everybody at the poker table. Dropped it on there. Moonwalked right out of the saloon, double doors. Didn't say anything. Spurs on his boots. Couple holstered handguns. Cowboy hat. Thick mustache. Dropped the money on the table, looked at everybody square in their eye, and just moonwalked right out of the saloon double door. Didn't say shit. Didn't say anything. There's no message there. Didn't say jack shit. And you have to be a cocky son of a bitch. First and foremost, that's not cheap. You got to be a cocky son of a bitch to drop $500 and just bounce the fuck out of there. Don't say nothing. I respect that.
Thank you, laughing man. Thank you, laughing man. Holy crap. $500. Jeez. I just got back and I was like, I saw someone go, he doesn't know yet. And I was like, holy shit. So thank you, laughing man. You mad lad. You absolute mad lad. We got a lot to get to. There's a lot of super chats to get through. Drunk 3PO's in my chat. Does Drunk 3PO want to come hang out? He doesn't have to, but he can if he wants. So we like Drunk 3PO. Drunk 3PO's a nice guy. Just Mike says, why does Jeremy think, who does Jeremy think he is? Who would compliment? Nobody would compliment me. You're absolutely right about that. February 14th says, I'd donate more if you were Double D's Day Cobra. Hey, I mean, I can get some people on here, okay? If that's what needs to happen. So Jay says, yo, Golden Nuggets says, you don't need beauty filters, Jeremy. You are a beautiful person naturally. This complimenting me stuff has to stop, okay? We have to stop this right now. I don't like it. I'm not kidding. Dom H with 5 gifted memberships. Thank you, Dom. Golden Nuggets said, okay, I can't keep this up. Hot damn, you gay. Okay, that's back to normal. That's back to normal. That's how we like it. Yeah, I did put this tweet out, though. So make October great again. So I thought that was pretty good. It's pretty funny to see that. So I definitely dig that. Let's see here. We've got Mazza Apocalypse says, Jeremy, how much to get you to chug a glass of milk and hot dogs with Tampon Tim brings up Agenda 2025 or Ohio Haitians eating cats is a lie? I didn't see this earlier, but I would not have committed to that. So I'm glad that I didn't see it earlier. No way I could have committed to that. Knights of Ben says, just let Benny, just let Benny left Benny to be with the 199. Well, hail Benny Johnson. We like Benny. Benny's awesome. Love Dog says, back to reality, Jeremy. You're terrible. Just saying, Fig. Okay, that's more like it. I like to be insulted. Eric K says, Jeremy looks just as gay with the filter on. I don't have the filter on right now, though. Lord Botha says, Jeremy had the best RNC stream, great picture and top quality audio, and he did not have any awkward encounters at all, like lurking in backgrounds. There's so much lore, dude. Danky, you need to get on that one. Tweeted Tone says Jeremy has beautiful eyes and a nice jawline. Always told him since 2017 to shave the pubes. Beards are for weak chins. Also, thoughts on ranked better? Yeah, I mean, I like that ranked Fortnite doesn't have a lot of the gimmicky stuff, but honestly, because now I'm like, I have gold level something. I don't know what I am. I've played quite a bit of ranked, and I'm in lobbies now with people that are just absolutely just retardedly good now. So it's like almost unplayable for me now because the people I'm playing are so damn good. Eric Heffelfinger says, new camera. We can see your eyebrows. Looks good. Damn, y'all. Jeremy is gay says, new pick for the debate. P.S. You're straight. Bulletproof Trump. I like that. That's good. 8 o'clock says, hey, Jeremy, I'm sure your boyfriend loves your Bama Crocs. I'm actually wearing my Atlanta Braves Crocs right now. So look at here. See there? Atlanta Braves. Okay. Go Braves. There you go. Let's see. Jared's 25 says, Jeremy, I come here for your excellent reading and linguistic skills. Keep up the good work, little buddy. Stop complimenting me, please. Firefox says, yeah, Savvy, don't accidentally time out laughing, man, like Jeremy. That was earlier in the stream. And so I have to tell the story again. So during Drunk 3PO, was it your 100,000 subscriber stream? Laughing Man drops a $500 super chat and says nothing. And I'm a mod on Jay's channel. So just so you understand, I have multiple phones, okay? And so I pick up one of my phones, and for whatever reason, the lock screen was not on for whatever reason. And Jay's stream was like on my phone. I accidentally timed out Laughing Man, who had just donated like $500 to Jay. And I was like, holy shit, I didn't mean to do that. So I felt really bad. But now it's part of the Geeks and Gamers lore, so it's okay. Fable of Man says, we want Jay. Also, for a homosexual, you're all right, Jeremy. Thank you, Fable of Man. I don't know. Crawler Carter says, I want someone to paint a Geeks and Gamers logo on the graffiti bridge. Hey, I like your thinking. Yeah, we do like the Geeks and Gamers logo like they did the Batman logo on the Dark Knight Rises. Let's see. Yeah, so Jay, the people, look, I don't know. Jay may be live. He may be live. So I don't want to pressure Jay if he's on a live stream. Stay on your live stream, brother. Demogenized says, sup, bro? Sent you a classic funny vid. Enjoy. I will check it out. Buster Nut Smash says, don't give Madam Savvy a wrench. Give her a razor so she can shave that massive bush. Holy crap. Willie Will dropped 50 gifted memberships. 50 gifted memberships. Insane. Hope you're doing well, Willie Will. We appreciate you, man. Do I have eyebrow filters on? No, I just have eyebrows. They're just very light features. Spirian with the 199 sticker. Thank you. Jake Stanley says, already disgusted. Shadow Saiyan says, take a shot every time they mention Trump instead of answering the question. Ministry of Wrongthink says the Vice POTUS debate is still going to be 100% Orange Man bad. You were correct about that one. Major Dave says there is a major catastrophe in the U.S. right now with consequences from Helene. Port workers on strike, and the first question in the non-U.S. related and response from Walls is TDS. This is embarrassing to watch. It is. But it needed to happen, unfortunately. People needed to see it for what it was. Eric K says, moderators will call out no lies from Walls. Let's see. Alex Channel says, oh boy, another Donald Trump drinking game. Jose M says, build the walls, MAGA 2024. Brad Mann says, I love that Vance is not just answering the questions, but he is also speaking for Walls. This is political gold. Make America great again. Make America healthy again. I think JD Vance gave like a 10 out of 10 performance. I really do. But who cares what I think? You only care what Drunk 3PO. I was going to say Dre. I don't know if I call you Jay or Drunk 3PO, damn it. Dre, okay? Dre is in the house. What's up, Dre?
Yeah, it's been a long day, man.
It's been a fun one.
Been a long day. Look at that, man. It's really blessed here. Look at all the support. I love to see it. It's freaking amazing.
You love to
I
see it.
streamed at 8 o'clock this morning on my political channel. Then I did daily. Then took Krista to the parks. Then I played a little Fortnite. I had you up while we were playing Fortnite. We were listening, and everybody was like, "Hey, look, can you just take Jeremy off?" Like, we don't want to. We are here because we don't want to hear the debate. I was
Exactly.
like, all right, I get it.
No, and that's what I said. You texted
wasn't
me, you're like,
you,
bro.
it was like,
no. I know you were texting me like, hey, are you cool if I stream over you? I was like, of course I am. You
I
know,
didn't want to
because
stream over you.
there's people like there's some people that want the escape, you know, to kind of like, hey, we just would like to get away from the politics and stuff like that. So, yeah, man, I totally understood
From what I listened, and seeing Trump on social media right now, just completely going savage, like. It's pretty funny. It's pretty clear what happened. I hope someone called 911.
Dude, it was an absolute beatdown. Okay, so let me to put it in sports terms. I mean, like, I don't know. I mean, we've seen some major beatdowns in the past. Like, just imagine like imagine a football game and it's like 52-0. I mean, that's essentially what it was. Like, it was an absolute destruction tonight. Yeah. JD Vance like crushed it. It was absolutely
and no one can
insane.
say any different. Like, I'm seeing the clips from CNN and everyone else, and they're all just like, well,
yeah, it was and JD Vance was just phenomenal. And it wasn't like JD Vance was trying to do anything other than be JD Vance. But with that said, Jay, you do have something to answer for, buddy.
Oh,
you want to tell us what's going on here?
Well, that's been photoshopped. Yeah, I've been doing some squats, man. Like, look at that booty. Been doing some squats.
Oh man, it was so good. It was so good.
Krista was like, saw this stool. And I was like, sitting in, let me take you, because there were others that had tails like horses. It's like the Rainforest Cafe.
There's the real one right there, but
yeah,
still funny.
You see the one next to me has like a little tail?
Yeah.
And she's like, no, I don't want to do it. You sit in it. So I sat in it, and I didn't know she was taking a picture. And of course, it's like, then all of a sudden, like, Twitter's blown up. I'm like, oh no, what did I do now? And it's like, oh, freaking Krista. Oh well. What are you gonna do, man?
It's so good.
And and then I go through the thread and everyone's tagging beer. And they know my legs ain't small, man. People see me, they know.
It's great. It was great. Good stuff right there, though. So, all right, let me move that right there. But yeah, so you didn't see any of the debate.
I saw most of it, yeah. And then the rest of it, I had it on listening. But I did see that Vance broke the fourth wall like multiple times.
Yeah, it was
oh, that's pretty funny.
Yeah, it was a major beatdown. Absolutely major. It was kind of crazy. Let's see. I got those in early, but I love that Vance is calling them illegal aliens and not migrants. Thank you for the 20. Front toward enemy says the question about the hurricane was a setup to avoid the topic or the federal aid, or rather the lack of federal aid. There's Love Dog says that bill was garbage, allowed 5,000 illegals a day, but more importantly gave billions to Ukraine. Harley Dave, who's been on it tonight, JD just used JD is used to BS political challenges. He will easily handle this garbage. Walls is completely out of his league. He has no idea what he's actually up against. Trust JD. Hail 199.
I didn't know much. I didn't know JD would handle himself. Like, I didn't know him that well.
It was beautiful.
He came out like, this is it. This is what you guys are doing. This is what we're doing.
Mm-hmm.
That's all he needs to say. You guys are messing everything up. This is what we're doing.
Did you hear what Tim Walz said about the school shooter?
Yeah. Did you see what Trump posted about that? Yes. Did you show that? Yes. The yard sign.
Yes.
Trump Vance, not friends with school shooters. Holy crap, dude. I was like, that's hilarious, man. And then the best is like the Democrats like Twitter account post, we see who the clear winner is, and they got this weird picture of did you see that? Dude, the comment section
I don't think I saw that one. You have to pull that one up if you want to pull that one up. I didn't see that one.
Oh my gosh. And Mark Hamill went out, dude. You should just pull up Mark Hamill's tweet just because.
Okay.
Let me show you how desperate these people are. Like, so ridiculous. Everybody's posting pictures from the debate because that's what we saw. What they're wearing, things like that. Mark Hamill went out of his way and searched Google to dig up some weird picture of JD Vance to try to make him look bad, right? Like bad angle, bad light. Then takes the best picture he could possibly find of this guy who grabs his crotch every time he speaks publicly and put it up there to try. He tries so hard to make it look like there's a crazy man and the guy who actually won. No, man. Everybody knows what you're doing. This is terrible. Like, why would you do that? You're making it worse. We're laughing at you, Mark. We're
Mark
laughing
Hamill,
at you that you would go out and do this when everybody's posting pictures of the debate stage. If you scroll down the comments, it's glorious, man. Like,
I gotta be careful. Let's see.
They're all just like they post like they're like that. They put the real pictures up. Oh yeah, look at that one. That's one I wanted you to see. Yeah.
Oh man, holy!
It's so weird that he would go out of his way to like to find. Yeah, I just wanted you to see like some of the pictures, but that's the shot right there. Fact. That's the shot.
That's the shot, man.
Go out of his way to like find like the ugliest picture he could possibly find of JD to post that. Shows you how scared these people are. That they know that their time is running out. They know that they're losing. They know like they got to do everything in their power. He couldn't post a picture of his guy from tonight. He couldn't do it because there was no good picture, and he knows his guy screwed up. So he had to go out of his way to find the best one he can to put it together, and others are doing the same thing. The Democratic Twitter account, they didn't post any pictures from the debate. They had to go find like some happy picture and like post that up because they already know. They know they couldn't do it. It's freaking crazy, man. Like that this is what they want to do. I love it.
Some of the memes are coming out this good. Like, so this one right here was congrats to Senator Vance on his performance tonight. Look, it's so good. Good old Al from Home Improvement, baby. That's what's up right there. So I love all the memes. And see, that's the thing is like we can laugh at these things. Like this is funny. This is funny. This is excellent. By the way, Home Improvement is one of the best TV shows ever. Okay. This is one of the best TV shows ever. Well,
can I share something?
Yeah, of course. All
right, so here's the Democrats. Tonight's winner. Look, they had to go out of their way. All right, since I am a community note person, I guess you didn't know that. If you see some good community notes, it's probably for me. So we're gonna share the biggest community note. Tim Walz did not, in fact, win the debate. CNN even admitted that JD Vance was the winner. That's the community note that's happening. But I mean, like, people are like, are y'all serious? Like, there's no way he won this. It's crazy. They're like, remember this one? The winner of tonight's debate. It's unbelievable. They had to go and find they had this picture ready. They were just waiting. It didn't matter what happened. They were going to post that.
Absolutely.
So
that's what they do. Yeah, I mean, and then he said at one point he just said, "Oh, I'm just a knucklehead." You're like, wait, what? Did he just say that? Like, because that makes no sense. Why did you just say that? You're running for vice president, okay? You're running for vice president, and you said that. Like, what an absolute psychopath. But that's where we are, man. These people are nuts, and I'm not surprised at it at all. Some of the memes are just, I can't stop looking at them. I'm obsessed with these memes.
Oh my gosh. Can we even show this one, Hail the Lord?
Hail the Lord or lore?
No, or Hail the Lord.
Be careful. Be careful.
Okay, I'll show
no, don't. I saw that. Razor Fist tweet is probably the best fucking tweet, though. I'll show Razor Fist tweet. Let me pull up Razor's tweet. I'm not gonna read it. I'll just show the tweet. You, the wonderful chat, you can read the tweet when I pull it up, and I'll enhance it. So,
hail the Lord. Sorry about that.
There's hang on. Right here. There you go. God dang it, Razor Fist. Holy shit, Razor.
That's worse than what I showed. Jeremy likes it.
I didn't show it though. I didn't read it. That's why I'm not reading that. Okay. I'm not reading that. So Razor just whoo.
I wonder if he's gonna make a statement about that, saying clearly I was nervous. And I made a mistake.
That was an all-timer right there, man. That was an all-timer. So
this is the all right, this is safe. I promise. I'm not going to mess you up. This is the face that we're going to see all the way up to the election.
Yes.
This thing is going to get mean. Like, look at that. The face you make when your wife starts reading your search history before you.
And do you know what we're going to get for JD Vance? This one right here. The photo that will be memed for eternity. So there you go right there. That's going to be that's it right there. So every time you make a good point or you're like a Chad meme, like that's your new Chad meme right there. That's the face of a winner right there. It's essentially what that is. So that's
breaking the fourth wall. It's hilarious.
man. It's so good. It's so good. I just can't describe how bad the beatdown was tonight. It really was brutal. Like it was one of the most brutal beatdowns that you can't really put it into perspective how bad it was. I don't think anybody, like, if you're being completely honest about the situation, 100% Trump. I mean, 100% Vance won this, and it only benefited the Trump campaign. And that's just not even debatable. Like, this is not a debate. I'm looking at the reaction from everybody, even people you would think. But yeah, here's the one you were talking about right there. So
yeah,
that is so good, dude. That is so good. All right, let's see. We've got Jenna Hughes says Wanker looks like he's about to have a steam coming out of his head. This is greatly entertaining. Thanks for hosting, Jeremy. Thank you. The Paladin Jock says this is straight up a beatdown. Absolutely. Papa Perry for 20. How did this Walmart clerk get elected for encouraging burn loot Minneapolis? Yes, exactly. BLM. River Miles says stop calling invaders migrants. FMJHP with 5 gifted memberships. Thank you. JRG Project says the moderators are breaking their own rules. That means Tampon Timmy lost. Let me see. Troy News says, wow, Walls actually told the truth there. Experts can't be trusted. Scientists can't be trusted. Yes, Walls. The high wall is hell. Let's see. The high wall is hell is paved with the Ivy League digress. Rock on, Vance. Brock says, Vance is doing really well tonight. Good old Brock in the house. Make sure you hydrate. That's what Brock always says when he's here. Kyrus is middle class Olympics. Zenaximus is good to see Vance keeping his cool. I guess he was prepared well for his fight against the little beta weasel and the 2 Karens. He absolutely was, man. I don't think they would ever ask for another debate with JD Vance.
No.
They would never want one. Jenna Hughes for 10 says, I feel like I'm watching the most cringe and wholly outskilled SmackDown ever. Anyone else feel the same? Yes. I think we all did. Harley Dave says, Jeremy, when will the moderators ask questions about homosexuals like you? Love Dog says, Amber Thurman died because she took an abortion pill, had nothing to do with traveling to another state. The lies are unbelievable. Harley Dave says, trust JD for 20. No one with 5 gifted memberships. Thank you. Celebrity Jeremy says, Democrats are terrified of talking about abortion. Truthfully, they always go to the life of the mother argument, which is very, very rare. Never about what they really want. 100%. And we got Hayden Wayne for 50. Says Vance is killing it, and Timmy Boy looks like an absolute moron to anyone who knows anything. They are trying to get the buzzwords, and the people who don't pay attention to fall into the Harris camp. They're doing a terrible job. Big L's all the way around.
Did you see? There was another massive L today at the Breakfast Club. Did you see?
Oh, yeah, with Byron Donalds. Yeah, I played that earlier.
Just wrecked those fools, man.
Yeah, it was
he
beautiful.
Pulled out facts and was like, It's right here, man. I love
Trump.
Aw, man.
Trump
I
is
wish he was the
surrounded-
I said before I wish he was the VP, but Vance was clearly
Vance showed tonight he's the right
yeah,
man for it.
yeah.
I mean, I'd said previously I thought Byron Donalds would be a good choice, and he would have been a good choice, but Vance was clearly the best choice, and he
Yeah.
proved that tonight. He 100% proved
Your
that tonight.
time is coming, Byron.
So now ultimately you got to look at this. Like, Trump is surrounded by an absolute dream team right now. Like, it's absolutely stupid, the amount of people that is around him that are next level. Obviously JD Vance proved that he is clearly the right choice to be the VP. He's got RFK, he's got Tucker, he's got Vivek, he's got Elon Musk, he's got Byron Donalds, he's got all these people. There's a ton of people I'm forgetting. I know Tulsi's mentioned in that. There's just so many amazing people that he has. And then more people that he can bring into his cabinet and things like that. Like, it is crazy. It is crazy.
This is the biggest stacked house I've seen in a long.
This is like the old school basketball fans will know this. Jay, you'll appreciate it. This is the 92 Dream Team. That's what this is.
100%.
It's the 92 Dream Team right
I don't
here.
know who the Christian Leitner will be, but he'll show up.
This is the 92 Dream Team for sure, man. I mean, it's absolutely crazy. Mike Noss says, I hate how casual pro-choice women are about abortion. What's the ratio of women who do it just to avoid pregnancy, childbirth, and having a child versus those with legit reasons? The people they're pandering to are the smallest minority of people, and they try to take the smallest unfortunate situations to try to act like that's the most dominant reason. But that's what the left does. Harley Dave says, Jeremy, the perfect grifters for 50, simply sits there listening to chaos and talking shit whenever necessary while watching all of us self-propagate upward growth of support for a genuinely kind and honest human who hates compliments. I need a drink. You went on a drink run too. You went on a drink run, brother. Did you get back?
I see you, 300 mirrors. Thanks for tagging me in this post.
By the way, yes, people are asking about your political channel. Tell them real quick about your political channel.
It is Welcome to the Rebellion podcast. That's where I moved all the old episodes from the podcast. I moved them over, just trying to get them away. Like, the Drunk 3PO channel is basically a Star Wars channel. So it's like, let me just put everything over here in this one area. And then early in the mornings, Tuesdays and Thursdays, I go live at 8 in the morning Eastern. And we just go over the weeks, like what happened the past few days. Like this morning, we did a pretty good thing about like all the stuff that's happening in North Carolina, the fundraising, what people are saying, how Elon showed up with like the Starlinks and everything just because Trump made the call and all the stuff they're doing. We were trying to find exactly what the Biden administration was doing other than having FEMA on the ground. And we went through different ways how people can help, and it's just like, grassroots movements and stuff. It was awesome. We had a good time. So that's what's happening over there. Also, I'm going to have a lot of guests lined up to bring the podcast back, because that's what I really love doing. So it's going to be a lot of fun over there. So.
Oh yeah. And Harley Dave, I see you. Yeah. He says we're back and we're all drinking, but then he says Jeremy doesn't care about people. I don't know what's going on with Harley Dave, but it's okay. It's okay. Let's see. Same Millennial says, read Dustin, is it Grage X post on Tim Walz yesterday about his ties to China. I don't think JD knows this stuff yet, but we need to inform ourselves. He's a commie. Thanks, Jeremy, for the stream. Thank you for the super chat. Same.
Oh man, I want to highlight one person here who just became a member of the channel. This is Casey. She is one of the greatest supporters of G&G, me, everyone else, and just to give her a little props. If you go to her Instagram, if you're married, don't go to her Instagram.
Chat's about to go crazy now.
She's the nerdy mechanic. No, I'm just joking. She's the nerdy mechanic, but fantastic. Good to see you over here, Case. She's been a supporter for a long time. So I was just joking. She's very beautiful, but I'm just saying.
Look at what the chat's about. This chat's about to go crazy now. They're like, wait,
I probably embarrassed her to all heck, but yeah.
Look at Lady Aaron D. Jeez, Jay. I mean, you know how?
No, she's been a good friend for years. That's all I was saying. Like, it was good to see her over here.
I mean, look what Jay does to like Madam Savvy. Like, she's never gonna get away from that.
She's already taken, fellas. Sorry. Like I'm not making matchmaker or anything like that. It was just a joke. I really messed that up. I was trying to be funny and it didn't.
Jay.
The nerdy mechanic on Instagram. There you go.
Jay.
No.
Unicycle Peon for 50 on Rumble says, whoa, just realized it's the first of the month and I can back off the restraint, have purple goodness. I hope this debate really has an impact. I don't trust whatever establishment plans next. Cheers. Thank you, Unicycle Peon. I appreciate that, man. Laughing Man says, why don't you acknowledge me, Jeremy? What are you talking about? What do I got to do? All right, we're going to give you a bonus because Laughing Man, I gave you the Ripa clip, but now because it does qualify for the proper 199 technically. So we'll give you the proper 199 just for Laughing Man, okay? So here we go.
Should I do it?
Do not come.
I'm going to do it.
Do not come.
I'm going to come.
I see Savvy's like roasting me here. Jay just likes to be silly. You've never really hung out with me in person.
Old Savvy. We got to get Savvy on Cobra Cast one of these days. So,
oh, she's great. She's great on. She's great.
She's actually awesome. Like you gotta be a special type of person to like get our world as quickly as she has. She's really fucking cool. Though.
I had Tuesday night's main event on when we were driving home, and I'm like, dude, she literally made Beardo like crumble like a cookie. Like Beardo will not play her in Pokemon. Like, what kind of a man that works out or has a show called Bro Science or High Tea won't accept a video game challenge from a woman? Like, what? That's crazy.
See, this is why she belongs here. Stop being nice to me. Call me a gay retard.
Yeah, fit right in. You're fitting right in, that's for sure.
Oh, man. And then we got right here. How do you say that? Gray Oak said, sorry, had to get a membership to tell Harley Dave to get me some Kentucky bourbon barrel. And Harley Dave responds and says, so it shall be.
What the freak, Harley?
Look at there.
Send me some.
Look at there. Look at there.
I'll take some of that.
Let's see here. Lapco with 5 gifted memberships. Thank you, Lapco. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Harley Dave says, trust JD, ya fig. Did Jeremy just ask Jay how to read?
No.
I kind of did.
It's a name. Like the names are a little different.
The chat has been going faster than Jeremy running to a free butt plug party. Hail IDOTs. And then funny. Gray Oak. After the weekend, I am rewatching Chuck. Just saying, don't judge for $20.
Yeah. Freaking Zachary going through it.
And Gray Oak just dropped the 10.
Brother. Sorry about that.
Savvy is a Fed. Savvy is a Fed. So, yeah, she's there to infiltrate our little world. So, you think so? Should I be cautious of her? Harley Dave for 50 says, first of all you figs of IDOT, let this message be known. There is either Trump or nothing. Look at what they are doing to us in the mountains of North Carolina. Screw Swifties and to hell with anyone who stops you from being amazing. Vote for freedom. Let's freaking go. Thank you, Harley Dave, you mad lad. He's been on it tonight. Dude, his eyes were so bulged out, creepy as fuck. But if you look at any Democrat, their eyes are so bulged. Indicator. Yeah, this is true. Dude, it was bad. Like, I just saw the Quartering tweeted this one out right here. Dude, this quote is never going away. It's never.
Also, like, pretty well rehearsed. The man would pull out a Bible verse.
Oh yeah, dude, that was so scripted.
When you are for like late term abort, like, no, man, come on, bro. It's like they rehearsed that over and over, like just to yeah. Holy crap, dude! That's my friend Wei Wu.
Yeah, look at what she said.
Wei Wu is hilarious. Do not vote him. He make America gay. Communism. I can't say the first part. Wei Wu knows.
Oh man, this is brutal. This is absolutely brutal. I saw like Antonio Brown had some stuff.
Dude, Antonio Brown, brother. Probably my favorite Twitter follow for the most part. Holy crap.
Yeah, dude. His some of his stuff I can show and some of it I can't show. So let's see. Rude Collie says that the media keeps talking about Republican versus Democrat. This is common sense versus brainwashed people. Vance killed it tonight. Hail the fellowship. Trump 2024. Thank you so much. All right, let's see here. God dang, man. Like, okay, like I gotta be careful. All right, look. That's
Dude.
Oh my god.
AB, come on, man.
Damn, dude. Holy crap. If you know, you know. All right, but AB, I'm not gonna.
No.
Holy crap! Here we go. VP debate coming soon. Me too. Holy shit.
I still think his Sydney Sweeney one was the worst. I couldn't believe what he did in that one.
Oh man, God, some of this stuff is just absolutely insane, dude.
Did you see Charlie Kirk's? I'm sure you showed that already.
Which one?
Where he had the video of JD Vance just won big and it wasn't even close. A tribute.
I don't think I saw that one. Let me pull that one up.
Oh,
Charlie Kirk. Surprised I don't follow Charlie Kirk. Let me follow him. All right, so Don Jr. When was this one?
It was an hour ago.
You talking about the? Well, I saw the MSNBC meltdown.
No. It's called tribute.
It's called what? Tribute?
A tribute.
Let's see. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Okay.
I don't know if you can play the music.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, I won't play it then if it's got copyrighted stuff on it. So it's on Charlie Kirk's Twitter account. If you guys want to go check that out. Yeah, man. Absolutely fucking hilarious. Samuel B says, and this was a great one. I read this one earlier, but I'm reading it again. Yesterday, I was voting for Trump. Today, I am proud to be voting for Trump Vance. It's time to finish this. It's no longer make America great again. It's make America great forever. Trump Vance 2024. And that's what JD Vance did tonight. That's exactly what he did tonight.
Yeah, he did what he was supposed to do, and he made a lot of us who wasn't so sure about him.
Yep.
You know, that's what he did for me. I was like, 'cause I didn't know, like I was hoping they picked somebody else, but it's like, okay,
yep,
they know what they're doing more than Jay.
Well, Trump is definitely showing people now. Like tonight proved that Trump actually has stepped up his game, and he's picking a lot better. He's surrounding himself with a lot better people now. And tonight was proof of that. Hayden Wayne for 50 says people are finally seeing where politics and culture tie in together. These people that Trump and Vance are running against are the same people ruining gaming, causing censorship, and excommunicating people for having an opinion. They love Dustborn. 1000% right there.
Did you know that Matt Walsh mentioned you without mentioning your name?
Really? What do you do?
I only saw because Jonas from that Park Place tweeted. He was like, "I'm watching the Daily Wire," and one of the super chats was, "Hey, like, can you guys talk about pop culture and gaming and stuff? Because a lot of the people are going to get sucked in to vote for another, like, for the wrong candidate." And Matt Walsh was like, "Well, I mentioned gaming and I got into an argument with someone for 3 straight days on Twitter about it. And we all know it was you." So
please, somebody send me that clip. I will make a fucking video on it. I will make a fucking video on that.
I got it.
Hell
I
yeah.
think I remember where it's at. He didn't mention your name, but I know he was talking about you. So
Laughing Man is at the chat's moving so fast. I'm trying to find your comment, Laughing Man. Here it is. When is Jay going to be Canadian Bear? And he said that in all caps.
500 on my channel.
He did it though. Did you not? Did you do it in the 500 he dropped? Or the one?
He dropped.
No.
Here.
I'm saying the one he did on your channel.
Oh, I put it on.
Oh, okay. You sound very, very thrilled about that.
I was doing my one. Listen, Gary. I'm a troll and a meme, or not. I'm a meme to Gary, and that's all. And I'm good with that. And Gary shows up on my 100K celebration, and I'm like, well, that's cool. As soon as he shows up, Laughing Man drops $500, says put on the suit, and I'm like, I got Gary here, man, for like 5 minutes, and they like put on the suit, so I went and put it on because I'm a man of my word.
Oh man. Same Millennial for 20 says, I proudly support JD as VP. I recommend everyone read his book, Hillbilly Elegy. I grew up in the same area in Southwest Ohio and Eastern Kentucky as him, so I can relate to his story a lot. And I know he's telling the truth. He overcame big odds. Isn't there a movie of that? I kind of want to watch it now. I'm a fan. I'm a fan of JD Vance after tonight. Grover Pearson says Democrats are going to become more unhinged. Losing to Trump also means 8 years of Vance. October is going to be lit. It is going to be lit. So it's a Netflix movie. I'll have to check it out. No, dude, this is the month right here. Like this is it right here. This is the Super Bowl for us. We're going to be covering everything this month on this channel. So make sure you are tuned in. Make sure you subscribe, notifications, follow me on Twitter, follow me on Kick, follow me on Rumble, follow me everywhere. Make sure notifications are turned on because there's going to be a lot of streaming. Gray Oak says, would you have ever thought that we would live in a time and a day and an age when guys dressed as casual fascist Friday attire would show up at your doorstep for a social media post? It's scary. And this is where we are. If Kamala Harris wins, dude, there's no overselling it. We're fucked. There's no overselling this shit. We're fucked. It can't happen.
Yeah, that's why we're going to vote early. As soon as I'm going to vote as early as possible. So Buster Nut Smash, I see you in the chat. Please send me an email update. Thank you.
Gray Oak says, I was entertained by this tonight, but nothing has entertained me more than being here with you guys tonight. Not gay. Jason Platten says, DeSantis blew it big time. He could have gracefully accepted Trump's VP position and been a shoe-in for president in 2028. After tonight, everyone is going to want Vance to take the reins after Trump. That is 100% it right there. This could have been DeSantis. I don't think DeSantis can beat Vance in 2028 now. I don't think he can. Vance, if Vance gets picked as VP, we have 4 years of Trump Vance, and then Vance is basically right there to be the nominee. That's a great point, Jason. That's a great point indeed. Holy crap. John Murdoch for a proper 199. I'm a
compliment.
I'm a Vance fan now. Hey, Jeremy, your audio and camera is outstanding tonight. And then Laughing Man responds to John's super chat and says, play the clip, Jeremy. Laughing Man is on it. Here we go.
Should I do it?
Do not come.
I'm gonna do it.
Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
Oh, it's the best clip ever, man. It really is. Holy crap. Thank you, John. And thank you. Listen, we take production very seriously here. So we only have the best camera and the best audio. Okay. We make no mistakes here. All right. There's no mistakes whatsoever. So we thank you for that. I really appreciate it though. Thank you to everybody. You guys have been insane tonight. Savvy is a Fed. You heard it here first. She might be. I mean, where the fuck did she come from? Where did she come from? Like, you know what? Savvy may
It
have
was
studied.
Kershaw.
Savvy might have just studied Geeks and Gamers, and then she's like, "Ooh, there's a great opportunity. Gamergate 2 is happening." So then she starts like making comments on tweets and stuff like that. You know, just trying to kind of, you know, fit in with the crowd. Ooh, I'm a pretty girl. I've got blonde hair. They're gonna notice me. And then you bring her into a stream, and then she just leans into all the jokes and all of that. Savvy's a Fed. I'm convinced. Savvy's a Fed. Yeah.
You're the one that let her in. So if
Yeah,
something
really
goes down
fucked up.
and G&G's done, it would be your fault.
The fuck am I gonna do now? Harley Dave says Dre 3PO. Dre 3PO. I don't know if she's still here. It'd be funny if she's still here. Gray Ghost for 10 says Jeremy has a beautiful soul, but it's covered in the gayest outer shell, the figgest of figs. Thank you. Fable of Man. We want Jay for a homosexual.
Here.
You're all right, Jeremy. It's pretty nice. Look at that. Laughing Man with a $500. Another $500. So, Jay, that's it. You got to put it on now. This is the second $500.
No, it's not. Not my. That's the rules. Not my channel. Keep blessing Jeremy though. He deserves it. Man. He does awesome.
Man, I just want to say
work,
I was just wanting to compliment Laughing Man. The last second, I'm like, let me pretend like there's another one.
I literally went up to check. I went up to check just to make sure.
Oh man, that was good. Let's see. Love you guys. Chat. F you, Jeremy. I've been here for a while. Just saw a beautiful YouTube. What phrase? Political career ending tonight. Well, first of all, I appreciate. I don't know how long you've been following, but yeah, man. Like, there's always just like. I know there's a lot of lurkers in the chat. There's always been a lot of lurkers, and I lurk in a lot of streams myself. So it's, you know, sometimes people start popping up that you haven't seen before, but I really appreciate it.
You want to see the clip? The Daily Wire
Yes,
clip?
yes, I absolutely do.
All right.
You got it right now?
Yep.
All right, here we go.
I can't stand Daily Wire. Sorry.
Good old Jeremy Boring.
Another question from a DailyWire.com subscriber. Can the Daily Wire please do something to focus on nerd culture? There are millions of young men who don't know politics and love superheroes and video games, and the fact that we aren't making it known that we care about what they care about is crime. They'll end up falling in with leftists who do not appeal to them on these to them on these grounds.
I
if we ignore
actually
them.
have played video games on the air. I've actually had.
Yeah, we know about nerd culture. The 70-year-old every book in the West
who has been playing video games since they were invented.
I do a lot to appeal to nerd culture. I will say, I did once do a nerd call. I talked about video games on the show. I was defending gamers on the show, and then the gamers spent the next 3 days yelling at me on Twitter, telling me how dare I speak on this issue. I have no right to speak about it.
That did happen.
That's a thing that happened. So you know,
I will say this.
That Ben Shapiro's like, that did happen. I saw Jeremy.
Jeremy Boring retweeted Matt's tweet after. So we DM'd, we shared DMs after our big fight, and we put it to rest. And then I put a tweet out about like, hey, we talked it out. Everything's cool. Matt put the tweet out, and then Jeremy Boring, who still follows me on Twitter, by the way. Jeremy Boring still follows me. I don't know why. I check like occasionally when I see his tweets pop up. I'm like, is Jeremy Boring still following me after all the shit I talk about Daily Wire? But he still follows me. But yeah, there you go. Holy crap, Laughing Man.
Not my channel. Not my channel. Sorry. You just gave it to Jeremy. I ain't doing that for free. I'm sorry. I'm not. I'm hot. I'm not doing that for free. That thing hasn't been washed in 2 years. Like, I don't have to do anything. I'm sorry. But thanks for the donation. Well, if you want to make a video, it's at 3:34.
Just send me the link. Just send me the link. Good old Laughing Man, putting the pressure on Jay. Poor Jay.
I set the rules, man. I gotta stand firm. I can't be bullied like this.
Holy crap, Laughing Man, you crazy mad lad. What do I have anything I can put on? I don't even think I have any. I feel pressure now. I don't really have.
Am I robbing someone? This ain't my channel. The people are like, "F you, Jay, do it." No, I'm not gonna be bullied.
I don't really have like a goofy costume that I can put on. So, yeah, I will. Jeremy, give the 500 to Jay. Now Laughing Man's asking for a refund. He's just making shit difficult. I fucking love all of you guys so much. Harley Dave says, let's keep it moving. Let's keep it moving. Is Savvy here? Have Savvy do it. Let's see. We've got Pit Bucks 21.
5 minutes. 5 minutes. I'm out. Jeremy's texting me now.
I didn't text him. I fucking did not text him. First super chat, Jeremy. Go Trump and Jay. Go Jay. I got blue. Thank you for everything. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. All right, listen, Laughing Man. You got to drop it. You got to don't drop it. Don't drop another one here tonight. You got to drop it on Jay's channel. It's the one little grift that he still has over me. Okay, so you know what I'll do? I'll drop 50 gifted memberships on Jay's channel next time. Deal? Okay, we'll drop 50 gifted memberships on Jay's channel next time he goes live. Flag Ninja says Savvy's Bush is a Fed. Holy crap. Let's see. Elwood Blues Morris says, watching from the UK, Savvy was great on FNT. She is great. She is great. Let's see. What's a Moniker says 2020 was the most free and fair election. Walls won tonight, and Jeremy is straight. Follow me for more trustworthy Democratic facts. Jay never goes live. That is true. Jay never goes live anymore. That is true. Chewy says, why the F is everyone saying your camera is great? Can't even see your eyebrows. I have eyebrows. See? I have eyebrows. We do have the best equipment here, though. That's a fact. Like, we do have the best equipment. It's not even close. Like CobraCast, Geeks and Gamers, we thrive off of the best equipment possible. That is what we do here. Fully Problematic for 10 says, producing more oil than ever. Is that why why I'm getting graped at the pump? GTFO. Walls is a liar. Trump 2024. Every time you go to the gas pump, just remember who you want to vote for. And trust me, it ain't Walls. It ain't Harris. It's Trump. It's Trump every single time. That's the bottom line. Let's see where we're at. Dean Jones says all plant life breathes in carbon. What the fuck? Jason Platten says Vance 2028, sign me up. Slane Hope says Iraq kept Iran in check. We took Iraq out to destabilize the area, which planted the seeds for another war. And here we are seeing the crops get harvested. Grand Potato says, how would they know it's bad drought or flood in 500 years if our weather records goes back to the mid 1800s? Let's see. Samuel, holy crap. Samuel for a $100. MAGA Red. Behind due to shift change, but just want to add liberals can't demand high wages on all jobs and then complain they cannot afford childcare. Which is it? Does your childcare deserve $20 to $30 an hour, or should competition drive down prices? Much love to you all. Thank you, brother. Holy crap. Shout out. That's right. Shout out to the working man, tweeted Tone. That's a swig of water for the working man. Samuel, swig of water for the working man. Everybody in the chat, take a swig for the working man. There we go. All right. So, where's Jay? Do you guys hear him? I hear him.
Yeah, I got a thing on. Gonna get your money's worth. Everybody's gonna have a little laugh, spin a yarn. There you go. Got my little family back there for everyone to see. Rawr! There you go, 500. Woo, 1,000. Jeremy owes me a freaking pizza or something. I don't know. Laughing man.
I can tell Jay legitimately does not want to be doing this.
Supposed to be talking politics and all that stuff.
Laughing Man says you never go live, and that's why he can't send you the money.
I'm live almost every single day.
Where?
On Drunk 3PO's basement. Every day.
Laughing Man, you mad lad.
Yeah, seriously though, thanks for the support,
dude.
brother.
You guys are insane.
It means a lot to us.
So, full screen.
What? No, man. We're supposed to be talking about debate. Hope you got your money's worth.
He said,
I don't know what else.
What was that?
I don't know. I was hot.
You didn't even do a roar. You did a.
It's late.
Holy shit, that was amazing. Holy crap. I was not prepared for that one. I was not prepared.
I wasn't
for
prepared
that
for this. I had this thing in a box in the back of the closet. I was like, John says, this could be fun for you too, Jay. Just let it. You know what, John? You must not be around much, okay? I've been dealing with this for 2 years.
Oh,
I
man.
put this thing on for 3 seconds, maybe. And I did this, and then I took it off, and then the next thing I know, there's a video up about it. The Canadian Bear video. Then they start playing it on Tuesday Night's Main Event. Oh, God bless you, Krista. It's her fault, but
it is her fault. And then Jay Hailstorm with the big assist because he's the one that put the clip together.
Course, Gina's worn this. So is Jeremy.
Yeah, true. And Krista, right? Didn't Krista wear it?
Krista wore it too.
Yeah, so
it's been around.
It's been around. It's been around. Disco Cobra for 50 says, hey, I got to get this out, but who the hell is that dude with deep pockets, man? Making us all look bad over here, LOL. I got to get my bread up to compete with these dudes. Anyone hear about the dock worker strike on the East Coast? Just wondering. Absolutely, the dock worker strike is a massive story that I'm going to try to do a little more digging into for sure, because I think that's going to be a big story for the rest of this month. It is going to be a problem.
Laughing Man says roar. Roar. How's that? Are you not entertained?
That's all right, Jay. I'm gonna drop some gifties. I'm gonna drop some gifties.
Good, man. You're good, man. You deserve it, brother. Hey, I told Jeremy from long ago, man, he needed to do this long ago. Need to get on here and start talking about Trump and stuff. You know?
He did. He
So
did.
I am so happy he does it because I don't watch Tim Pool. I don't watch any of these people, but I'm glad Jeremy's doing it.
Jay has been like my Jay is always pushing me to do more and more on different shows and stuff like that. So I do appreciate that. Jose M says, oh, go ahead.
Can I clear? Was Gina naked when she wore it? Good reason not to watch it. No, she was not. She wore it at the Boston Comic-Con.
Jose M says, America first, Ukraine last, Israel last, America first. Slain Hope says, America has the highest environmental standard when it comes to manufacturing. That's why they outsource it all. It's cheaper in China because they pollute. Let's see. Ministry of Wrong Things says it's hilarious looking back how concerned we were about Vance, now seeing the libs failing to attack him with zero dirt. A good choice on Trump. I will be the first to admit, like, JD Vance has proven me completely wrong. 100%. I was not a fan of the pick for JD Vance, and it's really just mainly out of just ignorance and just not knowing a lot about the guy. But tonight, this guy absolutely crushed it, and he hit a grand slam. Like it really can't get wait, hang on just a minute.
No, he couldn't have done any better.
Oh no. This just there's no way this just happened. Did it just happen? Oh my gosh, hang on.
I can't be serious like this, but I'm just.
Here we go. Reporter, can you clarify what you meant when you said you became friends with a school shooter? Walls, crickets. Did this just happen? There's no way.
What do you think your strongest moment was tonight?
Oh, just I think it was a good debate. We both got to see a contrast, and I think the ending sums it up. The democracy issues in
Governor, you said you become friends with school shooters during the debate. Can you clarify what you meant on that?
Can you clarify what you meant when you said you'd be friends with school shooters?
Holy shit, dude, this is crazy.
Bro.
What?
All you gotta do is turn around and say, "You guys know I didn't mean that."
Wow.
It was a how do you say that? Freudian slip?
Holy crap. This dude is never getting away. This is his face when he was asked that question. He was like, wait, what? Holy crap. I got to look and see, is there more clips? That was wild.
He's getting pizza tonight for a bad job. Shame.
Let's see here. Here's from Charlie Kirk. The many faces of losing right here. Look at that.
He said I misspoke. I'm a knucklehead. All you had to do is he could.
No. That's no. He said that's what. So that was one of his lines in the debate where he was answering for something.
Oh, so that wasn't about the school thing. Oh,
nope.
Yeah, he could have just easily nipped that in the bud. Turn around and say it was a Fuddrucker slip. What do you call it? Whatever.
Hang on. So we've got
Freddie Mercury slip. I don't know.
What the heck is that showing up on my timeline for?
I don't want to know.
I got distracted. I'll just say that much. She was hot. So, dude, like this right here. Look at this one. I'm Tim Walls. I'm friends with school shooters.
Jeez, man.
Dude, this man is getting absolutely roasted, dude. It's glorious right now. It's so bad. Yeah, I want more of that clip if I could find it, but it cuts off. All right, this is distracting. I'm just going to show you guys what I'm seeing, at least a few seconds of it. This is what's distracting me, okay?
Do this. It is.
There you go. That's
just the lady that does sports bets.
So, yeah, that was
I don't know how I know that.
Yeah, very. That's a very educational video, okay?
Talking about sports betting.
Does she talk? Because I don't care. I don't care about anything she has to say, but I am very interested to watch the video. So we'll just leave it at that. All right. Look at the chat. Chewy with 20 gifted memberships. Thank you, Chewy. I'm really like, I feel like I'm Tim Walsh right now at the debate. I'm just completely flustered now after seeing those boobies flopping around.
He's a knucklehead, everyone.
He's a knucklehead. Here we go.
He's the old knucklehead.
Here we go.
God dang, that's brutal.
Holy shit.
Brutal.
Dude, if that don't symbolize the Biden-Harris campaign, I don't know what does. That 100% symbolizes it right there. Like, holy crap. All right, let's get to some more super chats. Let's see where we're at. Health Minister of Belgium says Musk making sure people in Appalachia can get an internet connection through Starlink proves the free market over government yet again. Ivan says, why do Democrats keep on forgetting that she's the second most powerful person on the planet? She doesn't need to win. She could do it right now. It's interesting how that works, isn't it? Very interesting how that works. Harley Dave says, veterans for Trump. Let's go. I'm going to hit to the bottom here. Let's see. I still have a ton. I'm going to have to do a square up. There's no way I'm going to get to all these tonight. There's just no way. I got daily in the morning. So there's
Lily.
Disco Cobras. Warren for 10 says Vance Vivek 2028. That might be a realistic ticket right there. That might be a realistic ticket. What were you saying?
I can't show this. Hold on. Some of the memes are rough, man.
They are bad.
I can't show that.
Some of these memes are
It was like the one I
brutal.
showed before. I can't. You can't show that on YouTube. They're out there, ladies and gentlemen.
They are bad. They are like, some of these memes are absolutely
Go
beautiful.
to the private chat.
What do I have to make a judgment call on this one?
Oh, no, you can't show that. I just wanted, you know how you're with your friends and you're like, yeah, I can't show that, but I just want to make sure you saw what I was talking about.
Oh, yeah, that's great. That's great. Dude, I gotta say, I think tonight was one of the worst nights imaginable for the Democrats. Like, this was a terrible, terrible night.
Kamala has to, like, if they want to make face, they're gonna have to do something.
Yeah.
This week, but I mean, let's be honest.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, what are they gonna do?
Gray Oak says, RIP Rose Tico. What happened with because are you never getting another Rose Tico in the Star
we
Wars show?
moved it all. We moved Rose Tico. We moved it all over to the basement channel. Like, I'm getting organized in all my channels here. So
Well, look at you. Isn't that great? 3 for 10 says Babylon B dropped the trailer for J6, the most deadliest day. Looks pretty funny. Trump is smart for keeping Jared Kushner out this time. Trump Vance 2024, not friends with school shooters merch. Whew, that might be something we can throw together. We
Holy
will
crap,
see.
dude.
It's the worst line that I think I've ever heard in a debate. It really is. It's a bad fucking line.
He should have known what he said and like just immediately said, I'm nervous. I messed up like that. Like he said before, I'm a knucklehead.
Yeah. Mr. Bentham says, I'm not gay. Jeremy turns on beauty filter. Branch Covidian says, balls looks like a little Biden balls. Slain Hope says, the gaslighting makes me want to Gary my monitor. Let's see here.
Laughing Man says, hey, Drunk 3PO, did that other person donate more than I did to get me to wear this? No. It was you did more. $1,000. That's the highest I think I've ever gotten.
That is the highest. That is the highest.
You win, my friend. You win.
Accident Seller says, Walls constantly looking down and nervously taking my notes is not a good look. Fish out of water. It was a bad look. Modalicious says Tim Walls is Tom Arnold. Eric Case says CBS is doing ABC rigged. Norm Al Man says, what douchebags. Jay, if you want to bounce, you can. I'm gonna have to get through a lot of these super chats. So
I'm having a good time.
Okay. As long as you're cool with that. Golden Nugget says CBS gayer than Jeremy. Slain Hope says this isn't about who looks like the fool here. It's about cracking the other side's support will to support their candidate. Short of that, it's a waste of time. Well, I think JD Vance accomplished that tonight. Harley Dave says, Jeremy, I was watching last night when the chat hit you with all those uncomfortable compliments. However, I'm curious whether your wife knows you're gay. Too High Shrugs says, Trump capped insulin. You're lying. YouTube censors super chats. Fug them. Yeah, I get censored a lot on them too. Jake Stanley says, Trump picked an amazing VP. Ryan says, we're witnessing a beatdown on live TV. Harley Dave says, trust JD. Mark of Reality says, Trump already raised money with tariffs and did not cause inflation. We didn't have bad inflation until the Democrats took over the White House. Red Walker says, Trump's play-by-play on truth is gold. MAGA 2024. Jason Cole says, another veteran for Trump. Eric K says Walls is going to feel like he had a stone cold stunner after this. Harley Dave says, notice that every time JD catches them in lies, he literally stares at the camera. It's like a great technique. Yeah. When Walls fumbled over that question about where his location was, JD could have pounced. He didn't. Because why? Because it was just bad. He didn't need to add anything to it. Mark of Reality says the only way to make the rich pay their fair share is with tariffs. Who owns American factories in China? The middle class. Ace Ventura's 22 says all Walls is doing is drawing veiny chodes. Jake Stanley says Vance is destroying Tim right now. It's crazy. Ministry of Wrong Thinks says they're 2 seconds away from wheeling out J6 like a substitute teacher wheeling out a TV VCR. I remember them days. Celebrity Jeremy says Tim Walls knows soy. Harley Dave says it's almost like, now hear me out, COVID was a setup. Your Barmy says Beardo gets excited when Tim Walls talks about corn. Normal Man says, Walls is doing the Biden shit in his pants. L Wings Secret Garden says it's fitting that
was
Tampon
funny.
Tim was the one who brought up the soybeans. Slain Hope says he's jotting down what rehearsed lines to respond with. Ministry of Wrong Thing says, forget Trump, I'm writing in Vance. Jason Platten says, is it just me or does JD Vance giving anyone else a raging what? Oh, okay. I got the joke now. I was like, what the hell? Is it me or is it JD Vance giving anyone else a raging boner? That is one attractive man. So young and vibrant. Well, Jesse Waters was impressed. That's for sure. Let's
I see you, Jessica. I'll see you in San Antonio too.
Papa Perry says, need JD to ask how a tampon works on dudes. JRG Project says, LOL, now the moderators are throwing him under the bus because they know he just lost. Is that Highlander? Walls, I was born a poor black child. Tired Retro Gamer says, I don't want to hear where y'all grew up candidates. Yeah, I don't care about that shit. Nobody does. Celebrity Jeremy says, so Vice a knucklehead. Cool. Slain Hope says, if you can't dazzle them with brilliance, baffle them with bullshit. WC Fields. Grand Potato says, Tim is an actual NPC programmed bot. Loretta Silver member says, Tim is literally playing the dumb, bumbling white guy you see in commercials. Gen X Cynic says, not sure how reminding us all that he used to teach our kids was a good idea. Ryan says, Jeremy, this is just a thank you for sharing this absolutely ruthless beatdown with us. This is like watching a crackhead knock himself out for $5. Normal Man says, JD sniffs. Why does it smell like Joe Biden? It is true. It is very true.
That's hilarious.
Harley Dave says, I'm honestly waiting for Walls to start agreeing with JD. Let's see. Carbon Chaos says they better send FEMA to this debate. This is a disaster for Walls. Mr. Vitti says, first time listening to JD Vance. He's the real deal. JRG Project says, Vance, I would like to thank you three ladies for helping the Trump campaign win this year. Oh, and Timmy, you should change your diaper. James Opt says they better fact check him. Sally Ito says, let's play a game. Take a shot every time Wall says, look. Accident Seller says Tim Walz is the new Apple CEO, aka Tim Cooked. Fantastic vs. Knox says, has Tampon Tim realized Harris just got endorsed by the Republican who designed Project 2025? That should be made news around America. Well, that's not going to make news because, hell, it should have made news that it was a lie the whole time, but they don't want to report all that. Nullface says, if rights don't stop at the border, then pass national constitutional carry to a now. The Tired Retro Gamer says, Hillbilly Pride and JD, go get them. Jake Stanley, we don't need memes. Vance is destroying Tim. That is true. Foosball fan says, Tim Walz has a small peen. Jeff says, how is a miscarriage anywhere near the same thing as an abortion? One is killing a baby while the other is a natural body function to abnormal fetus. Laughing Man in the house. John Ambler says, I take it back, calling you gay. Tiny Tim makes you look like the straightest man ever. Jacobo says, everything Tim just said is bullshit. Thank you. Ding Dong Does It says, Walz is getting rinsed by Vance. It's not even close. Hail 4547. Hail the 199. Fentanyl Floyd says, JD is a surgeon. Trump is the hammer. Nullface says, if the Dems get rid of the filibuster, then Walz would have no answers to this debate. Hail the 199. Jake Stanley says, is there a way to Vance and DeSantis on the is there a way to Vance and DeSantis on a ticket? I mean, that would be 2028, but I don't think that's possible. I think Vance and Vivek is a very likely ticket for sure.
Vivek said he might run for governor of Ohio. Did you hear that?
Mm-hmm. That would be cool. Fantastic vs. Knox says Tim Walz looks like he forgot to take a number 2 before the debate. That or is suffering from constipation. He did. He 100% did. He 100% did. Let's see. Read all the super chats. Says happy Godfly. I am, motherfucker. I'm doing it right now.
He's doing it.
I'm doing it. What do you want from me? Do you know how hard this job is to sit here and read on the internet and watch things without even doing anything? I have a very hard job. Okay. This is a very stressful job. Okay. This is a tough gig. Somebody's got to do it, okay? Somebody's got to do it. Freaking Madam.
Oh, she's probably wondering why I'm dressed like this. Well, it's a long story that I'm not going to go into right now.
How many of you could do my job? All of you. I know it's the easiest gig in the world. All right. Space Comma Digger says, Tim is uncomfortable.
What did you say?
Space Digger.
Oh,
he does this to make me trip up and say it. Okay. But I am the least racist person. I've never said the N-word. I've never said it in traffic. I've never said it playing video games offline. I've never said it. I've never said it singing rap songs. Never said it. I am the very, very respectable person who's never said the N-word. I've never said it. Okay. Also, don't objectify women. Okay. Never done it. So I'm a good-hearted, wonderful human being that would never say the N-word or objectify women. Never do it. Normal Man says, holy loaded question, Batman. Do you remember there was like a video of me saying how I objectify women and how that my hate? This is from it's like 5 years ago. And they're like, he admits that he objectifies women. And I'm like, yeah. Is that a gotcha? Like, I remember that, dude. It was like me driving, and I'm like went on this rant about yeah, I like attractive women. So sue me. I like to see attractive women in movies and video games. And they were like, he's admitting to it. Slain Hope says D-Day Cobra, Trump is fact-checking the debate on X. River Miles says Planned Parenthood are actually the leading cause from the death of the little ones.
yes, they are.
Lee Cranmer says, Jeremy, have you considered YouTuber Ron Yates on for his view on life? I'm not familiar with him. Again, I don't like doing a ton of collaborations. I mean, look at the last time I decided to collab with someone. Now I'm stuck with Madam Savvy. The fuck? Like, this is why I don't collab with people. Like Savvy just shows up for one stream. Savvy, hey, Madam Savvy, she seems like she would be a good person to have on Geeks and Gamers. Shows up once, can't get rid of her. Not even if I wanted to, I couldn't get rid of her.
I said one thing and she's stuck with it.
Yeah, like she just so we're stuck with her. So no, I don't like, this is why I don't like she said you kept
I feel bad for all the Bush comments. Like I didn't know it would still be lingering around today.
Fantastic Knox says, was that an audible gulp? It was. I don't know who it came from, but I'm assuming it came from Tim Walls. But Gay Carpenter says Kamala is a hunter. Is cock gobbling a sport hunt? Eric K says Tampon Tim became friends with school shooters. What the fuck? I didn't hear that at the time. I was probably looking for something else, but yeah, that was bad. Stream Hero says Tim Walls became friends with school shooters. Brah. Yeah, I did. Look at that. Everybody's hit me on that one. He just said he became friends with school shooters. Archer Blaze says with Vance, we have the first sort of mainstream redneck American who is articulate and bright and clean and a nice looking guy. Let's see. Doll Life Dan says Walls has too many white guy tacos before the debate and they were too spicy for him. Yikes. Now he's struggling to hold in his liquid poop. Fantastic Knox says, hey, Tampon Tim, how about people who owe many mansions? Pelosi has multiple properties. Bernie has 3. How about politicians forego their properties first? Brown Gaijin says, as a part-time Californian, I've seen people cheer for the regulations that drive up price. Then they go, why so expensive? Yep. Gen X Cynic, I imagine that's the same look he had on his face prior to having his stomach pumped in a certain animal incident. John Papa Sergio says, did you notice how they removed the fact check QR code because Tim is full of shit? Fantastic Knox says, meanwhile, Tampon Tim let Minnesota burn during the BLM riots, saying they are free to speak.
Yeah, and he wanted to get rid of freaking police.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Mike Noss says, fact check. I just looked up the inflation rates by state. Minnesota does not have the lowest. It's one of the highest, actually. Harley Dave says, wow, I'm going on a beer run. Anyone need anything? That was earlier. He's already went on the beer run. Okay. He's already went on the beer run. So don't get too excited, peeps. Lord Botha says, we all wondered why Vance. This is why. Absolutely. McCock says, let's see.
Wait, what did you call him?
McCock.
Okay.
Yeah. Like the super if you think Jeremy is doing a good job. That's a fucking lie. Johnny says, if only Trump had someone like Vance instead of Pence for his first term in the 2020 re-election campaign. Pence and Walz are both slop drops. Well, again, the hindsight aspect of it, and again, I know I agree, but what have I always said? You don't get to Return of the Jedi without The Empire Strikes Back. All right? 2020 was The Empire Striking Back. Okay? So 2016, Trump was A New Hope. Okay? And then The Empire Strikes Back, and then you get Return of the MAGA King in 2024. So it's the necessary process in order to go through where we were to get to where we are. We've had to go through all of this. So that's where we are. And it's honestly better this way. Because right now, we would be 35 days from the end of Donald Trump's presidency, essentially. If 2020 would have happened, we would be at the end of Donald Trump. Now we're going to get 4 more years of Donald Trump, and Donald Trump is going to have a whole different team. He's got a whole different party. He's got a whole different system now that's going to help carry him to where we need to go. So that's why it's important that we've needed to go through everything we've gone through, because Trump was just going to have more chaos in 4 years of more people backstabbing and crooked politicians and rhinos, and they would have working against him. Now he's walking in, after he wins in November, he's walking into this office with an absolute mega dream team.
Yeah, Pence had to go, man. Pence was attracting flies. I don't know what kind of goo he put in his hair, but man, flies were sticking in his head. He had to go, man. That guy had to get it, did nothing. Nothing. And at first I was like, all right, fine. Pence was just the nice guy that just needs to linger around places because I just want Trump in there anyway. So whatever. But then it turns out that guy's kind of a turd. Yeah. It's like, what's wrong with him? And he's just like eating flies off his face, man. He had to go. Now we got some freaking balls in here, man. Come on.
Eating
people that know what they're
flies
doing. People that know how to talk. People that are out there.
Eating flies off his face.
You remember that debate? It was like there was like a big fly like stuck on his head, and the whole time you're like, dude, do you not know you've got a freaking bug on your head? Dude, sometimes I feel something, and you know what I mean? You're like, yeah. How did he not feel that?
You hit your ears.
How do you not feel that? I live in Florida. We got big bugs. I don't want them things on me. Especially when you're debating, because that's what everyone's, you know what wrecked freaking Ted Cruz's candidacy? When something fell off his lip. You remember that in the debate? And he licked it. He's like, and like he ate it. And like everybody just zoomed in on, no one knew what it was. They were like, is it a booger? Did it fall out of his nose? Was it? And then he tried to say, I think it was a Tic Tac. It wasn't a Tic Tac, brother. You were speaking the whole time. If you had a Tic Tac in your mouth, it would have shot out a long time ago. That thing like landed on his lip, and he just was talking. And I ain't gonna do the pie. And then he ate it, and you're just like, his career or his campaign is done. That's like the Dean.
Howard Dean.
Yeah. Done.
Yeah.
You can't have
he was the
moments.
front runner. I think he was the front runner. And then he went on that whole like thing. And it was over. He was done.
You can't have moments like that. So that fly on his head, I was like, this guy's a walking corpse. He's attracting flies. Get him out. Woo.
Yeah, man. Like it's
this is my rant
else
for the night. I hope you're entertained.
It's just been the whole thing. And that's the thing about Trump is he is immune to all of that.
Yeah.
Nothing can affect Trump. Nothing. Like watching tonight's debate, it did remind me of like how Trump is just this unstoppable force. Like tonight was a debate. There was a lot of, there was a lot of like respect back and forth, even though like Tim Walz is an idiot, but like JD Vance carried himself very well. There wasn't a lot. Trump walks in there and Trump he is a fucking bull in a china shop, dude. He just destroys everything in his path, and it's awesome. He is a force. He is like a fucking hurricane everywhere he goes. He just creates havoc. And I mean that in the best way possible. His presence is just unmatched. The energy this man brings everywhere he goes is unmatched. Hell, he was at the fucking Alabama game, the Alabama-Georgia game, which turned out to be one of the greatest football games ever. And Trump was there with Kid Rock and Herschel Walker. And it was just like Trump's presence, like it changed everything. It changed the dynamic. They put him on the big screen. ESPN even mentioned him. It's like, holy crap, dude. This dude, like, this one man just changes everything just with his presence alone. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Hayden Wayne for 50 says, I just learned that Bounding in the Comics interviewed the VTuber Fallen Shadow. I guess I'll be doing a video on the article sometime soon. VTuber racism is ending. Now I got to work on the ginger racism that's still prevalent in the world today. Hayden freaking Wayne. Following all that. Hayden, who's that one VTuber that's gotten a lot of traction lately? Iron Mouse or whatever. Like, I guess that's the biggest Twitch sub channel. So yeah, I've been hearing a lot about that Iron Mouse account because their channel got taken down from YouTube and it got put back up, which is cool. I'd heard about like it got taken down, but I didn't know a lot about it. But VTubers it's crazy how big VTubing is, man. Eddie Grizz for 20 says, perfect thumbnail. Every time Walls choked on a live, Vance looked right at us. That is 100% accurate. It certainly was that way. It's crazy, man. Let's see. Let me go back up here. Insane right now. Johnny says, if Trump only had someone like Vance instead of Pence for his... Oh, I got that one earlier. Jessica Avery says, I work in healthcare. Insurance doesn't want to cover crap, dictates what meds doctors can prescribe or outright deny, and still charge $100 copays. Fuck Joe Biden. Biker Angelo says, JD doing his gym look at the camera. Fantastic. Doll Life Dan says, I agree with Jay. D Vance. Fantastic Response says, Tim Walls holding in a fart, judging by that look. Beardo licks windows. Walls gonna vote for Trump by the end. Fable of Man says, JD serving up brisket dinner. There's Harley Dave's 50 gifted memberships. Yeah, mad lad. Kyle Denson says, Biden had to kick out protesters on January 6, 2017. Mazza Apocalypse says, did the CBS mods text him the answers earlier when JD was speaking? Tim kept looking down multiple times. It seemed like he was pretty prepared, even though he still looked like an idiot. Eric K says, will Vance finish him off with a tombstone, sharpshooter, stone cold stunner, or the people's elbow? Stone cold stunner, baby. John Amblin says, genuine thanks, Jeremy, for doing these streams. Makes it a lot easier to stay sane watching these things. Hey, I appreciate that. Maddening says, thanks for covering this, brother. Thank you. Jeff says, does anyone know why Kamala picked Tampon Tim? I don't have a good answer for
no idea. We were talking about that earlier. I was like, she should have picked somebody that's a better speaker than her, like, you know, to help carry her, because neither one of them can talk.
Yeah.
It's terrible.
Holy crap. Trump just put this on True Social. Trump is on fire right now, okay? This man is on
He's
fire.
enjoying this.
Look at this. Look at this. I need a VP dumber than me, Joe Biden. I need a VP dumber than me, Kamala. I need a VP dumber than me, Tim Walz. Holy shit. Trump is just crushing it, man. Holy shit. Woo. Holy crap. Trump is on fire. Regina Sharp says, headlines tomorrow. Walls totally didn't puke on his shoes. Wins debate. Johnny the Whiskit says, Jimmy Carter is now 100, first president to reach it. Yep, I saw that today. Daria says, hi, Jeremy. I'm a big fan. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Emperor nice. Creatine. Is it Creatine? Yeah. Says, I'm completely done with the whole you can't say fire in a crowded theater argument. What if there's actually a fire, you absolute mongoloids? Yeah. Nandy says, while I know there's a lot of people wanting these two to be candidates, Trump's economic and foreign policies are fire. Norm Alman says, oh, yes, because Dick Cheney was a paragon of virtue. Mike Noss says, new doesn't mean better. 8 o'clock says, Harris Walls is the acolyte of the American election system. Harley Dave, Jeremy, you have no idea how bad it really is here in the mountains of North Carolina. It's apocalyptic. That is scary, man. That is scary. Jake Stanley says that my in-laws are hardcore Dems. Tonight was no fun. Ooh, I bet that was a bit bit weird. Space comma digger. Call the police. We just witnessed a murder. Amish Snorlax says, screw J6. I want to bring up July 13th. Dizek of the Dead. I haven't been online since June. Did I miss anything? Just a few things. Lala Fell Gaming says, reject communism. Trump 2024. Harley Dave says, like I said, trust JD. We're good and we will win. Harley Dave says, 1877 cars, 4 walls. God dang it. Lapco says, all said this was a civil, organized adult debate. Seeing the left act like this disturbs me for some reason. Vance did really well, though. No Biden. Johnny says, Jeremy is a beautiful homosexual man. Golden Nugget says, Jeremy, you beautiful man. Firefox says, JD is able to take Trump, refine him. JD is able to take Trump, refine it, and make it more palatable for the average American. He's eloquent and has the Southern charm to aspect his roots. Yeah, I agree. Mike says, some jackass named Dyson Hathaway on X is hating on Geeks and Gamers. You specifically, he even tagged you. Yeah, they're always, dude, these people hate my guts. I try not to give a lot of the people that hate me. Every now and then I'll respond to somebody, but like, I try to just to not, because it's essentially responding to people that hate you constantly. If you're a content creator and you have a following, the more you respond to these weirdos, you basically are helping them find each other, and then they mobilize and then they try to false flag you and take you down. That's what happens. So that's a lesson I learned early on. I used to respond to everybody. I try not to respond to almost anybody now. Occasionally I got to get it out of my system because I love to fight with people, but I've had to really dial it back, and it is what it is. So Sam Uri says, Vance out-normaled Walls and took his brand away. Jason Platten says, Trump is the wrecking ball we need to blow up the corrupt deep state. Vance is the face we need to make us feel civil. That's a good point. Radioactive says, Jeremy, fact check. Tim Walz isn't friends with school shooters. He's friends with benefits of school shooters. Get it right.
Oh, my.
Harley Dave says, it almost feels like we're saving the entirety of our society. Jeremy, don't forget that Truth has an app. Thank you. Isaac of the Dead says, Tim Walz is a stool scooter. Lapco says, if red flag laws work, how the hell did Kamala get a gun when she's obviously mentally unfit?
Oh my gosh.
Nick Brown says, Walz, I was at Tiananmen Square. Billy Madison, no, you weren't. Walz, I knew a guy, though. Billy Madison, no, you didn't. Darth Manic says, thanks for the dark workers. The 199 was just raised to 991. Fuck unions. Lord Botha says, yesterday people wanted to vote for Trump. Today people want to vote for Trump and Vance. That's what this debate just did. Agreed. Rude Kali says, I would love to see a Vance versus Harris debate. Lapco says, I worry that we're entering the phase where the Uniparty knows they only have 4 months to shit the bed as much as possible. Lord help us. Dude, this is going to be a scary fucking month. No bullshit. Yeah. This is going to be a scary ass month. We got war going on right now with this whole, Israel deal and all of that. We've got the amount of shit that's going to, the fallout from this debate is going to be absolutely crazy. They've tried to do everything they can. They've arrested Trump. They've threatened to do this to him. They've shot at him multiple times. There's been other attempts that have been, figured out before something happened. The FBI's raided Mar-a-Lago. It's going to get crazy. It really is. Enoch Aman says, I missed the debate because I was working. I just saw a clip of Wall saying that he was friends with a school shooter. WTF. Yeah, it was that bad. Jason Platt says, imagine fake Rhino Rubio was on that stage tonight. God, that would have been awful. Fentanyl Floyd says, after tonight and all that has gone on in the past few days, if people think Trump is the clear choice, there is no hope for them. If people don't think Trump is a clear choice, there's no hope for them. Mitchell Field says, but what does Jay think? This was probably before you were here. Let's keep it moving. Fantastic Knox says Vance Vivek ticket could be a possibility at this point. Vance was on point today. Very articulate. Anthony, awesome. Yeah. Anthony Rodriguez says, didn't Kamala say she was sleep deprived when she picked Tampon Tim? LOL. She did. Jason Platten said at this point, Shapiro would turn it down. He doesn't want to be on board this sinking ship. I agree. Kenny Black says JD is first rate. Love that guy. Let's go win this. VJ the Vigilant says JD killed it tonight. He gave what the Dems claim to a hopeful vision for the future. The Happy Plague Doctor says Valentine, Nebraska disavows Tim Walz. Just Mike says RFK called it. Walz used the middle class defense. John Ambler says, chat, let us have a moment of silence for all the chat that will suffer tonight. Troy News says, Nancy Pelosi, sell Walz now. Now. Grand Potato, to quote Rachel Zegler, Tim is weird. Tim, the mop Walz because Vance mopped the floor with him. Yeah, I do. I think that the next, it's going to be interesting because I agree with the comment that I just read about Shapiro would not even, he wouldn't, if they got rid of Walz, Shapiro would not jump on this. This is a sinking ship. I can say right now, and you know, obviously things will change as the days and weeks progress, but this moment right now, after what JD Vance did tonight, I have never been more confident in the Trump Vance ticket. I have never been more confident. I mean, obviously Trump is Trump and he already brings it, and the man is a fucking machine, and he's everywhere. He's traveling everywhere. He's meeting with people. You look at what he just did the last few days with the hurricane situation. I mean, he is appearing to be the president right now. But with Vance and what he did tonight, I think that's a very, very crucial element to like winning over the middle people, the people in the middle, the normies that are on the fence for whatever fucking reason. I've never been more confident, man. I mean, and so because of that, that means that something crazy I expect to happen over the next week to shift attention. Because right now, the attention is not good for the Democrats. It's all a lot of negativity, and a lot of people are very frustrated. So, man. Holy crap. Hang on. No way. ALX retweeted this, and all he said was, is this one of Tim's friends?
Well, I'm going to be voting for Kamala Harris. You know, one of the stark sort of.
Oh, my.
Holy shit. ALX retweeted that. ALX, look, I'll show you. One of Tampon, shit, there's X-Wing getting some fucking screen time. One of Tampon Tim's friends. Look at this shit.
Well, I'm going to be voting for Kamala Harris. You know, one of the stark sort of aspects of that debate that really stuck with me was when they were talking about January 6th and how Mike Pence certified the election, and they were wondering if JD Vance would certify the election should Trump lose. And, you know,
that is the only. January 6th is the only reason that you would vote. Not one policy, not one thing other than that. You don't want to see a January 6th? Buddy, you haven't seen a push-up your entire life. That is the only thing? Are you serious? That's all you got?
Oh, man.
Are you freaking kidding me? I haven't heard a policy from any of these people. Nothing. Zip. All I've heard was Orange Man bad. That is it. Bro. Do some squat thrust, man. A push-up or two. Please. Eat a piece of meat. Maybe. Who dresses you? Comb your hair. Get a haircut, you hippie. I don't know. Sorry. He's probably a nice guy. I don't know. Brainwashed me.
Oh.
January 6th? Are you freaking kidding me, dude?
It's all they got, bro. It's all they got. It's all they have.
That's terrible, man.
Whew. That was good. That was good.
Can you imagine? It's just like, can you imagine going into. Why are you voting for Kamala? Wow, January 6th was bad. Really? That's what you got? So you're happy that all your tax dollars is going out of the country? You're happy that our education is falling to the bottom of the planet right now? You're happy that you got to pay $100 for a head of lettuce? Because obviously you ain't paying for meat. or anything like that. You probably haven't had bacon. You obviously ain't paying to go to the gym. So you probably don't know what we're dealing with over here. Holy crap, man. I'm wearing a freaking onesie. It's 1:30 in the morning. I don't know. Good Lord.
Holy
These little guys got it so easy, man. They don't do anything.
Oh my God.
I'll have filtered water, please.
Oh
No
shit.
lemon. It gives me a little burn. Sorry. I shouldn't be going.
I love how Jay's cooking this dude while wearing a Canadian Bear outfit.
I know. I'm like, what do you think about that, Billy?
This is the stupidest fucking political show on the internet.
I hate
Like,
when they say, dude, I'm sorry. If you're going to make a statement like that, you deserve to be roasted.
yes.
I deserve to be roasted. If I came on here and was like, well, I don't want to vote for Trump because January 6th, I should be roasted for 10 hours straight. Holy crap, dude.
Whew. That was great. That was great. Harley Davidson says, as a
Alex.
patriot in North Carolina, I'm still doing whatever it takes to help everyone here. That's what's up, brother. Appreciate that. Troy News says, my crypto Twitter is filled with Vance dominating the debate, and these guys are normally center. Right, the guy says, make America great again by not being friends with the school shooter. Stevie IM says, Tim Walz looks and acts like Mike Judd character. Donut Fit says, check Scott Pressler tweets. He has to sue PA County himself. No help from RNC. What's the point of having Laura Trump as co-chair? Yeah, I'm going to look into that. I'll look into that. John Papa Sergio says, tomorrow we'll find out Tim Walz had a cold. Daria Murphy says, Jeremy, there's a redneck Lord of the Rings now. Just like the Star Wars. We'll have to react to that one on Geeks and Gamers. John Papa Sergio says, wait, Tim Walz had his period. Sam Uri says, Jeremy, you're a what? Debonair and a respected gentleman.
Yeah,
Look at there.
debonair.
So nice. So nice. I'm not used to compliments. Stop doing it. Uber Driver of the Apocalypse says, video I deemed you. I promise it's safe and awesome. I'll have to look at it later because I've got to get through these because I still have videos to make and stream tomorrow. Philip Johnson says, all hail Dre 3PO. I agree with Dre. Miniature Phone Thing says, Dre 3PO over drunk P. Didio.
I don't like baby oil.
Mike Nas says, Jay's cool, but Cobra Cast should host other guests at least once a week. I'd love to hear from others on the Geeks and Gamers crew. Hail, G&G, Mage, IDOTS 199. He just said, fuck Jay. Damn.
That's fine.
He said, fuck Jay.
Mike Noss. You're okay with me.
Jared Armstrong says, did you see the meme with that's all folks with the Vance side eye? I did. It's fantastic. Happy God Flower says JD makes MAGA moist. Johnny says Tim Walz needs a to what? Needs to bick his head? What? And just go for the uncle. You mean shave his head?
Yeah.
Is that what you mean? He made a
big razor.
Oh, a
No,
Bic
no, no.
razor, right? Yeah, Bic, like a Bic razor. He needs to, yeah,
Shave his head.
It's a weird way of saying it, but now I got it. All right, just make sure I didn't trip up on my words. Happy God Flowers says correction. JD made extra moist MAGA 2024. Polish Prince says besides school shooters, who else is Tampon Tim friends with? Perhaps we should check his hard drives, among other things. Eric K says, Jay, I am not getting up at 5 a.m. to listen to you. Jared Armstrong says,
All right, a
AB
couple
is
hundred other people are.
AB is a mad lad. He posted on Twitter saying Coach Walz, and it's a picture of Jerry Sandusky. Holy shit. The Raging American says, what Star Wars character would Tim Walz be? I think it'd be disrespectful to say any of them. A lot of people will probably say Jar Jar, but Jar Jar's too fucking cool for that. Modalicious says Walz is
He would be Ray Skywalker.
McVicker from Beavis and Butthead. Holy shit. Billy Magoo says Walz looks like cocaine. That's
Billy
you.
Magoo from Batman. He didn't die.
Oh God.
I love Billy Magoo.
Walz looks like a cocaine Don Rickles. Sup, Jay. Modalicious Walz is Tom Arnold during the cocaine years, but way more nervous. Flag Ninjas is any chance of sharing that Ace Ventura spears in legs meme? I know some people who would love to see it. I don't know where it was. It was just on my For You feed. So I don't think I liked it or bookmarked it. So I don't know. You'd have to go back and look, and whoever shared it, you have to look it up. I'm sorry. Flag Ninja says Savage Bush is a Fed. The dude says, for anyone new, Jeremy is a homosexual, has no eyebrows, and is balding. He defends Hamburger Helper and prays for Titanfall 3 nightly. Welcome to the pit. That pretty much sums it up. Boomerang Bob says, the dude, you also forgot to mention his love for Fortnite and Snake Eyes movies. Nas says, looks like 500 just went to the Serpentor throne. Good job, laughing man. Happy Godflower says if 3PO turns into Canadian Bear, chat wants Jeremy in the USA flag banana hammock for 1K. No. John Goat says this could be fun for you too, Jay. Just let it. John Goat says I ain't paying women to do more clothes. F that. To put on more clothes. F that. Johnny says, has Jay ever washed or even cleaned that once?
I don't remember, to be honest with you.
Black Tiger says, wait, is Jay the bear all those women were picking? Happy Godflower says, chat wants Jeremy in a USA banana hammock for 1,000. No, they don't. John Goat says Vance should brought up the Border Patrol union hating Harris publicly. Goes against the whole dim narrative of being unions and borders. Elwood Blues says, don't become like communist UK. People getting arrested for comments on social media. Vote Trump 2024. John Goat says, according to game devs, women like that aren't real. Eric K says, Jeremy stream has my attention first time tonight because I had to show the woman with boobs. Fantastic Knox says, Tim, we need to repeal 2A. Also, Tim, I made friends with school shooters. I'm a knucklehead. Crux for $1. Thank you. McCutter says, don't worry, Jay. I know your pain with outfits. Chris from Michigan says, another bad debate for Democrats. Trump better get ready to dodge incoming. I'm pretty scared of what these next few weeks are going to be scary, bro. Nate's meme says, okay, now do your best cocaine bear impression, Jay. Mike's Hangout says, Tim Walsh just got RKO'd out of nowhere. Happy Godflower says, read all the super chats. You're just going to go eat several Grizzlies after this. Fig. P.S. Chat wants you in a USA flag banana hammock for 1K. What the fuck is this? Happy Godflower says, at Laughing Man, please drop a huge donation to put this fig in the USA MAGA banana hammock. Chat too broke. What the fuck is happening? I've lost all control. Gray Oak says, JD Vance was a surgical laser. Trump is a galactic beam. Golden Nugget says, been doing the math and I've been spending way too much on supers. I just want to get involved due to my health. Let's see. Thanks for the last guys. But I got to focus on me. Hail, and we'll still be in the chat. Brother, I've told you guys 1,000 times. Don't ever super chat unless you take care of family, take care of yourself first, all of that. Like, I'm grateful for all the super chats that we get. I don't know why people support me and G&G and everybody that's affiliated, but it's greatly appreciated. And Geeks and Gamers is 100% ran from community, but don't ever take food off the table. Don't ever put yourself in a bind. Don't ever do that. Kyle Phantom says, worried the left are going to cheat this election, but it's going to be scary with other evils losing. Gray Oak says, let's be honest, after tonight's MAGA's fears that Trump was repeating a Pence disaster was put to bed 1,000%. Eric K says, JD Vance cannot certify if Trump loses. He is not the VP. Happy Godflower says, there is more love and respect for trans, drags, and LGBT plus for the Republican side. Go ask Lady MAGA. Over on Rumble, good old Rumble. Let's see. We've got EDB says, Harris and Walz both grew up middle class. They took bribes, kickbacks, sucked the little D, and sold their souls, just like all of the other middle class. Hoovy says, hey, Tim, I live in Minnesota and I pay $400 a month on health insurance. And on top of that, I have spent $3,000 on out-of-pocket medical expenses while illegals use my tax money to get in for free. Horns Rule says that the government should mind its own business on health care. The government should mandate everyone buy health insurance. Democrats. Yeah, exactly. TH, or is it the conservative? TH conservative says, who are you voting for? The candidate that wants to confiscate my guns with the VP who is friends with school shooters, or the guy with mean tweets? Man Bear pigs are real. Just kidding, Jay. And then Tim Walz is the one guy that plans to that plans to shoot up a school, but instead lures a couple of dudes back to his apartment and ends up eating them. God damn. Y'all are fucking savage. Bronzonite says, what up, you dirty Bama? No eyebrow having Muppet ass mofo. Tell the 199, hail Snake Pit and hail Cobra Commander. Vault 95 says, Jeremy may be a fig, but at least he's gay. Fig news sponsored by the I.199. Icanalist says, Jeremy, I love the way the light reflects on your head when you take your hat off. So shiny. Vault 95 says, can you bring Kirsha and her ketchup bottle back for the rest of Tuesday night's Tuesday night's Bro Science? Bronzonite says, the chat has convened and decided he has been overruled and must guest host the debate with you. Shut it down, Jay, and get over here. Bronzonite says, is that the filter that gives the Instagram girls the DSL lips, or but want to give you eyebrows? Bronzonite says, quick, savvy, ban Beardo. Bronzonite says, are these two related to Rosie O'Donnell and John Brennan, ex-CIA head? Z Highness says, so now the left cares about children when it comes to migrant crisis, when they're on the same side of abortion and killing of infants. So sad. Fight. Bronzonite said, so I'm not spreading this info. I looked up and apparently Margaret Brennan is not related to John O'Brien of the CIA, as far as I can tell. Bronzonite also says, Walz has a creepy pedo boy vibes, keeps looking down like he's reading when Vance is talking. Johnny Whiskett says, I don't care how uncomfortable it makes you feel, Jeremy. You deserve every compliment because we wouldn't be here without you. I'll never forget how you helped me get through depression. It's why I look up to you. Well, I appreciate that, man. 99% of the shit's memes around here and talking shit and having fun, but I greatly do. I greatly appreciate everybody that supports us, and we've made some good friendships at meetups and shit like that. Yes. And it's awesome. And we're gonna have another meetup in San Antonio at the end of this month, so SpaceCon, so I'm looking forward to that. So I genuinely know there's real people that watch us that have real problems, real stuff in their lives going on. I try to detach people from that for the time that I'm here. There's times to be serious, but I would say the heavy majority of the time, I like to joke. I like to have fun because I feel like that's what the internet should be for, is to kind of get away from things. But when you're talking about real things, still having some fun along the way. So that's kind of how I see it. You know what I mean? And talking shit and having fun is kind of how I've always been with my friends. Lord of the Rings says tonight turned into the JD Vance show. Bronzonite says JD Vance is a Trump interpreter for Karens. Vault 95 says, holy crap, Walz just bragged about being endorsed by Dick Cheney, who has an entire album dedicated to him by Green Day, a leftist band, and how he has a mass murdering war criminal. Brag more, Timmy. Yeah, I heard that. JD is way the fuck better than I expected. Trump made an excellent choice. And I think we're caught up. Jay. I think we're caught up. How you feel about that, Jay?
I'm going to bed.
So we got Geeks and Gamers Daily tomorrow morning. And then I've got to make videos as well. But I really appreciate it. Again, follow me on Twitter. Follow me on Rumble. Follow me on Kick. And of course, follow me here on YouTube. And we got a lot to do. It's going to be a busy month. Again, Cobra Cast, I think we need to throw the Monday, Wednesday, Friday out the window. And I've already talked about that. I'm still probably going to try to go live on those nights, but I'm going to be going live a lot of different times throughout the day, probably because it's going to be crazy times. Crazy things are going to happen. And crazy news is going to be breaking at all hours of the day. So I'm going to be going live at sporadic times, may not have notifications on YouTube. So that's why I say follow me over on other social media platforms, just to make sure that, we're covered. So Jay, where can they find you?
Drunk 3PO or Welcome to the Rebellion podcast.
There you go. Laughing Man, you crazy lunatic. Thank you. I really appreciate it. And all of you, I appreciate it. The gifted memberships, huge amount of super chats. Tons of viewers tonight. We had a great night. And so I really do appreciate it. Subscribe if you are new. If this is your first time, we appreciate it. We have a lot of fun here, but this is a serious month. This is it right here. It's game 7 now. It's the 4th quarter now. We gotta bring it home, and there's gonna be a lot of coverage. So, all right, guys, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Have a good night, and we will talk to all of you later. Bye, everyone. Say bye, Jay. Well, don't say bye yet. Hang on, I gotta get the ending screen first, Jay. Okay, now we got the ending screen. Now you can say bye, Jay.
Bye. Hey, you messed it up. Why am I off to the side?